Futures trying to hold on to positive territory here. The NASDAQ basically break even at this point. We're seeing a little bit of a bounce for both the S&P and the Dow early on this morning coming off. Pretty impressive performance on Friday, if you remember, right across the board. Multi-week highs, not only for individual stocks, but multi-week highs for a lot of the individual markets as well, ahead of more key inflation data to come this week. On Wednesday, we'll get CPI for April, the latest inflation print coming off. Remember that huge upside print for non-farm payrolls back on Friday. Market shrugs it off, just goes absolutely crazy all day long to the upside. Into the weekend, we're looking at a number of individual movers this morning, including regional banks back to the upside, trying to make it 2 days in a row here, not only for PACW, they cut their dividend, but up huge here in the pre-market. WAL, ZION, they're all getting a bit of a bid as well, back to positive territory. A lot of energy stocks catching a bid as well. Decent move for crude oil to kick off the week. Haven't looked at oil for a while, so we'll talk about that. Tesla looking pretty good here in the pre-market as well after a huge day on Friday. More to come, it would appear as well, for big tech back to the upside. It is Monday, May 8th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. I was waiting there to see if this would tick over to break even, but not quite. Negative 0.01 there for the NASDAQ, about 0.25% for both the S&P and the Dow. Back in positive territory. Nice start to the week here, as I mentioned, for crude, 2.8%. Back higher. Yeah, negativity down here. We had some strange happenings going on with Binance specifically late on Sunday, and then early on this morning you saw their 5.5% and 6.5% for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Binance halting withdrawals of Bitcoin from their exchange for a few hours on Sunday and then early on this morning. Looks like everything's back up and running and back to normal at this point. But Coinbase making some headlines as well, downside on not only on that move for Bitcoin this morning, but the CEO, Brian Armstrong, making some comments on CNBC this morning, suggesting that maybe they won't leave the U.S. We don't know, but apparently they're looking at the UAE as a secondary option as far as a hub, quote unquote hub is the term he used. Sharif back in the building. Good to see you. I hope your weekend was well. Nice trip to Ottawa. Yep. Was successful.
It was good. It was good. Nice train ride. Learned a little bit about how trains separate. And yeah, got the car. It's here. It's downstairs. And yeah, fingers crossed, no speeding tickets, Brendo.
Congratulations, by the way. That's always a fun time. I heard you say that this morning, and it kind of caught me off guard. I had no idea that was a thing. I mean, obviously it's a thing, but if you're on a train, it gets to a station, one half goes this way, the other half goes that way.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Who knew?
So we took a train from Toronto to like a local city called Kingston. The train separated. Part of it went to Montreal. The other part went to Ottawa. I didn't know trains could do that. You live and you learn.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but it's something that you would not assume. Anyway, lots to discuss this morning as we get into the swing of things here once again. Big move down for cryptocurrencies this morning under pressure. We're seeing a ton of these little high flyers going nuts again this morning, guys. Brand new week, same old for the market, though.
Yes, sir, and exciting week I think it is going to be sure. We'll see what happens, but look, oil is on a tear today, right? So crypto to the downside, but oil definitely on a tear. And that's kind of like the leading, I mean, you said the NASDAQ's flat, but up 7%, okay, not 7%, but close enough. Almost 7% to the upside already. Lots of things look pretty decently bullish today. Tesla's up 2%. I love that breakout that it's on, obviously, since it took that 165. You get some earnings this week. It's not a huge earnings week, but we get PayPal, I believe, and we've got, I mean, the firm's going to be reporting. I think I like where they're trading right now as well. So a lot to really get to. And then, of course, on Wednesday, you know, that's going to be the big day. We get the CPI number, then PPI on Thursday. So, I mean, there's plenty to watch in here today. Try not to be too down in the doldrums over the fact the Leafs are basically toast, down 3, I suppose. I don't know the stat on this. Maybe you can tell me this one, Sean. Like, how often has this actually? How often have teams actually come back 3-0? I know basketball sometimes it's tough, or baseball it's also tough. But in hockey, I'm not really sure how often a team is able to battle back from 3 down And as usual, they looked really good early, but couldn't hold it together. Once again, the Maple Leafs.
Yeah. Down 3-0 is going to be a tough one to come back to. Will the Maple Leafs be able to make a comeback and win their second series of the year? As Prad sees it, yes.
You just said yes according to the 8-ball, Brad.
There you go. But yeah, no, anyways, let's move back to the market here. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a great, I mean, I always say this, but oil, I mean, we've talked about buying the ZEO, the XLE as of recently, and that's what we've been doing. I mean, we've been selling some stuff and getting into some of the oil names here, and you can see what a good move it's been for them. Back from $78 bottom up to 81 and change. So it's not moving as aggressively down here as oil is, of course, but we do have a beautiful move happening on XLE back to 82. Let's see if we take out 84 right now. Chevron, Oxy, we had news there with Warren Buffett over the weekend. They're not planning on buying too much more of this company, apparently, already owning 23.5% with the rights to buy over 50%, but apparently down a little bit. Well, it was down a little more than this. Now it's battled itself back, bouncing off $60. So you can look at Oxy today as well. Apparently only willing to take over that, like I said, is it 23.5 or 27.5 they have right now, able to go up to 50%, but throwing a little bit of cold water on that story as well. But hey, man, we're ready to rock and roll. We've got Amazon, I believe, breaking out as well. I think that's going to be a fantastic trade. We've got Sharif back in the building. We're excited. It's going to be 19 degrees here today, so like 70. So that's really nice. We had our Little League opening day on Saturday. That was good, but then our game on Sunday rained out, of course, and my daughter's number 20, so I paid $800. We got all these new pants, new everything for hockey equipment. She's ready to rock and roll, and we're super excited. So I got to make some money back today in this market. So let's get ready to go here, and yeah, Brendan and Sharif ready to take it over.
Yeah, I did no coat today. I was wondering if that was questionable, but 19 Celsius, obviously, later today, so should be fine. I also walked, so that was nice. If you remember, let's go back to Friday quickly and talk a little bit about what happened as the overall market, again, kind of shook off or shrugged off that huge upprint. Remember, huge upprint for non-farm payrolls on Friday. It was 245, 250 versus 180,000 that was expected. Got a down print on the unemployment rate as well, and this all ahead of what is to come this week. Coming up on Wednesday, we'll get CPI and then PPI, the producer prices, the very next day. So non-farm payrolls, again, after we got the Fed meeting last week, and Jerome Powell was a little wishy-washy. I mean, more hawkish. He was trying to be hawkish, but at the same time saying essentially, let's see what happens. Let's stay data dependent, as they've been saying. And here we go with more data suggesting still a ton of strength.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were talking off camera. What happens if we continue to see strong jobs numbers, or not weakening, maybe not growing, but we continue to see lower inflation prints? I mean, why would the Fed move in that case? The sticking point here has been, more money in people's pockets, people spend more, but if you're not seeing that inflationary pressure, why act? And besides, they already took their toll on the banking industry. I mean, they need to tread carefully here.
So the market coming up with its own opinion, I guess, as far as what we should do with this data, both on Friday and then coming up this week. We'll see what happens. This is the 10-year right now, back to 3.5 meanwhile, and then the 2-year as well on a daily time frame, trying to get back to 4%, guys. So the market and the Fed kind of telling two different stories here still.
That's been the case for so long. It's like, the market thinks one thing, the Fed thinks the other. When you're trading short term, the idea is hopefully not to try to explain too much, but to try to just trade off the price action. And when you look at where the Qs are flat today or slightly down, we were at zero when Brendan started the show, and we're just sort of creeping down after he jinxed it, waiting for it to go green. But you're still at this major sort of resistance level on the Qs here. We have not been able to punch through just yet. The question becomes, is this the week, maybe after that strong run on Friday, that we punch through? And there's so many names individually that have been making breakouts on their channels. I talked about Tesla already. Sean mentioned Amazon. There's just a few out there, but you haven't quite gone through and really broken out. We keep getting back to this point a couple times last week. And if we get through this, I think that could be a really big hopefully rally point. So I'm always going to be watching the NASDAQ futures here when they get to that resistance. You can look at the Qs, or if you want to look at it on the NQ and look at the actual futures, it's just above that 13.3 level, like 13.34. We just could not creep past it. If we get past this, I mean, you want to be, once you're past and clear this level, you got to be careful thinking about shorting kind of tech names. Before we get there, there's obviously resistance levels on many names out there that I think are possibly shortable. But yeah, man, we break that out and you're really just looking for some longs above those prices. I know I like Tesla there, but certainly, I mean, Nvidia could be close to 290 when we get to that level, so I'd probably short that up there. But I like this level on the NASDAQ. It feels like it's just a matter of time before we actually make a real run at it, instead of just sort of tapping it late or early in the day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the run has happened at it, but like Neil said, we got to break it first. So the run was huge on Friday. We came right up to 13,350, bounced off of it. That's from November. I mean, this goes all the way back. This is the NASDAQ. I'm only focusing on the NASDAQ. So if you want to look somewhere else, oil's wrong. Oil's only up 2.5% today, right? Not 6. So scratch that on our platform. But right there, 13,350 right there. So you go all the way back to November, October. Sorry, when is that? Let me see when exactly this is here. Yeah, no, that's actually back to, sorry, my bad, April right there, back to April of 2023. We've touched it already, and if we zoom back, you'll see some more levels. But thanks, Randy. I just think that right there back into 13,350. If you're going to fade anything, it's time to do it now. So maybe there is going to be a short opportunity up top here. I look at a name like Apple that kind of Apple.ny. Nope, that's still on the NASDAQ. That led us sort of to where we were on Friday with a big earnings report there Thursday night. But it still could not break 174. So if you're going to look at Apple from a little bit more of a longer time frame, it's actually pulling back as well. So I said this on Friday. Apple comes out, we get that blowout number. I mean, the number wasn't that big of a number, but a blowout top on Apple, taking down 170 with ease, giving nobody a chance to get long unless you took it off the jump. Came back. We made a lot of money short on Apple. Then we wanted to go long on 173. But right now it looks like you're going to take down 173. So for me, this market rally could be very, very short-lived here, especially when you get Apple dripping back down as well. So we'll see if that can't hold 172-ish. Then I think we're in trouble for a bit. So let's watch out to see what happens with Apple. And then my break long today is Amazon. I really like this name here, trying to get through. That's still the Apple chart. Let me show it to you here on Amazon. Trying to get through this 106. So we've seen 106 as a top over the last couple of days. This is just a 5-minute chart, but if we zoom it back out, you're going to see right into here 106. Whoops, right down there. So if you go to 106, back to the 3rd of April or May, so you go back to last week where we had that top, and then you also have a little 107 area as well back here. So I think Amazon could break out. It's negative today. Let's see if this market wants to go. I know we have the bulls over here. I don't know, man. Looking at that NASDAQ chart, I feel like we could fade down for a little bit. I'm going to have to try to find some temporary shorts here. I do like Apple short 174 if we can get back up there. But for right now, I'm just looking longs. Let's see what this market does.
A few interesting moves here as far as analysts are concerned this morning. Just seeing Mullen as well moving to the upside. We'll touch on a couple of different names, but a few from the watch list, even with multiple upgrades and price target increases. This one just popping up in front of me again. Peloton with an upgrade after a decent week last week, decent day on Friday. They reported recently as well, but here's Peloton up 2.5% to start the week. There's a lot of those analyst moves are in the regional banking sector, and we can talk about PacWest, we can talk about WAL, FRC obviously down on OTC as of last week. So another one is gone. But PACW cutting their dividend by 98%. And still getting some positive moves from analysts.
Well, it's the good move on their part. They need to shore up their cash situation, and you can't be doling out dividends when cash is tight. So I like the move. I think that let's stabilize our current situation first, and then we'll look to reward investors later. It looks as if though they say that they're not going to be a going concern because their cash stability has improved.
Yeah, so right back essentially to where we started last week. If you look at PACW, I want to mention this one as well. So Peloton, as I mentioned, with the upgrade, but this one, Zscaler reporting this morning up huge, 21% here, guys. Almost 110 getting taken out. A couple of analyst moves coming across for ZS currently.
Yeah, they'll play catch up on that one. And look, obviously not everything has been participating equally in the move to the upside recently. Zscaler is firmly within that camp because, you know, just last week you were on your 52-week lows, just throwing the daily up so you can see underneath that 90 level. And, you know, attempting to make a little bit of a trend reverse here. Obviously, you're not really through the downward trend. I would say, you know, you're through the 50 period today, but this probably needs to get a heck of a lot further before you'd say this has broken the downward trend. I mean, it's even closing above the 50 would be a good start, but probably going another 25, 30 bucks to the upside, you know, would be required just to even get a trend reverse. I like looking at that 50 on a gap up like this, that 107 area. That to 110, if we can hold that at the open, there's always a secondary move. The reason you zoom out on something like this is because when you see 20%, you're like, yeah, but can it go any further? Is that actually reasonable? It actually has a chance that it could if you just look at the chart. First, it actually has to hold this 7. If that happens, I think that becomes an interesting long throughout the day. Not something I'd chase at the open based on crap volume. Well, not crap volume, but it's not the type of name that I'd want to be trading in the pre-market until you see that open dump. And if it holds in this range, I think at that point you could be looking for some longs. And then going into the rest of the week, suddenly this would become a name that if it holds above that 50 period, you'd look for a trend long in the next couple of sessions. So strong move for them. Up twice as much as Tyson Foods is down because Tyson Foods took it on the chin. But a good start for Zscaler. I don't think it's something I'll be looking at right at 9:30. At that time, I'd rather be looking at names that we're a little more comfortable trading at the open. But certainly, there's always a trend possibility here with Zscaler. It's nice to see when something seemingly makes a bit of a bottom because then you can look for, you know, multiple days worth of rallies. Last time it kind of bounced off a low, you were able to get a few weeks of it before it got to the 200 period moving average. If it starts that same journey, why not? We saw how strongly Shopify held its gap to the upside. I could see a similar thing here.
Yeah, just looking at, I mean, I think Zscaler is a nice one, but Pac West, yeah, I mean, it's great, man. It's up to 33% again. Definitely taking out some of those bottoms and holding them. I mean, I can't believe this was down to $3. Now you got 5, now you got 7, and I mean, you could see 9, and then you're back up here to 11 and change. Hey, man, maybe the coast is clear on some of these banks. If you believe it, then I think it's time to go in there and buy. You don't want to ever hold these things overnight, but if you did, you're rewarded with 34% today. So, you know, whether or not, I like what they're doing with the dividend, but that's, I mean, I didn't think that was ever going to be, you know, questioned on that kind of a move. Like Sharif said, you got to shore up your own balance sheet and make sure that investors are confident and deposits can return somehow to your, you know, your deposit base needs to come back. And if you could do that by sort of quelling them with some of these nice moves, I think that makes a lot of sense. So I just looked at here $9 on the daily chart as, you know, sort of some kind of resistance level right there. But I do want to go long at 7. So if we can get anything back down here, this is a 5-minute range. So, you know, 7, this was back on the 2nd and the 3rd. $7 was pretty key until we did make that move down. And now you're right back up and took it out again. So I will wait to see if PACW comes down to 7, but for me, it's going to be a pretty simple trade. We're just going to wait for the halt, right? And when that happens here, hopefully we can be on it because the first halt was actually a really good one at 460. You could have got out at 5. You know, if you just take that one play. Then a second halt, no good. Then we start to go back up after that. So let's wait to see what happens. I'm looking for that first halt. It could happen pretty early. I'm hoping it does, and I can use 7. I'm hoping halts to the upside, and then I can use 7 sort of as a base to get out. We had a great trade there on Friday, going long around 5.18 right here on those first halts. So we had some good opportunities right into there on Friday where we were able to make it. So it wasn't the first halt. It was the first halt of the second round. So hopefully we can watch out for that name. There's still obviously Western Alliance and Zion, but I just feel like you got to focus on one of them. So for me, it'll be Pac West. We traded it really well on Friday. We'll see if we can do the same thing here today.
And, set to report after the close tonight. Just saw Palantir up better part of 4.5% here. Bit of a pullback right now, but earnings to come tonight. So a nice look here to kick things off for a brand new week for Palantir as well.
Yeah, and they became profitable for the first time, gap profitable last quarter around. They missed on EPS last time around, but they beat on top line. They beat revenue. This time around, they're expected to earn about 4 cents per share and turn a revenue of $505 million for the quarter. It looks good. It's being front run, at least right now, Brendo. Jump in on that 750 bandwagon.
I was just double checking to see if there wasn't any upgrades on this, but I don't see anything. But this one, however, did. 3.5%. JP Morgan with an upgrade on American today as well.
Yeah, America. So I don't know. I mean, Palantir's not really moving in the context all that much. At least the level that it's at isn't too interesting to me. Very briefly, this needs to get back above the 5,200. They're both right at $8. So when you get back above and start breaking out there, I think you'll see a little bit more runway. It's been just too tame. Good double bottom in there, but I'm kind of thinking more interesting is where AAL is. So AAL, you had that 14 level, already starting to break out a little bit. You catch the upgrade. You're now pretty much right at the 50 and the 200 in the daily, breaking out at both of them. So above that 14, I think we talked a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about if this gets above 14, look for that little bit of a trend long. So that's what I'm looking today. Any dip into 14, I'm probably going to grab it. I think I want to be long, maybe even in the range at the open, and just take a shot of that 15 area holding. You had a 1387 close, so you might have to give it a few shekels beneath that 14, but there's room to run here. And you can probably play sympathy with some of the other names out there. I just like where AAL is at. Like, this is a pretty good decision point with a lot of runway to the upside, and knowing that 14's there behind you, at least I kind of know where exactly I can get out and be wrong about the trade, which is a good place to start. If it breaks 15, that could be a little bit of a breakout as well. But I'm going to like AAL at the open today, just taking a swing at the continued momentum that this group has had. Not a big fan of them in terms of long term, but definitely they can be a vehicle to trade.
I think you got to watch out for Palantir because they're every time they report, it's a pretty wild ride. They've been faded every time. I think it's just going to the upside right now because we do know there's going to be some AI talk here. Alex Karp, their CEO, has been talking as well about the different contracts that they've gotten as of recently, and if their toe is dipped in everything. So I'm expecting a good quarter from Palantir, but again, if you just look at the daily chart for them, yeah, they're still still pretty beat up down here, down near 758. So, to me, I don't think it's super exciting until you get above $10, $11. It's not a heavily shorted name. So for me, I'm going to stay away from Palantir and just wait to see what earnings happen tomorrow. If they can get that net positive or EBITDA positive there, then I do think that you have a really good chance of this stock to sort of get to that $10 or $11 tomorrow mark. I think that's what everyone's going to wait for. Let's see if they can turn a profit finally. They're like 25-year-old company. They should be able to get going on that one. So let's wait to see if that does come through. But I'm excited for Palantir and their opportunities, but I don't really want to trade it until tomorrow. So let's wait to see what happens on their earnings play.
First segment brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there. Promo code TTV gets you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. Here is the official, anyways, a few of them, upgrades and downgrades for this morning. American, as we said, Peloton on here, Scott's Miracle Grow, Snowflake as well, getting some love from Stifel, Southwest, Downside, JP Morgan, choosing this one instead, Workday, Trupanion, and Live Person as well under pressure.
As snow. And look, I think a lot of people have been talking about Snowflake the last couple of days in the chat, and we almost never bring that one up. But the other day we did, and of course it's on the New York. Why do I always think Snowflake should be on the NASDAQ? Oh, that's right, because it should be on the NASDAQ. Just keep things simple for me, for my trading brain. And what I love about where Snowflake is, and this is what we were talking about last week, you want these names that, as the market's bouncing, are not trading necessarily. So many things are at those highs. Like we can point to the Metas and the Nvidias and the Apples of this world ad nauseum, and then you can see how they're all trading right around resistance and been trending upside, upside, upside. But something like a Snowflake, this is really just breaking out as of last week, just kind of curled off the 50 period here. You're getting through that 200. And now, 158, 155, 158 was kind of that last resistance zone. There's clear runway to 180 for a move. Snowflake's not doing there's not a ton outside of the upgrade that's moving it right now, but you know that typically on Palantir earnings, it's been a mover. So I could definitely see a sympathy play here for them in a lot of ways if you get a good print tomorrow. And it also sets up pretty decently. You dip into that supply zone for some support or just clean breaking out from 160. And when Snowflake trends, you just join the trend. Typically, this is one of those, you let it overextend itself like once, maybe twice, before even thinking about shorting a top and make sure you got yourself a good level. And as I pointed out on that daily, I don't know where, if you're above this 160 level, which hasn't actually broken in the open market just yet, I don't know where you'd be thinking short till it gets to 75.80. And when I see room like that, you want to be thinking about the long. And not just for today, but thinking about it all week when you're breaking and holding that 50 period. So as long as we're above 155, and that 160 could turn into resistance, but for now, I'm looking at it clearing that one today and then just see how far it can go. Snowflake sets up really well. It's just never a name I want any part of in the pre-market. It's usually a name that if you're going to trade it in the first 5 minutes, you better have yourself like a bit of a wide stop because you can easily see $3-4 in that first candle and you don't want to get jiggled out. So I like this one for a trend above 160 and definitely will be looking at it all week as long as we can hold that level. This one's primed to go, as you guys, it's not that hard to see on the daily. This one's primed to go.
Yeah, we were just discussing. I mean, guys, this is a huge week still for earnings all week long. I mean, Nikola's coming, Fisker, the Airbnb, Rivian, Oxy, Twilio, Affirm, to name a few. Under Armour as well, Roblox. Going to be Disney. Going to be a huge week. This one as well tonight. PayPal had a big day on Friday. I mean, the whole market had a huge day, but 75 ended up being the top here at the close. A little bit of resistance, I mean, to be expected around 75, but here we are, another 1.25% for PayPal.
A bit of a puzzling one, Brendo, because this stock's beat 4 quarters in a row, beat estimates 4 quarters in a row, and it's been getting no love. Let's look at the daily chart here. We are still with lower highs and, well, not necessarily lower lows at this point, but we're definitely below the 200. You're not seeing any newer highs at the moment, so still can't get out of its own way. We'll see what earnings brings.
Yeah, potentially anyways. A ton of room still to go here for PayPal after the close tonight.
Are we just going to gloss over the fact that you randomly threw Nikola into a group of all of those big companies reporting earnings as if Nikola belongs in a sentence with all those other companies? I caught it. I mean, that's fine. I'm sure other people heard that too. Maybe, okay, fine. Like, they do report. It's not to crap on them. It's just, I heard that list and I'm like, yeah, Roblox, okay, cool. PayPal, yeah, what up? What are you talking about? Nikola? We talking about Nikola? No, PayPal, I don't know what to tell you guys. Sometimes you look at the chart and it's like, really? Really? So it's just 71 to 78, 10% range, and we're just going back and forth and lulling you to sleep with PayPal. So I suppose this one's pretty simple. Today, going into earnings, if it gets to 78, short it, I guess, and if it gets to 71, go long. But it's not really its brethren, but Square, which on Friday, if memory serves, and I know because we looked at it on Friday, there was, as the market was just booming, Friday was such an awesome day, obviously, for the markets. Block was just chilling out at the low of the day and couldn't go anywhere. So when I see something like this, and it even has room back into that bottom, that 58 bottom, which is a pretty key level. I'll go back to the daily just so you can quickly see it. Short seller report. The next day it's stabilized at about 58. You just had a bounce off 58 even. Then you've had 2 putrid days. Well, I shouldn't say 2 putrid days, but you had a couple of bad days since, one which held the 58, and then obviously on Friday, it just could not get out of its own way. 59 held on Friday, but if we retest that 58 and break it this week into any kind of weakness in the market, I can see Square starting to really fall apart. That's a more interesting name for me when it gets to that level and breaks down beneath it than PayPal, which that's been trading in the same range for a month and a half now, and I just can't really see, unless it breaks out 78 or something like that. I just don't see much for trade for PayPal. You can wait for after earnings when it likely does break those levels. But Block showed you it was the weakest kid on the block on Friday. If I'm looking for a short today, well, okay, I like Coinbase probably, but if I'm looking for a short today, I think Square is going to be near the front of that list.
You got to find some shorts. The interesting name for me on earnings tonight was going to be Lucid. I think Lucid has a great opportunity to do something here, down to $7, $8. Up today, heading into the report, so that's always a good sign. So we're going to see if Lucid can shore up their cash, which is going to be a problem. Obviously, has continued to lose some money. We do know that they have the $1.5 billion of Saudi money, apparently willing to get ready to be deployed at some point. But down here, it's 780 right now. I'd like to see it take that 50 period of $8. But Lucid, definitely a name that's been, treated quite well over the last, on Friday anyways, on that huge move up from 7 up to 775, $8. We'll see if we can take out this 830 here. But another name to watch heading into earnings. I really like Lucid. I think there's a good opportunity for them, especially the fact that, I don't want to, Lucid and every other car company besides Tesla is on a different planet, so it doesn't really matter. But Tesla's up 2% today, so hopefully we can get those feels back for the electric vehicle space. And Lucid, on a name that's going to be reporting tonight or tomorrow, one of the days, should be exciting to watch here. I'm excited to watch out for Lucid, and then Tesla back down to 170. I think that could be a good trade as well, up 2%. So I think the longs today are obvious for some of the names that you like, and then we just got to find some good short opportunities. I do like that Coinbase as well. I'm sure we'll be talking a lot of crypto here today. So yeah, so far so good. It's 9 o'clock. I know we got Arun waiting.
Yeah, pretty impressive for Tesla back on Friday as well, heading into the weekend, was so strong. As mentioned, let's bring in Arun and get a check of the futures as we head towards 9 o'clock here on a Monday. Bit of a pullback here across the board so far, Arun, but overall, not a heck of a lot to deal with at this point.
Yeah, it's a little too early. Coming out of the weekend, this market really hasn't moved up. What has moved quite a bit is crude. Crude is up 2%, and it's just coming off just now off those 73s, coming back down aggressively. So there might be something there until this market firms up and gives you an indication in terms of the S&P side or the NASDAQ side of things. So in terms of the indexes, they're still quiet. They're still trying to figure out what to do here. I'm sure we'll find out after the open. We really don't have a whole lot of economic numbers or anything that would impact this market. We've got a couple auctions later on today in terms of T-bills, but nothing in terms of economic numbers. So until we figure out how this market wants to set up the open, I would just wait for that to happen. In the meantime, I think the crude might be presenting an opportunity, as it's been in the last little bit, quite aggressive in terms of movement. Initially to the downside, the last few days it's stabilized, and today it seems like we're going to make a move to the upside. Already up just north of 2% and coming back down just a little bit here. We might catch a nice little bit here around that 72.80 to 72.60 marker, and then take a shot back up to 73-ish. Before now, I'm going to be focused on where the action is, which is going to be in the crude side of things. And we might come back to the futures side or the index side once we've got enough information after the open. But for now, the only level I can keep an eye on is going to be the 41.40 low from overnight. Roughly also sits in with that consolidation high on Friday before we push into the final little bit and actually closed in the 60s. So I would keep an eye on that 41.35 to 41.40 for potential support if it is going to be there for a nice little bounce. We could potentially extend this rally once again to the upside. We might be taking a look at 4,200. If we can stabilize, and this market's been rallying the way it has, if we're going to continue that rally, that 4,200 might get taken a look at in the next little bit here. So I would definitely see how this market handles any sort of downside movement after the open. If we can stabilize, there might be a long continuation today.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open here. Make sure you grab that. If you haven't done so already, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, use the QR code, and then you can have that for free every single day. It comes right to your inbox. Speaking of downside, I was just noting PACW just breaking to the downside a bit, trying to reject once again up here, but still, wow, 32%, better part of 32% anyways for PAC West. Coming off a nice day on Friday as well, back to the upside. They cut their dividend. That was really the only headline as far as PACW specifically is concerned. But all of these across the board catching a bid here this morning. Yeah,
they cut their dividend because they want to make sure their cash position is basically they want to shore it up. They also anticipate that regulators will have larger FDIC insurance requirements on their part. So they anticipate requiring more cash. But Brendo, a lot of these small banking plays got an upgrade from JP Morgan overnight, so should be interesting to watch.
Yeah, if you go to daily time frame, you can see we're basically back to beginning of last week as far as price action, even top of the range. But this thing was a halt fest along with some of the other ones back on Friday, guys. What do we do here? PACW.
Well, maybe it was a bit of a hint when before Friday, there were those upgrades by JP Morgan. Like in the height of it looking as bad as it could after that wall of the Western Alliance, I guess, rumor, because it wasn't true, at least according to them, not true. They're looking for sale. PACW and WAL, they all had strong days. MCD had a big strong day as well. So now you're gapping to the upside. Depending on what source you look at, it's either 18 to 23% short interest. Suffice to say, there are a lot of shorts in these names that are starting to get probably squeezed a little bit. Obviously, when you're down this far, shorts have been in a lot of control for quite some time, but that wipeout bottom that just got put in, I mean, all of a sudden you're looking at triple up from the actual low, with Friday being that start where it broke back above a big level at 5 even. You look back to where this was for the long time on the FRC mess, where 850 to 9 was a bit of a bottom. I think that's a pretty big level. If we can get to that today, I think that looks pretty good. Once you make a bottom, like a false bottom like that, unless you're at a key resistance level, I'm generally thinking I like the long. If we get to that 950 area, then I think at that point might be interesting to have some shorts in there. But when you're in the middle, I don't really see a price level that makes any sense for a bit of a fade or where there could be, unless you were just playing off randomly, that 8 even. If that's going to be the case and it wants to dip back into the downside, then I like previous resistance turning into support. That was pretty loosely the last couple of days. If I zoom back here, it was 7 to 7.25. So that's kind of where I think you could maybe pick something up. We could see that at the open. As Sean mentioned, we love halt plays. A lot of times they give you opportunities. WAL halt down was gold. The halt up was a good indication of the bull run on Friday. So I'm going to be looking for those halt plays. If I don't get in the first halt or in the open off the first halt, a lot of times I don't like chasing an upward move. Once it gets past there, I always feel like you're extending yourself a little bit trying to chase any kind of a long. Wall 26 would be the big level, but right now PACW looks like it's a much bigger trade, just in terms of it's up more. It's got some better key levels. I like that 26, but if Wall gets to 26, it's almost like it's come down too far at that point.
All right. Yeah, look, the regional banks are going to be a real jump today. I feel like KRE up 2.5%. We made that 52-week bottom there on Thursday, down to 34.50 on the KRE. So if you just want to pick one name here, pick them all. And this is an ETF. So these are the regional bank ETF. I feel like you are starting to blast off a little bit here, breaking through $40. Again, it's not like it's going to be any kind of a psychological level or anything. This is an ETF, so everything's put together, mixed up, and spits out a price. But right there, $40, I mean, if it can break through there, I think you can even just play off 40 for the long and then use the 200 period here. This is a 5-minute chart, so you want to hold it for a little bit longer. But 38 seems like a great little base there. And if these banks are going to run today, I do like the KRE, and I think that this might be something that we watch. I talked about PACW as well. PACW. That's going to be the only name that I look at because I just want to get into one of them. And I feel like, yeah, the halt prices, if it can happen early, hopefully that indicates that we're going to be going back up to the upside. I wonder if it takes an opportunity for a lot of traders to sell today because you were just at that bottom of $3 2 days ago. So you've got a double, almost a triple there, and that does look pretty good from that side of view there. If you're already in it and you're looking to take profit, I could see that happen today. I want to give a big shout out to Internet Enforcers. Thank you so much for bringing this up here. I was not aware that the sticky note was getting posted to several trading discords every morning. Quite the compliment. Hey, look, man, it's about growing the community. And if people are sharing this, then hopefully they can see where it's coming from. It's coming from Trader TV, and we can bring some more viewers on board here as well. So Amazon, Tesla, PacWest, and AMD, all 4 names that I'm looking at here with a couple levels in mind, and then a little bit of a talk on what we're looking at here for the day. So it's the sticky note. It's out there, and thank you, Internet Enforcers, for pointing that out, as we have our own Discord as well. You can go over and check that out. But so far, so good. Thank you for bringing that up. It's Sticky Note Nation. It's the watch list, and we got it all covered.
Sharif just had a fantastic idea, Sean.
We need a Trader TV watermarked sticky notepad. Oh,
idea. Done. That's amazing. That's really cool. Let's go on to, Bitcoin in general, as we saw some of the crypto markets downside off of what happened with Binance, it would appear, late on Sunday. Here's Coin down 4.5. Huge day on Friday coming off their report. trying to hold some levels that ended up being a little bit of support back on Friday, 55.5, 56. Is this a long here, guys?
I want it to be. You know what? I feel like we're a broken record because every time Coinbase comes up, I just sort of feel like we're talking about the short opportunity. And I kind of see it again here today. I mean, the trend it tried to break the trend. It really, at one point, I swear it looked bullish for a little bit. And then that just that went away. Like, it got back above that 60 level. Like, you double topped. You're like, yeah, look at that. It's starting to hold moving averages. It broke back out. This could be it. It got above 70. You're consolidating for a break. And then, you're right back into the downward spiral. So that 60 level, I guess I don't think we'll see 60 today. It has to move 10% to get to, well, it's actually 61. It's the 200 period moving average. I suppose it has to break out for it to get there. But all I see is just continued fade every single pop, previous support turning into resistance, all that good stuff that you usually like for a short. So if we do run up, I'll just be looking for that 60 to 61 area. And if we don't make a move to the upside, I mean, this 57 looks pretty juicy. Like, we tried to break it. Okay, we didn't try. It broke it on Friday right at the close. Like, right at the end of the day, you were breaking down, and then you caught a little bit of a bid at the end, and then got back above 57. Now you've got 57 as resistance. So that's the two things I'm looking for. That first 57 level at the open. If it ends up squeezing, then all I'm doing is trying to take a second shot, 60 to 61 for the short trade in Coinbase. I know there can be headlines, and it had a fantastic run to end the last couple of days. But really, if you've just looked for the key levels, area short on coin, you just cannot go wrong. You have not gone wrong when you wait around for those key reversal prices, because the trend is just, I mean, it's been the best friend in the world, the trend on this name. And maybe it's trying to break the trend, but when it happens, it happens. I'd rather short the pops till it stops.
Everyone's favorite coin, Pepe coin, down 48% in 2 days or 3 days. So that's starting to go back down here again. It's 0.000000224 right now on that one. So everyone's talking a little bit about Pepe coin, and just right now down 20% and starting to get back into that. So watch out for Pepe coin. I just put a portfolio on. I got to log in. Okay, I got to get back to that. But I was going to just check out Bitcoin and what's going on with some of the major coins here. But if you could see, it's Ethereum right now that's starting to make a move as well today. So apparently Binance has now come out and said they've processed all of the transactions necessary that were paused there to go through. So they've all been processed. If you're going to look here for right now, it seems to be pretty stable. This is just a 1 minute chart. If we go over to a 1 hour chart, it's going to give us much broader look at what's been happening. And there's 2,000. We got up there over the weekend on May 5th, May 6th, so close enough. Then we dripped down, and I think it can get back there. So if you could see Ethereum trying to hold this 1,800 level between 18 and 2,000. I think you get some confidence by breaking through 2,000 again. So that's something that's going to look. Let's go to a 6 hour chart just to have another look. Yeah, so this is just how much 18's held, man. You got to go all the way back to basically the beginning of March where you broke through 16. Now you're trying to hold 18 to 2,000. So, there is a dividend associated with staking as well, as we know. So yeah, if you want to go back into Ethereum or into Bitcoin, I think they're both trying to stabilize right now. Bitcoin between that 28 and 30, maybe call it 25 and 30, and then Ethereum between 18 and 2 right now as well. I have not been accumulating more coins here. I don't know the last time I bought any, but I'm just trying to be in the wait pattern. If you break through this, I mean, that's 13, that's the low. But if you get below 18, I could see some people starting to maybe liquidate, thinking that you might be able to buy it back at 16, 15, something like that. So I'd watch out for Ethereum breaking 18, just technically seems like more of a trade than the other two. So, or the other one, Bitcoin. I'd watch out for that. So for right now, it feels like everything is a little bit stable. And if you want to go on Coinbase, man, I mean, it moves a lot more than you realize when you're in this name. So I would just look at some of those levels again. If you get up here to $58, $60, to me that looks like a short. I don't, like I said, I'm happy to sort of be out of this name right now, and I don't really look at it on a daily basis. So for me, I'm going to pass on Coinbase trading.
Noted that Daiwa Securities also upgraded coin with a buy target of 65. Previously, their target was 58, down 4.5 on the day.
Yeah, we'll see how the day plays out anyways, coming off that huge rally, as we said on Friday. Let's talk some oil here. Back to session highs as we speak here for crude. This was over the weekend. Warren Buffett at their annual conference, shareholder meeting, whatever you want to call it, saying they're not going to go above that 23.6% stake down here as far as ownership is concerned. If you remember last year, they got the go-ahead to go all the way up to 50 if they wanted to. But they're good, I guess, as far as how much they own.
Yeah, no comment from Oxy either yet on the comments from Uncle Warren on the weekend. But Brendo, we have a move here developing in the oil contract. We're up 2 3/4%, 73.46. Maybe we'll see that 80 soon.
Yeah, it was so weak last week for oil right across the board. Maybe a bounce due here, guys.
Maybe. Well, it's definitely been bouncing. Oxy's at a pretty interesting level itself, though. It's too bad Warren's not buying some more because it's at the 50 and double topped at 61 if you want to include the pre-market here today. And again, it was just breaking down the same price last week. So, break at 61 isn't crazy. I just hate the fact that everyone sort of assumed, oh yeah, Warren Buffett, every single time it gets under 60 bucks, there's been a bid on the stock and it got below 60 again just to end last week, and he comes out and says he doesn't want to own the whole thing. Well, just because he doesn't want to own it all, because he wouldn't know what to do with it, doesn't mean that necessarily they're done accumulating. We don't know whether that's to be true or not. We just know that it's always had this bid every time it gets under the $60 level. 61 for a breakout does set up pretty decently here. The question becomes, can it actually overcome what I suppose would be some of the air out of its sails, because some people might have thought that they just keep buying it forever, which if you do that forever, you own the company, they don't want to own it, which makes sense. That's not what they're there to do. I like 61. I just need to see it doing volume above this. It's not a clean go long trigger if it breaks 61 even. This is probably more, let's see some actual strength above it before I'm a believer. Often I've taken breakouts on Oxy or XOM. This would be one that I don't necessarily just want to be automatically in it. I need to see it holding above that price in the first 10, 15 minutes and then get involved. You want to see it clearing out. 61.25 would be that 50-period moving average. So I just need to see some actual buyers above there, and then it'd be worth joining that party. So I'll put that one on the back burner for now. Could set it up for later on in the week. But when I look at things like Tesla, which looks a little more interesting, Pac West is already still coming down here. That's interesting. It could be at that $7 level pretty quickly. And Square, man, like that. Square with the market rolling over, that could break Friday's low before we hit 930.
Yeah, they also took down some of their BYD holdings as well. I think XOM here bouncing off its 50-period moving average on Friday of 106. That was, well, it's not a 50-period on our charts, but it is the 50-period here. Or sorry, the 200 period, sorry, on the daily there. We've already broken through the 50 period at 110, so yeah, that's right. It's the 200. I guess I don't have, I thought, yeah, I've changed my lid a couple times. We should have the 200 period on our daily chart as well, but right there, 106, we just bounced off that. So I'm thinking XOM, a little bit overcooked here. They had a great earnings. They made it back up here to 120, and it was rocking and rolling on that high. And then all of a sudden, oil made a dip down, and so did XOM. So XOM, again, goes right back into support here of 105, and it just ate it all up down there. So now up to 110. So that's a smooth 5% off that bottom. And I know the NASDAQ has been rocking, but oil and XOM down here seems like a can't miss buy. If you're in the oil, if you're not in the oil patch, I think it might be time to start to think about getting into something here, especially if oil. Our chart is wrong. It's not up 7%, as Brendan said. It's only up 2 right now, so that's wrong. It's also wrong on the watch list, but it's only up 2 3/4. But still a nice little run there, bouncing off that $69 mark for oil. I like XOM here. It was a pretty monstrous day off on Friday, considering what they did straight to the upside. But we did bounce off 109.50 into the close. So for me, if you get any sort of love back here to 110, this 109.50 area could be something. But with oil absolutely blasting here today and getting those feels again, yeah, maybe XOM does continue its move higher right now. That's still, I have CVX here, but it's an XOM chart. So I like XOM. CVX is the same way, bouncing off some of those bottoms right there at 155. So came into support and now making moves back higher. If you didn't buy the dip, I don't think it's too late. You can get involved today and hopefully get an average down cost if it does pull in for you. So yeah, I've been talking about starting oil positions, and I don't think it's a horrible idea to do that now either.
All right, let's go on to Tesla here. Another one that had a pretty impressive day heading into the weekend back on Friday. Really no additional news catalyst as far as Tesla is concerned today, but up again here pre-market 1.7. Still a bit of a ways to go if we're going to fill this gap from earnings. It's 171 or 177, 178-ish if you want to get up to that point. But I mean, we got those Chinese delivery numbers back on Friday that seemed to kick off a bit of a rally, but the market itself was so strong.
Yeah, and it's the lone green name in my big tech watch list. Brendo up 1.7%. Sean just alluded to this. Uncle Warren cutting some of his BYD stake over the weekend from above 10% to below. That's obviously one of Tesla's main competitors out there, so interesting luck.
Yeah, still, as I mentioned, a ways to go there, guys. We want to get back up to that post-earnings gap down, but an interesting spot here for Tesla sitting in that gap.
Yeah, but I mean, it started the breakout. So when you start a breakout of a channel, I like it to be bullish at least until it gets to the next resistance level. You have you broke 165. That was that tight consolidation. I just pulled my trade ideas chart up here, just a little bit cleaner on the daily. So you broke that 165. You're really getting pretty close to that one. You know, the 50 period on the simple is the purple line here. So that's chilling at 182. I think 180 to 182 would be that if we got there today, that's a short level. I think that's pretty obvious. If it gets to 180 to 182, I'll probably be hopefully celebrating longs, then looking for a short opportunity into that price. So, you know, I'm going to be bullish on it. Interestingly enough, like they've been trimming that BYD position, Berkshire. This is not the first quarter that they've done that. I think it's like 3 in a row now. Pretty interesting look there. I know I'll like 170 if we get a chance to get back in, and then this 172 can set up at the open. I just don't like sitting on the bid, generally speaking, like really tight to a bid on a dip at 930 hasn't been the best. Usually looking for it to bounce off that level, being focused on that level too, being focused on that stock at the open is a better way to go. But I'm bullish on it. It was a great breakout from that 65 into 70. That was a great trade on Friday. And so from 70 to 75, obviously is right here. And then that 180 level stands out like a sore thumb for some shorting opportunities. So let's see what happens there on Tesla. As Sean mentioned, the actual big name in terms of EVs reporting this week is Lucid, even though we alluded to Nikola at some point this week. I forget what day. But yeah, that's probably worth a watch as well. But today, for me, is Tesla day.
Yeah, up. Shreve already hit into that. You know, it's one of the green names here in the big tech space. So I feel like here's a Tesla 5-minute chart. If you didn't buy at 160 there, you know, we sort of barcoded a little bit down here at 160 before finally getting that boost on Friday back up to the upside and taking out 170 now today. We made a big move up to that 170, right? I mean, it was just the fifth. So you're at 164 at open, closes at 170. That's $6. Could you do $6 again and get to 180? I think yes, to be honest with you. So this is a cult stock. We all know about that. So for me, you know, breaking these highs of 174.50 could happen here right off the open, and when it does, I think it just continues to go the rest of the day. So watch out for 174.50 right now. I hope I don't miss it. I want to be on other names as well, but that 174.50 could get taken out here on Tesla, and then I feel like it's off to the races after that. The daily just tells you whatever it tells you. There's the 160 bottom, the 50 period here 178. We already talked about that. I think you take out 178 and you're flying again to 200 anyways. So, you know, get long now into Tesla. There doesn't seem to be any negative news coming through. I'm not in it or anything like that. It's just the way it's been breaking out here off the daily chart. Seems like it broke off that 160 now. Just got to take this 177. If you do that, then it's off to the races. And I believe we can get back to 200. I know that's a little bit of a bold call because you're going to need to get 15 to 20% back to that level. But we all know that Tesla can go up 4 or 5% in one day like it did on Friday, and then you're much closer than where you are now. So I'd watch out for Tesla. I mean, if you're going to go long, watch out for that 170 level. And then other than that, man, that 174.50 looks pretty juicy. As you can see, the future's starting to get back going now. Quick check-in on the imbalance locator, as we haven't done that, I don't believe, today. So let's just have a quick look here. It's Palantir on the buy side. I said stay away a little bit from this name. We'll see how it trades. Since we've said that, it has pulled back down a little bit. So we'll wait on Palantir into earnings as well. Other than that, nothing right now. Fubo had a big day on Thursday, Friday. So that's nice off that dollar up to 160. WAL's there as a bid. And then we'll wait about a minute until we get the NASDAQ names coming through as well. Western Alliance not up the same as PACW. So we're going to have to wait, but the NASDAQ names coming out and PACW will be on that list.
All right, as always, rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check the link, bottom right corner there, guys. TraderTV20. You can scan that QR code as well. TraderTV20 gets you 20% off. Shout out to everyone over at Trade Ideas. Not a heck of a lot to talk about as far as big tech is concerned. Down slightly here. Google a little bit worse off maybe. Amazon holding up 0.2 to the downside right now. Minor headline. They're going to use AI, because why not, to generate photos and videos for advertisers. And not only that, they're going to create an entire team to do so.
Yeah, price action wise, Brendo, we haven't quite gotten back to that area we were at before earnings. Recall, come to the chart here. Recall this was the big spike on earnings that we got on the algo, and then it went right back down during the call. That 107.50 was the area that we were at. We're still at 105.25.
Trying to hang on to the top end of Friday's range here, guys, for Amazon.
To break 106 or not. You know, about 30 minutes ago, it felt like it was going to break 106 at the open. Now, with the NASDAQ dropping a little bit, that seems a little bit less likely. But, I mean, this is Amazon, pulling up a 15-minute. This is 106 last week. So you've got a pretty decent gap. Obviously, the earnings move, you know, was kind of a crazy up-down, turnaround at 110. So there's room from 6 to 10 here. Just not sure we're going to get that breakout there off the open. And a couple of things there. Just one last one to Momo. I know you want to talk Amazon, so I want to quickly mention this on Moderna, because Momo mentioned in the chat he trades this every single day. That's why I want to bring up Moderna in this level at 138. You've got basically a triple top forming, and yeah, it looks like a decent short. But, I mean, it's made a wipeout bottom where it broke support, wicked it. That's like a trap short, rejection of the price lower, and is bouncing higher. That's a pretty decent setup for a breakout. So, yes, it's at a resistance level. Just you always make sure you have a hard stop or some kind of an out there, because that's room if it does happen to break out. I would agree that is resistance, but that's a pretty bullish move. Wick bottom, higher low, setting up for a 138 break. Tricky short there. But obviously when those work out, they're really good because everyone's bullish. Brendo?
Quickly, guys, Estee Lauder downside here. This was out a little bit earlier. There was a report that Nelson Peltz was kicking the tires a little bit on this one, but Kramer apparently just saying on CNBC that that is not true. So EL downside.
All right, so yeah, stay. I mean, if you're going to trade buyout names, you know, just be cautious with them. I think it's worth throwing a little bit of powder at it if you do think there's something there. But I know how much all you guys trust Kramer, so you can go in and have a look at Estee Lauder. Won't be my cup of tea, of course. Anthony Noto just filed for his purchase of 30,000 shares of SoFi. So, of course, CEO of SoFi, CEI. See, if your name is SoFi, you should have an I at the end of it. 30,000 shares at an average price of $5.12. So he in the game. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what his compensation was. But there he is right there. Average cost of $5.12. Filed for his purchase of more than 30,000 shares. So there's Anthony Noto trying to get back into SoFi. We saw them report last week. A dump down was a brutal report. They got them going. They thought, everyone thought that, hey, they had more on board, more deposits, and then boom to the downside. They talked about 97% of their deposit base was under that 250,000 mark. To me, that's not worth bragging about. Okay, Amazon just pulled in. So we're going to start a very first position here. And I said this on Friday, and even Greg told me that you slow down a little bit off the open here because there's so much to look at. And based on what we're doing here as well. But we have Amazon right now back to 105. So this is a level that I've liked there from Friday. We talked about it. It's on the sticky note coming back into 105, but we are understanding that, hey, we're not going to get blown out early here because we could be wrong on the NASDAQ. And with Apple falling down, and I'm going to explain that in a minute, I could see this losing a little bit of steam. So I'm going to wait for 103.50 or so. We'll take another price. I do have a bid at 104.50 if that comes into play, but this is why. Oh, it just went away. Apple was here as the biggest sell on the NASDAQ, and it was number one. So really? Apple came out at 25 when it does come out at 825 there, and it was the number one name, and we just didn't get to it. It was the number one name on here for a sell, so it's now been paired off with only a minute to go. Apple was a big sell on here, now paired off. I could probably actually, there it is right there.
You sort by paired volume.
Yeah, so right there, 1.2 million for Apple already paired off. So still a sell, but there's going to be a big sell order to come in to Apple here at the open. You can see volume definitely picking up over there. So with just Katrine's here with just a couple seconds to go. It's 9:29:20, so there she goes, ready to rock and roll here on the bell. It's going to be an early Monday, only 35 seconds to go, and we're excited. We're already into Apple. We're going to watch out for AMD as well. Back down to 88.
It just broke 80.
Oh, just broke 8? Just 80?
It just, no, 90, sorry.
90, okay,
90,
cool.
sorry. AMD just broke that 90 level to the upside.
Scared me there,
80.
okay. Down to $80. I was like, I might have to get filled down.
We'd be in trouble.
Nice move back up to 90.
Yeah, that would be too big. But 90, big level on 90. We're going to put that one up for you guys as we go to Katrine on the bell. It's Monday. It's wild. I want the dip in Tesla, but AMD should be on the radar in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it. Not sporting the black today.
I know, what's up with that? I thought like it was like a funeral last week, all last week.
Every day last week was.
Was that. So,
okay.
okay.
Oh, PAC-W. There's a
watch out for PAC-W.
250,000 share offer on PAC-W right at that 750 level. Wow, AMD's already starting to clear out here. Already through that 90 level pretty decently. Yeah, Friday's high, 90.5 being taken out. Just remember, the last time it got to 91, that was on that the Microsoft news, and it faded heavily from 91.5. So I'd like a dip back into 90, preferably. Man, PAC-W, just immediately a seller came in at the open there for 250,000 shares, and it's starting to dip. Where's Apple now?
Oh, Apple rinsed down to 172 on that imbalance. Wow. Pretty good move down there, man. 172.10, 172.20 there for Apple. Good little wipe down bottom there for AAPL. We're still watching out for PacWest. I'm still into Amazon, but it's not really doing anything right now. We're waiting for a 104.50. We talked about that. If it flushes, it flushes. We won't be in this name big at the beginning as well, but Apple caught my interest there. PacWest, unfortunately not halting. Doesn't really look like it wants to do much right now. 730, 735. I actually did not pay for shorts. I only kind of want to look long on this name, but it does look like the short is printing right now to the downside for PACW. So there it goes. Tesla 174.50, not even coming close.
Dipping.
Yeah, it's dipping huge down to 170 right now for Tesla. So this could be a pause for concern for anybody looking for those longs. Amazon dipping as well. Maybe we'll try Tesla at 170, guys, if we can get a bid down there.
Yeah, I got my bid locked and loaded 170s on Tesla.
Yeah,
Coinbase, we like coin for a short, but as usual, the days you like coin for a short, it's never going to give you the move into resistance. It's already down at 55. We like Block as well. Block actually making a bit of a move to the upside, so not really challenging that 58 level. We wanted to get the short. Maybe that 60 could give us some love. PacWest is starting to slow down a little bit here, but man, Tesla is screaming back into this 170, so I feel like we have a decent chance of getting it. Remember AMD? Still making a strong move to the upside. Hasn't really gotten past that 71 with any gusto, but if this dips back and can hold 90, that looks interesting. Just realize what's happening so far on the NASDAQ, and that's kind of a test to go higher and then consolidating kind of underneath or right at that 13.3 mark. So it is a bit perilous here. If you're breaking out, I want to see us breaking above and then getting more aggressive with longs. There's still some shorts to be had out there. Piton making a move, I do see it, but I totally forgot about Roku. Not Roku, sorry. It's not Roku, it's Fubo. Fubo TV. Again, making a strong move. We talked about this one being on a bit of a move to the upside. It's so super strong. It just broke out Friday's high and continues to go. I hate chasing these moves at 9:30, but this was one that we said was breaking out, and we want to be looking for it long the next couple of days. If we get any kind of a move back into that 150, I will take a shot at it. PacWest is back at 750. Things might have calmed down there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for something to happen there. We just missed we got a little bit of a reload on Amazon not a reload. We just took some more shares here at 105 after it held. It sucks because we were waiting for 104.50. It only got down as low as 104.75. We could have taken that, but we're trying to give me that. If we can get a 46, that's where I'm sitting at right now. And there it is right there. The good trade so far. 1 for 1 now. Oh, I don't think it's Are we working on the sound? No, our animation's not working there, Fahad, as we go. So Neil's not in. Okay, you're not in any positions. Okay, good. I was going to look at the position board there, but it seems to be right. I'm only into one trade right now, and that, of course, is Amazon with a banger to start the day right there. Off to Sticky Note Nation. Let's see if it's working again. It is not. So let's go over to Sharif.
Bellychem Pharmaceuticals, BLCM, halted at $1.30. This one was moving in the pre-market. Right at the open, pops up from 110 right into 130, guys. Small capper.
Yeah, that one, the BLCM, I love those Hulch plays. I'm going to get there in a second, but AMD's trying to hold this 90. It doesn't look like it might be able to do it, but I want to give it a little bit past there, like 89.75 makes some sense. That seller on PAC-W is still there at 750. It wasn't there for size, but it's still turning at exactly the same price. So I'm going to get a reload. If we break 89, say 75 on AMD, I'm willing to kind of jump back in if I get wicked out, but I do want to have a relatively tight stop on that position. Just going over to PAC-W again, this just continues to flush. We're about to get to that $7 level. This is where we kind of thought 7 to 720 could be a bit of a bounce zone. That's where we're at. Coin just broke 55. I suppose this is one of those situations where I might just have to get a little more aggressive if I want the short in Coinbase. You're now through 55 even and only headed downside. This is not a huge level. I do feel like it's more of like a psychological round number deal at that 55 even. If we get back upside, let's go for a little bit of a pop and fade. Palantir is flying. We'll see what happens on that. But PAC-W is now going into a halt down. No, fake out halt down. Ooh, I like those. Sometimes you look at this, when it goes into the halt band, and then doesn't halt. I mean, oh, tight stop. Okay, fine. I just went for the long at 0102. The halt's at 98. So I basically risked like 3 cents for the fake out halts, and of course it's going to do it a second time. Oh, that could be dirty. That'll be dirty. If the first time through in the fake halt was no good, I lost like 4 cents on it, but the second time through it's now holding 7. So 698 was the halt band on PAC-W. It tried to go into that halt. It has 15 seconds. Either it goes up, or it can't move at all, or it goes into a halt to the downside. It is now resisted that at 7 even. That's definitely the key price. I think I'll take a second shot at that 7 long.
Yeah, definitely. You got to be careful there.
nasty.
Yeah, that wasn't obviously 4 cents worth of risk, right? You guys got to understand that everyone's taking different risk, right? And so that's up to 723. I'll take it if it does halt on PAC-W, because there it goes up to 725 again. We'll start a new position right now. It is going to be Amazon. Microsoft. We're into Amazon. I'm watching Amazon. We actually got some more shares on Amazon as that just filled down there at 105.15. That's not a great fill, man. We want a little bit lower than that on there. But we're going to go take Microsoft now for a long and see what does happen here on that name. Microsoft coming into 308.60. That's where we're long right now. So it's a nice little win for us on Microsoft so far. I'm expecting this to get back up to 310 or so before we try to get something out on Microsoft. But it's so far so good. We'll put some, actually, let's put something in the 30s, get a piece out on this one if we can, as the market is still below right now. The market's red and trying to go lower. Yeah. So let's not think that, like, you know, this is absolutely blasting off here or anything like that. If we can get some profit on some of these longs, we should probably take it. There's a nice little reload, obviously, there. We did get our dip buy opportunity, and hell yeah, let's go. It's all fixed now, baby. There goes Microsoft, 70 cents in the money right now. So we get that Microsoft fill. And again, hey man, if you're rocking with me, you just got 70 cents there on Microsoft. 308.67 out, 309.40. So 70 cents rocking with it over here, and we're 25 cents now in the money on Amazon off that last reload. So hey man, so far so good. 2 for 2. What's up to what's up to the Brew Crew? Yeah, for sure. What's up to the Packers? Loving Pack West, says Dominic. Thank you so much for being a member for over 20 months. But we are absolutely really happy today with Amazon long and Microsoft long. 2 for 2 here on the bright side.
Yeah, it just bounced twice off PAC-W, that 7 even area, so it looks pretty good. We're able to get 20 a couple of times there. If it doesn't hold, it's an obvious out underneath, and the reason why you have a tight stop, you can't have a dollar stop when the halt band's at 698. Because that means it's halting down. So if you want to hold through a halt to the downside, you're more than welcome to. That's not my cup of tea. But when you can get a halt band bounce, I'm always going to like it. Coin is trying to make a move up. That just means this is our chance to get into it. So as this starts to get to the upside, I like 57s earlier. Obviously, 56 is a bit of a level here. So I'm going to go for the short off that pre-market, I guess, lower high. You can't really call it like the open high or anything, but that 56 is going to be my line where I take the first short on coin. I just know that I want to be net short this name. I want to be net short some Square. Tesla, it's all about patience. It is now working down toward that 170 level. It looks like we're going to get a chance the way it's going at that 170 anytime now. And yeah, Apple, you're in Apple?
No.
Okay, so Apple is continuing to trend into the downside here. I think there's a decent chance. Oh, goodness, I got that wick on the chart. Okay.
I think you should
now that you've sort of broken this, I guess, higher level support on Apple, you're 172.50. You're trending downside here in Apple. That 50 into 73, that's actually a bearish look. You're breaking support on Apple pretty decently, and BLCM halted to the downside, so it halts up, it halts down until this thing calms down. I like Pack W here. If it breaks 7, I know where I'm in or out. This one, it's all over the place. I'll wait till it calms down. But maybe that dollar level is going to be good for it. And there goes Pack W. So very tight stop. I think that makes sense. We go 7 to 720, but once it's underneath, I'm out. This could be breaking trend into the downside. And if it does, let it halt and then react. I do like those reopen plays.
Okay, we might be in a little bit of trouble here because we shorted Apple, and Apple's absolutely ripping. It's fine. We have Microsoft long. It's fine, but not fine right now because Apple is absolutely tearing. I don't know. This Apple has gone nuts right now. I'm going to take another short right here, but I got to watch out for this 173 and change. How high up is that? Wow, I'm getting a little nervous now about this trade. 173.20 maybe to get out if we take that level. I mean, this is really starting to get up to the upside right now for Apple. So I'm going to try to monitor this position as close as I can, but we are now in this one, man. And yeah, it's well cooked here. Wow, okay, but was not expecting this. Let's take another bid here. I don't know why this is running up so much. I mean, obviously the NASDAQ is starting to go upside, but this Apple goes top, bottom to top right there. That was a really small starter position, bless you. We're not getting too involved in these names too early. So we'll wait. We just put on, you can see where our average price is 66 right now. So let's watch out for Apple. That was a little bit of a strange move here on that name. So I'm going to wait to see. We're not going to hold this for too far, man. If it breaks this 200 period on the 1 minute, it's a little bit too conservative. I understand that, but I don't want to stand in the way of an Apple. So there it goes, unless I'm going to the doctors, because then it got
Apple a day.
You know, exactly, an apple a day, right? And I could do that stupid saying.
I literally do eat. No,
yeah,
I literally
that
eat an
work.
apple every single day.
I mean, you can eat an apple every day.
It literally means nothing, though.
But it is a nice, healthy treat.
I just like apples.
That's for sure there.
So Tesla is
yeah, what's Tesla doing? Because
just broke 171. This is gonna.
I had a 170 bid. I might pull away from that.
It's gonna get violent at that 170. I feel like this is. The way that it's going to the downside and the market's coming in, it might bounce off that 170, but you might have to give it some room. I'm short in coin now, as Tesla seems to want that 71 level. Oh, the thing about 171, like this was also yesterday's high, that 171, Friday's high, that 171. So if it bounces here, it wouldn't be too crazy. We finally got into the coin short on a bit of a bounce, but we haven't mentioned NVIDIA once today. And probably a bit of a mistake. This is also starting to dump a little bit. So this chip name, very, very weak, kind of heading down a couple of dollars. AMD, which we're being patient with, we took the 90, it couldn't hold 90. That's trending into the downside. So the shorts are starting to play. Square was the other one, Block, Square, whatever, was the other one. It's headed down to 58. It's now broken Friday's low. So I want to see if I can get into this one on any kind of a pop. I almost don't want to be waiting for this. If the market's headed lower, there are two names I wanted to work in that I can be more aggressive with. One was Coin, but quite frankly, Block was the weakest stock on Friday in the market that I saw. So getting into this can be a priority. I did want to wait until about 9:45 to 10 to have a look at Snowflake, if that one's continuing, and AAL. In terms of working along an AAL, I had my dip buy in there. This one's already gone. Never came in, never got the dip, but I do like the trend up on AAL. In the midst of a falling market, this one's still going to the upside. So I think the long is correct here. It's a matter of getting into it, which I'm not willing to chase right now in a weak market.
All right, so I've sort of, Apple's going to take us out here. It's stronger than we gave it credit for here, as Apple just touched 173.20, which is pretty close to knocking us out. So we're going to have to, I'm going to take a little bit of advantage of a pullback if we can get it. We're short at 72 right now. I would love for this thing, obviously, to continue to drop. I don't think we have any economic numbers today. So, yeah, so we'll just have to watch out for Apple here. It's getting a little bit too spicy to the upside, but it just touched our upper band there and dropped. So maybe we can get a little bit of a move downside. We're 60 cents in the money on Amazon, and on Microsoft, and we're flat now on Amazon. We've already taken a lot of profit out of that one. What's up, Sharif?
I have a couple of strong names here, Sean. Zscaler, this one up 22%. Look at the scale. Look at the chart on this one. Getting off that 90 bottom early on at 7 a.m. when the news came in. Now looking to continue to take day's highs. Oh, that pre-market high at almost I want to say 112, 111.70. And then a very familiar name, BBYQ, up 62%. Look at this one gapping up from Friday's close, guys. This one moving all sorts to the high side. 19 pennies. It knocked on the door of 1880 high.
See, you tricked me for a second there.
That was a big trick right there.
No, because I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's right. It's like a 10-cent stock, or at least it was. That's why it's moving that much. No, hey, you know what? We said that sometimes you go to the OTC and you get a nice bounce. And really, it's happened time and time again here. I want to acknowledge that a firm is through $11.
It happens more than they think.
It happens a lot. I'm telling you, like, this is not, it's not some random circumstance. Stocks that are that depressed are going down there for a reason. Catch a relief rally when they go to the OTC, because there's a lot of short covering that can happen. A firm making a bit of a breakout here. I'm just in coin. That's, if it gets to 55, I'll take some out and then start working it on a 55 break. But this is another strong name into a weak market. If this can hold the top end of the range, just very quickly, this is the 50 period. It sits right on the 50 period moving average. So that's a big level for it. Kind of just only in that coin after a couple of quick scalp trades. Now it's at the bottom of that 55. If it gets to the actual low today, that's 54.60. That will be the next target for me here as it starts to come back in. Patiently waiting for this one. We knew we wanted it short, got the lower high, and now we can work the trend into the downside on Coinbase.
Yeah, guys, spin it. Apple, I mean, it goes right up to our spot and then falls pretty dramatically down here so we're getting out of Amazon. Sorry, I want to talk about that quickly. Because this market's starting to break a little bit lower right now and we're short Apple, the biggest and the baddest, you know, we've able to get, remember our average price was 74, 75. So some of these covers, not huge, but we do have a cover at 53, which was pretty nice downside there. So let's just wait to see this because, again, like Apple's starting to give me some feels here. I thought it would be downside. We were able to take out half of that on the move down, almost exactly half. So as it retraces back up, I'm still going to try it here. But again, we're trying to give it to that 50 level. We'll short another high 90 area if we can get it. But for Apple, sorry, 50 area, that's 20 area right there. We almost got stopped out like we mentioned before. We're just trying to give this back into the 200 period just to see how aggressive exactly Apple was. I thought on the market moving down, plus we already got a blowout top, I figured, on Apple on Friday. So let's just see. There it is. We take another average price. So we won't get, it won't be disastrous, but if it does take out 173.20, we'll give back this. So here it comes. Apple with a nice move to the top side again for sure. I want to talk about Amazon because if we break below this 104.70 area, we're gone. We've already taken profit to the long side. We don't want to keep averaging in to an idea that, quite frankly, right now is not working. So Amazon with a nice little move to the downside right now, trying to break 104.50. So if it does that, then I am a little bit worried about this Amazon trade, and we're already getting off of it. There you go. We're out of it. We're out of 75% of Apple as it just took that high. But there's one. That's what we're breaking. I want to wait down here for Amazon if it can come in 104, 103.80 for Amazon. So that's going to be a level of concern for me down there. And then there goes Apple putting the L to Apple right now, but. I guess it just wants to go, man. Maybe it turns green. Like now it's much more aggressive than the market, which means that all my other stocks probably be working to the short side, but Apple definitely taking off to 173.50. Maybe there's a better short out there somewhere.
Oh, my goodness. So
Meta?
We'll see, but I mean, Tesla is screaming to 170 right now. Yeah. I still have a bid literally at 05, but I think you might have to give it past that 170 mark. The way it's headed to the downside, if it bounces here, it just might be one of those like deep break the level and then work it a little bit underneath that price. So I have a bid just barely in front of 170, and then we'll work something a little bit under just to see what happens. Coin did hit that 55 even, so we're able to get some out there. And the other name I wanted was Block. Block is still headed toward that low. Like it's bouncing off 58 even. Need to be real patient with this. But while this is going on, I'm going to go for any kind of a bounce play to get a little bit more into Coinbase. And a lot of times I like to get a better price. Here I want to at least see it hold that lower high. If it can't hold the lower high, I think it can get pretty nasty. A lot of names are moving out there. I do want to acknowledge Fubo starting to come back in. We talked about this one as being a long. It's now bounced off one. I was sitting at 155. It bounced off 156. So I might need to be a little bit more aggressive if I want to catch this. Maybe start something at a 160 even. And was just alerted to the fact that Tupperware broke $1. I'm paying for locates right now because I love the dollar level. That's a psychological one. It just wicked above $1 and then fell. This is always something that I'm interested in. I think when you fail a $1 level on almost any single stock, I'm always going to like it. It was holding a bit above that. So I just like the short here at least to 101.
Okay, 104. So we did get stopped out. We're going to go back into Apple to 173.50. I'm just going to give it to that level there. If you go look, we're blowing through some levels here, right? But I used to use the 3-minute 200 period, and that's right here as well. So just looking at trying to find out a level here for Apple. I mean, I'm surprised at how aggressive it is. Thought it was relatively weak there on Friday when it had some problems trying to break through 174. It didn't really have that much luck in doing that, especially into the close where we pulled back to 173.50. This is just justifying my short. I mean, it's not going to be right, but this is why we're in it and we're taking some shots at it. But there it goes, man. It looks like it wants to take 173.50. We sort of knew that one there. Did it break there? I don't know. We got stopped out. I don't know if it actually broke. Okay, well, now it's broken anyway. So there it is. We can put that one to bed for a minute here because Apple's strong. If anything, it's going to now be a long at some point. Just got to find our way into that one. And it looks like Amazon is bouncing off. So Amazon's still fine for us, but it does look like it look like it wants to bounce off that 50 area. So we'll buy a little bit again there. It just bounced. We got out at 80, which is fine. We only had like 20% left. So let's just buy it back. We know we like the Amazon long, and it just did hold that bottom. So I don't know, man. If Apple's going to hold the bottom as well, like it seems to just wanted to do there, then maybe a stock like Amazon will hold it as well. So here goes Amazon back up to the upside. I don't mind this trade. Coinbase down 3%, down to 56. And then maybe I should just respect that Tesla long that I talked about at 170, and I canceled my 170.25 bid. That would not have filled, right?
Yeah, it didn't
no,
quite get there.
it almost did. Yeah, it got to 40s there. So watch out. But there it is. Amazon right back in it, and upside here for AMZN.
And coin just ran the top there. I just got in the first long
Apple's
for
still
me.
going.
I was able to just get AAL on a bit of a dip, but I'll show you what just happened in coin. It might have been a wick out there, a wick top on Coinbase. It broke the high. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Oh, Apple did that
Okay,
too.
so anyways, I just got that 56 reload, and then that lower high, or whatever you want to call it at the open, it wicked the top, got me out, and is now coming back in. So if I ever get wicked out like that, where it's a rejection of the prices above, I generally speaking am going to want to jump back into the trade. So I'll try to get some 56s, but that'll happen. Every now and then, you get that wick out, rejects the price, and you want to jump back into it. So I'm just going to jump back into coin. I finally got AAL on the dip. You just mentioned Tesla in that 170. I mean, the area is right. It's trying to bounce off this, but it still hasn't really tapped that 170. It feels like the way the market's coming down, I'm just going to let it get there. I think it wants 170 even, so let's let it do the work for us here instead of trying to chase it. It just feels inevitable that we're going to get this price at this point. Block is the other name that I continue to want to be in. It just made a bit of a bounce. No chance at VWAP there. So while I reloaded coin at 56, that's starting to come back down. Block, I'm still looking for an initial entry to the short position. This is one I know I want to be able to have. And I got the AL. I haven't gotten Fubo. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to pick this one up. It's now, oh my goodness.
Congratulations!
Yeah, at this point, I'm just chasing bids, looking for a dip buy, not wanting to take breakout trades on Fubo, as it probably heads to $2. So if you got it, congrats. Chris McGinnis, thank you for the super chat. Fubo receives a $12 price target. That's a long way away from the $1.75 that it is right now. That's pretty aggressive. Good for them. But I'm not chasing it. I want to dip back in. If it's going to trend all day, we'll find another way back into it. So there's your wick out, and this is why you jump back into these, because oftentimes when you relieve the pressure of running an obvious stop, that's a lot of shorts that are out of it. So if it does make a pull back in, it tends to be in a pretty aggressive one. So we got back into Coinbase after taking the hit, just got some out underneath VWAP for a 60-cent winner. But remember, we had to get stopped out first. So we end up going 2 for 3 for now, position depending on coin. The only other position I have is AAL, as that continues to buck the trend of the market. We got the dip buy off VWAP. We're back to the high of the day. Airlines are flying right now. They're just arrows up, and I'm assuming the entire group's been dragged up, but this market doesn't want to bounce. And I'm looking for signs of strength that aren't affirm. Right now, AAL seems to be it for me.
Honestly, guys, in the puke trade of the day, that honestly, I mean, we were right about Apple, but I guess it just ran our levels. Look at where Apple is.
Where is it now?
172.80. So although we hit the Amazon long, we're 20 cents in the money on Amazon. Look at this. We just got stopped out. It went all the way to 173.50. We'd now be 70 cents in the money or 60 cents in the money off that last trade, but we don't have it, so it doesn't matter. And I don't want to go long Apple down here. No, I still want to go short Apple, and I'm just going to go short if it gets back up here again and just wait for that. That was a huge move to the downside. I'm going to wait for Apple. Actually, I'm going to start to build it again in the teens. I really think short on this name. It's just too bad that I got stopped out there on my own fault. I mean, you know, you put in the stop orders, and we thought we got ran right there, so we tried it one more time, and it turns out that, yeah, not only does it like not really respect my lines, it just comes right up to these dark pool prints. Again, that happened at 8 o'clock, so wow, that kind of sucks. Like, if I don't get out at 50, then I'm actually thinking we run to 174, and then that's when we put on the short, but unfortunately, it ran about 5 cents more than we went to, and then got us out. But we'll just continue, man. We're 2 for 3 on the stocks. Today, we're going to get another piece out here, especially on this Amazon, man. This has been a nice little run back up. So, again, long, and out, hold 20%, get out on the dip break low, and now we're trying to hold out for another piece higher here on Amazon back to 105.50. What else you guys want to go here? Let's look at Palantir. Palantir is a name that we talked about on the pre-market, and this is why I'm not really too interested in it. You can see it's not moving a whole heck of a lot. It does make that move up to 790, but then kind of just hangs out. Again, this is the 3-minute. Actually, I want to put this back to a 5-minute chart. We decided to use that a little bit more now, giving us a little bit more of a look on where we are. So, yeah, Palantir is still stuck in the middle here. Again, you get into 740, maybe there's something. I'd rather wait for earnings on this name. I mean, look at freaking Apple. Apple's now $1 downside there from where we were short, so that's making me real sick right now. But Microsoft, again, not bad. We were able to take some profit on it, but it just dipped down as well into 308. So let's watch out for Microsoft. We just got a new position alert on there. So now we're long Microsoft at 308.33. Watching out for this name. See where we go on this. It's Microsoft. Good fill, man. Give me that 9. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Screw you, Apple, honestly. If I don't have that on board, we have a little bit of a different day. Like, we're doing pretty well here on it. So we'll watch out for Amazon and for Microsoft. Amazon, we just took another piece out right there, and we're going to watch out for Microsoft as it's continuing to go to the upside. Now we got to get a piece out of this one.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that we always talk about here, and I think we kind of neglected to mention it late in the week, you have 1 week for this campus program. We've been talking about it for a while here. If you want the opportunity to trade on P Pro 8, if you're in the GTA and you want to learn like we can, you see the active style of trading as a day trader, you have the ability to do that here. So I'm just throwing the website up because they're accepting applications for a May 15th start date. That is 1 week from now. So if you want to learn to day trade on P Pro 8, kind of like we are and of like everyone else that's behind us on this trading floor, you have the ability to eventually have a funded account. All you have to do is put in your time and effort. This is free if you are in Canada and the GTA and local. All you have to do is be willing to put in the work to learn the platform, to learn the trading. The program, like I said, is free. It's flexible, so you can do it on a school schedule if that is your preference as well. So check out the website. It's campus.daytradetheworld.com, and then just hit the apply if you're interested in that. As I mentioned, you must be in the greater Toronto area to take advantage of this program, which is starting in 1 week. That being said, you'll have the ability to trade active stocks, which like AL breaking the high of the day will go this one. Hopefully it can turn into a home run. I just want to continue to join trend. I missed the initial dip. We got the dip at VWAP. I don't favor necessarily taking this break, but I'm going to step out a little bit further in front of VWAP for the next ad. As that was happening, Coinbase double tapped 55, so we reloaded after that wick out. Now hitting that 55 level, so we're able to take 80 pennies on that last reload, and we'll see what happens there. I finally am into Square and Tupperware. I mentioned that if I ever see a stock break up or doesn't matter what direction it breaks off $1 a lot of time, but this one happened to be the downside. First consolidation here, it stopped at 92. I'm short right there at 90 even and working it. Square, finally, I'm into this silly thing. And of course, I'm doing it as it starts to screen back into the upside. It was a 59 break at the open, if you look at the pre-market support level. So I want to play that area for the short side of the trade. So coin working, Tupperware working, AL's in the money, the only long that I've gone on at this point, because Tesla 170, that's in the rear view now. That 170 level, it was good. It just didn't actually hit 170. So that'll be a little bit frustrating. We knew we liked the support down there, and clearly there's support on Tesla. Just a matter of how we're able to get into this if it doesn't retest. It's at VWAP now. Let's see if it can get back underneath it. But the names that I like short, at least I'm finally into them and starting to make them work. AMD was another one that we thought could be strong, but look at the rejection on AMD. That is a false break and now a lower high. I almost think you got to put that one in the bear camp. And I'm looking at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's weak too. These chips, yeah, they're not doing their part. If the NASDAQ's going to get green, it doesn't seem like it right now. It's the chips that are putting it in the effort.
So pissed off about Apple, but we'll work off that. Amazon and Microsoft, though, some banger trades for sure, man. I mean, you know, you get one, you get the other. You take some lumps every once in a while on different names, and that's too bad because we definitely had that as a short there for Apple and got squeezed out of it, so that's okay. But we're almost. I'll reload it one more time in Microsoft. It's coming down to 308 again. We're long at 26. We just got them out in the 80s and 90s. Like we waited, man, and was really patient with that play. So I have no problems getting a little bit more there and waiting for 308. Because this market seems like it's pulling back a little bit, let's just take out some more Amazon. Amazon's not at the high of the day, but it might as well be. Considering the market's going to the downside right now, I feel like that's not an obvious level, but something here to get Amazon out on. If you're looking here at the resistance, we really haven't broken through 20s. Now, if we do, hopefully we're gone, and we have a 37 offer out there to get that fill. But let's wait to see if we can break through 20s. Then we're up here in the 30s, and I have a 37, which is all the way at the high of the day. So hopefully we can get that for Amazon on a little bit of a break higher as we just missed our Microsoft trade. Well, hopefully it comes in. We're at 27. I think it just filled 28s there. So, maybe we'll buy a little bit of Microsoft in the maybe mid 30s, maybe. Yeah, we'll see if we can get a little bit of a dip by here. But I still am waiting for those 20 fills. So if that comes in, you know where I'm going to be. It's going to be on Microsoft. And if it breaks 308, then we're getting out of that one ASAP. So here we go, trying to get some more Microsoft. Still upset about that Apple, but happy that we have Sharif back. So let's go over to the desk and see what he's saying.
Yeah, guys, happening now, brought to you by Masterworks. Masterworks returned over $25 million to investors last year, allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022. That's fine art. Paintings are all SEC qualified, and each of their 12 exits to date has returned at least 9% back to investors. Check them out using the QR code below on the bottom right of the screen. Guys, let's see how the market is faring. The S&P down nominally at the moment, 0.05%. The Russell trying to eke out a gain up nominally. And the NASDAQ is the one that's taking it on the chin, down 0.27%. The S&P TSX up 1/3%, guys, with decent volume on the Toronto Stock Exchange. Let's see what's happening now. We have Zscaler moving. It's up big after announcing its preliminary earnings figures ahead of its June 1st earnings report. Here is the chart on Zscaler, looking to take those 111 highs that we made in the pre-market, knocking on the door of 110 as we speak. Crypto as a group is down on the back of Binance's withdrawal pause over the weekend. But ironically, Coin with an upgrade, and it's also down 4.25, was down more. It was down over 5% on the day. And last but not least, the banks, regionals like PacW and Wall, all making a nice pop in the pre-market, guys.
The chart of Shopify is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, if you're into that sort of thing, which I would like to think that most people are into stocks that go up. So if you like stocks that go up and the trend up, that is about as pretty as it's ever going to look. That last I checked was pretty bullish. Checks notes. Yes, I'm just going to confirm myself. What a breakout. Thank you guys in the chat for pointing this one out. I mean, it's obviously been on a tear the last couple of days. I mean, holding above here, I think 65 is going to be into play for sure. I'm still in that square. We just took out the high of the day on AAL, and that one's looking pretty good. So I'm going to go to the one that is possibly threatening back up. So if you look at the bigger picture on Coin, still down 4%, still lower highs, but it's now making a double tap at that 56 area. So wicked it the first time, 56 quarter, got it to 56 half. I got the re-entry at 56 and it went $1. When it makes the move here, got to let it get above this price, only reloading if it makes the rejection. If it rejects that same price area, then I'm reloading under. I'm not trying to get wicked out here. I'm trying to see if it holds that level and get back in on the way to the downside. AL has been on a bit of a tear, obviously. It just took out another high. We want to see if we can get back into this trend, and I think it might just be above that 50 level. We could see $15 today, and I would not be surprised here on American Airlines. Strong trend to the upside as the market bounces, and the chips are now starting to get going. So I see NVIDIA back above 285. I see AMD. Oh, it just tried to hold VWAP, but couldn't break that 90 level. I liked it above 90, but it's failing that 90 level. And I'm not long AMD unless it's holding above 90 bucks, man. That's just way too big of a level for AMD. And I want to pull the trigger, but that's a 50 period on the daily as well. So patience is going to have to play here for any idea of an AMD long.
Yeah, I think patience. I mean, for me today, that's what's been key here has been patience. And I thought we had some on Apple in the short, but Microsoft really, a couple more reloads. I don't know why. Like I say that Microsoft's been the #1 name here for me, and it really has been. But I have to get back to it, man. I mean, that was a great dip buy down there again. And again, remember, just off earnings, and Microsoft's pretty weak, so I'm trying to get some out here, but I do understand that it does have a good chance to run, especially now that the NASDAQ is, shoot. Darn it. I was hoping the NASDAQ would get to that 13.3 and stay above the 50 period. That was sort of the next little rhetoric that I was going to talk about there. But that 13.3 it held, right? And it hasn't gone back up to that level since we broke off the open. So for me, that's on the NASDAQ. And, you know, we're already out of half of Microsoft. It does look like it wants to take down 308, but I'm going to average back into this, maybe even a little bit lower. Every time it just keeps on coming in and making kind of lower lows here on the NASDAQ. So let's just see on Microsoft, sorry, if it does come back in again. Like we just got 25 fills down there. What was my average? 26, sorry. So those were good. And then we also got a great tick also on Amazon to the upside. So far, all the longs have been working for us today. Apple got going again, but because I was in because I was in Softy, I was like, yeah, let's stay a little bit away from Apple until we settle down with our Softy position. But there's a little bit of a reload. Let's see if it can get back up into the 30s, into the 40s, and then we'll cash most of this out in the 50s again if we're able to do that here, and then see what we can hold. But there it goes, back up to the upside. So this is going to be a decent trade for us on Microsoft as, again, another reload down in. I'm just getting this out, man. We're actually really making a lot here on Microsoft back for the day because, I mean, this has gone to the upside right now, starting to break. It's been weak. Will Microsoft hold? Will Microsoft hold? I mean, here's the 5-minute chart. We have those bad wicks again, but I'm going to try to zoom back out just a little bit. That's a 200 period. We've already broke that, so that's the sort of the scary part. All we're doing is playing off 308, which just goes back to Friday. But those bottom wicks when we broke went down to 308.90. Today's a completely different day than Friday, man. Friday we had a monster move up, so I'm not like trying to think that we're going to respect those bottoms, but if we do break 308, I want to get out. There's a nice little move back up to the, holy shit, now we're really starting to print on this name. So let's spin that one more time here for Microsoft. Man, we put out, you know, again, great advice again from the weekend when we talked about not getting into too many positions early. The only losing position that we have on today is this position from Apple, and it was actually okay. Thank God we were able to get out of it, but I wish we would have held it. So anyways, Microsoft back up to the upside. Things working well here.
Yeah, I just got the wick top on Square. I almost said Microsoft because you were mentioning it, but get above 59. We talked about the over-under. I always like when you get to a key price level, give it a little bit of room. It ticks above, take the retracement. Now if it heads back into the low, you've kind of got it pretty nicely with the trend, and you don't have to worry about getting wicked out at an even dollar level. However, we mentioned Coinbase here. I'm going to stick to my rules. It's the second time, although not as weak this time. So we shorted it, waited for it to get up to the top, got out of Coinbase. Now it's time to get patient. You have a 55 bottom that it's been holding. The 56 short was good the second time through. The reload, kind of meh. I need this to reestablish weakness. Right now you've got higher highs here, and you've got a higher low. So I want to see a little bit more weakness before I go back to the well with this. We had mentioned getting in the first consolidation in Tupperware. We got 90s to 92. So I'm going to get some out at 88 that just happens to be 1-to-1. If we can get this back into the 80s, that'll be nice. And wow, Shopify it's still up, but it just wicked 64 and starting to come back in here. So if you look at that trend, you know, certainly 62.5 Friday's high makes some sense on a dip. I'll look back into that level as we could see a nice little one here on Shopify pulling back in for that long. Tesla, man, you can forget about it. Tesla. Okay, so it's starting to turn. You're getting a lower high. That trend is still continued. Now I think the 170 is going to come back into play for Tesla. But the bounce has already happened. You bounced once. You got $2 back into 172.5. 170 is not nearly as strong a play the second time through here now that it bounced at 170.5. I'll still take it, but not for as much as we go to Sharif.
Bit of a secular move, guys, here on Netflix. It's up 2 1/3%. Obviously outperforming the market, which is down 0.3. I'm talking about the NQ. 330.91 high on NFLX. No news, guys.
Okay. Shit. Again,
They had,
we just got stopped out. Yeah, we'll look at my. I mean, I love Netflix, man.
There
That's
was
still,
good numbers on a couple of their. What's the name of that stupid? The Night Agent or something was blowing it up on the numbers. I know they had a couple of
Is
things
that a
did
show?
really well.
I don't even know.
It is a new show. It's actually really good. I watched Night Agent.
Okay,
Took me a while because I was watching like 20 minutes an evening. I was watching it before I put my daughter to bed. But I think that has something to do with Netflix. I could be wrong about that. But up that 2%. It is worth noting relative strength where you see it because the market hasn't been that strong this morning.
Right.
And Netflix at that 330 level. This is the daily chart. If you can't tell 332 is something, I don't know what you're looking at. So 332 big level on Netflix. Were it to break out, I think it's got some room to rally. I finally got a reload in AAL. Not a reload. That's not the right word. Like a reload is, it's like a buy the dip, right? Like reloading would be getting the same level, but it's holding a bit of a trend on VWAP here, so I want to buy that into those bottoms. I kind of want to stay net long here. I think the market is sort of rolling over, and I have one short, which is Square, and I'm looking for something else. Coinbase is a little bit too strong right now to try to take that short. Tupperware, I don't really count as something that's following the market. That's a small capper that broke $1, so I want to stay net short in that name, but I don't really count it as a market short.
So we'll, thankfully, like I said, man, we're trying to change up our strategies a little bit, and it's like if a key level breaks, we'll feel bad about it, but we have to get out. So it's just like that's allowing me to take more shares. I mean, there's really no other way to do it. And Microsoft broke 308, so unfortunately, we could have given it that bottom again, and we probably should have, but. We're still green on the name, and there's absolutely no problems. But there it goes to 307.90, and yeah, problem there. Not a problem, but the problem that I have right now is here goes Apple again. So we said we'd short it into this level. Are we just that stupid to do this? Well, the answer, quite frankly, is yes, because here we go shorting it one more time. I don't really want to get out immediately this time when we take that high. I'm going to average one more piece here, see how far this goes. But we do have a position on, and I'm not really feeling like getting stopped out too much of it. But there it goes right up to the upside. So we it takes it out. Let's just see, will it come back in? Here's a little bit of a fall back down for this name. Let's just see what happens now. They ran it up to the highs again, and then now it's trying to come back down, but this time it doesn't actually fall. So it makes that move back down, but stops basically at 50 again, dead in its tracks right there. So screw you, Microsoft, you're all the way back. And look at the NASDAQ. It bounced again off that bottom area. So I feel like this market doesn't want to have too many moves in it, man. It's just kind of playing within the range right now. Highs, lows, let's see where we go on this market, but sounds like we got to go back over to Sharif for some more breaking news.
RVN halted to the upside, 4 halts, 3 to the upside, 1 to the downside, up 128.5%. Travana is the name of the company. It's moving higher on news that the company announced the approval of Olinvinic in China, guys. Not sure I'm saying that right.
Olinvik? I don't know. That looks like Olinvik to me,
Yeah,
and
looks like
it
something,
sounds
that's for
cooler
sure.
when I say Olinvik. For some reason in my head, that sounds good. Alphabet's a strong name. Hey, we're looking for relative strength. Thank you in the chat. Shout out to anybody. You know what?
Congratulations!
That's sort of the key. Like, I opened the day wanting a Tesla long that I never got. I opened the day wanting a Coinbase that broke out. We got Square, which is working, so I'm looking for something that's showing relative strength and relative weakness that can come into play here. So with the market breaking lows, and thank you very much, Square, for flushing down toilet. They just got another out there. Guess what's trying to break out? Alphabet's trying to break out. That nasty wick. There you go. That 106 level. It's got a couple of double taps, or triple tapped it on my 15-minute here. If it can hold while the market goes down, then a breakout of this high is going to look pretty saucy, pretty juicy here if it can happen. But the market, first things first, the market's got to hold. This market does want to seem to go to the downside. Square is now flushing again. It just got back to the 58 bottom. I think this could be, it was the weakest name in the market, couldn't get off the bottom when the market was flushing, or I guess ripping on Friday. And let's see if it can get down to that 57 low. I didn't want to wait till 57 to take out last week's low. I want to be short this name all day, given what I saw on Friday.
Okay, so Apple, honestly, let's go, man. I mean, we're getting some out here in the 20s. It is starting to dip down. We just averaged it into the 60s. We talked about how crazy that name started to go against us there, and that's twice it did that, where it just absolutely took off to the upside. It took off here and it took off there again. This time we waited and we were very, very patient with where we were able to get them. So this second round, we're going to wait to see, but we're going to, hopefully it can flush down. But the second round has been profitable for us here, as now we're short at 36. I mean, all right, I'll take a dime for a little. I'm just going to say, let me take some more out at 26. But all I'm doing is, did we get a 20? No, we did not get that 26, but we're pretty light on the position. Okay, we're not light on it. Sorry, we have 2/3 of it still, but I guess we must have got another fill. Yeah, we got a couple fills down here at 20. So one's a 23. One's a 21. I didn't think I had 2 orders there, but I did. So, okay, nice little move to the downside. I'm still waiting for that top break. If Apple wants to go and break the top again, then that's fine. We just took some more profit out there. So if it does do that, let's just get the heck out and figure it out after that. So I'm going to get out of Apple. If it does take that top off one more time, 173.66 or so to get out of Apple, and we'll just wait to see as we just took another out there as it drops back into the 20s. So here we come, Apple to the downside. I like it so far and hard to complain. So let's get it down. Hopefully we can break, and then this market will give us a nice little profitable spot there on Apple. And I honestly think 173, 172.80. We started to barcode around here. These look like some decent outs. So let's just put something. And again, I have one at 10 right now. So let's put something else at O's. And then if it falls down, it falls down. It is my bad on that SoFi. Someone corrected me there.
Sorry, what?
No, it's nothing bad about SoFi. It's just they did increase their FDIC insurance to $2 million. So that was part of the reasons why they got that bump as well. But I still, although I'll stand corrected, I still think it's true. I'm going to get another piece out of Apple here. It's just bouncing off 20. Is that the majority of their deposits are under that $250,000 mark, again, as they deal with a lot of student loans and stuff like that.
True.
So
No,
I would still feel that that's still true. Yeah. So
I would think so.
But I don't know. I don't know if you guys are on SoFi. Anyways, it's a great day for SoFi today. Nicely done. We had that Anthony Noto come out and talk about that 30,000 shares. So there goes SoFi there. And thank you again to our audience there for posting that. It was like 10 minutes ago and I forgot to bring it up, but there goes SoFi, nicely hitting on the upside. The only position I'm worried about right now is Apple. We got Amazon 50 cents in the money. So far, we're going to go 2 for 3. Amazon, nice win off the bottom. Beautiful outs up there for sure. And then Microsoft, although we're not in it anymore, we took some money on the long off 308. So I want this market to flush down. Let's see what happens. Just because we want, that doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. So right now, Microsoft trying to bounce up, and there goes Apple right back up into the 30s again.
Yeah, and just a couple of things here. This TRVN has halted multiple times. It is now 4 halts on this thing. This is the longest it's stayed open since 9:30 is right now for like 5 minutes or so. So just be really careful trading this. It's making a power move to the upside. I can see like this really getting to like 225, 240, 250. That's certainly possible given the way that it's moving. I just think you're going from halt to halt at this point. Maybe respect 125 and 150 as general halt areas. I'm not in it. I think we're working with enough right now to jump into a name like that. As I mentioned, coin already starting to work back into the downside. Google's at that high and trying to make a break. But with the market trending back to the low and you're at that, oh goodness, these wicks, can I do that? There we go, that's not that bad. You know what, let's go to the 15-minute. That's almost too ugly. You're pretty much at that 106.25 or 106 half level that did fail on Thursday. That was that high. If it doesn't make it through, this is almost like a scalp short area as we go to Sharif.
Yeah, guys. Coming in the crypto sphere here, 2 sources have made it clear that the SEC is very close on actions against Binance and Binance US, as well as possibly CZ personally. The source says he hopes that it's just the SEC and not the DOJ. So a little bit, we'll find out in that regard what develops. So keep your eye on crypto down on the day.
Where was that like 15 minutes? I don't know, just... You guys saw, like I was in the coin short like pretty much all morning as a stair step to the upside. And look at it start to work again. I'm not going to chase that move. We'll show you guys. I mean, with the first short, we're scalping it. Then it made the stop out. Then we were back in at 56, able to get that dollar move. Then we stopped out again, right inside the channel, and you're back at VWAP. So the trend, I mean, technically speaking, the trend since the open is up. But that's a pretty large reversal. This is probably going to turn into a short that we can work into. The good news is what loosely follows crypto a lot of times, sometimes is block. And that is heading back into those lows. We think we got that one pretty decently. The other short that we're in, let's go to the downside. I think this one is going to be slow timber. And And someone had mentioned Tupperware breaking $1, and obviously I'm not going to catch it, but the first available consolidation, we have a decent chance to be sitting in this one as it flushes down. Last I checked, you have to put orders if you want to get out. So I'm going to get some out in front of 85, 82.5, 80 even, all the way back into what I think could be 80. I see you guys talking about AMD. AMD just broke back above 90. Okay. We're long at the 90 the first time on the way back in. Now we're looking for that. Now we're looking for that 90 long. I just wanted to see it back above 90 even, and that's exactly what you're getting here on AMD. So the first time through, I was catching a falling knife. Sometimes that's not the way you want to go because I missed the original break. But now this is just, to me, a breakout back into 91. And we're going to go dip buying, dip hunting back into VWAP here. So let's go arrows up. I wanted to be patient. I wanted to see this get back above and break the trend that looked like a failed break. Now it looks a little bit stronger to me on AMD. Not at the point that I want to add until we see a nice little dip buy opportunity into VWAP here. But AMD back on the train to the upside here. So let's see what happens. I got my square, I got my Tupperware. Finally figured out a second long if the market wants to bounce here as we're back into AMD. I think it was just way too aggressive on the way back down. Now we're catching it on the way up.
Yeah, some of these names are going to be real aggressive right now as there goes there goes Apple. We're going to play off the quarters. It looks like we're going to get stopped out. It sucks. Like one thing I need to do better here, I'm just watching on the other corner of my eye. I guess we can watch it right here. Is just stay away from the names that, like, I'm 2 for 3, and I just averaged back into the only red name that I have, obviously, there today. So not a great look there as the market right here is starting to go again, man, back up to the upside. So watch out here for Apple. It looks like it's trying to lead the way here with an aggressive move right now, just following the future. So I'm going to be very, very careful on that. Microsoft's probably at 309, isn't it? Oh, 308.50, okay. So actually, now that I'm looking at a name like Softy, it seems like, I know NVIDIA, I know Neil just talking about AMD, NVIDIA's red today as well. I mean, the NASDAQ is red, so let's slow down on that one. But Google, Shopify, wow, were you just talking about this? This is like
a beast.
Like what, third day move, fourth day move now? As Shopify is still getting extended to the upside. What a beast Shopify is. Neil's 100% right about that one. As that continues to make moves to the upside right now, Shopify, $64, wow. I sold some at 59, or I'll double check. I'll have to double check because I actually don't know if I got that fill because it might have been a stop order. But I sold some last week thinking that Shopify was definitely on one, and it appears that it was back up to the upside, but maybe got out a little bit too early. As there we go, Apple does not stop us out, and now it's coming back in to print us a little bit here. So we're starting to take some profits now. We're short at 53 on Apple. Let's get some more out here in the 40s. Hey man, maybe the market does want to get to the downside, and we'll be able to take a little bit more profit here on Apple. We were pennies away from getting stopped out, so this name, I hate it, but it's giving me those feels here. So let's get out of Apple when it takes out that high of 70. This has been pretty slippery slope, man. The best fills we just got there were 47s right there. So we got a 53, which is the price we were at. And then we got some 47s to make a little bit of profit on that last piece. But there it goes. Look at this. Very strong. Back up there to the upside. We're going to have to wait for 13.3 to fail on the NASDAQ before Apple even works. So this name is a little strange to me again. All those ones printing in the dark pools again right now, but it's starting to create it to go to the upside. Before I felt like it was getting to the downside. But again, algos abound here on Apple. We're short at 54. We can get out of this name right now if we don't like it for virtually flat. So let's just consider what we're going to do here. As Uber, 52-week highs as well on a third-day play. Wow. Some of these names that are beating, let's look at DraftKings. I know that's down today.
Is it?
But yeah, it's down 2%. So DraftKings is not one of those names. But there goes Apple, man. Again, you want to talk about a name that beat Apple on Friday, and here I am short. So we'll regroup all this. Looks like we're going to get stopped out pretty soon here on Apple. But one person that's over at the big desk waiting to drop some knowledge is Sharif. So let's throw to him.
Yeah, DraftKings.
Look at some small caps. The major one, TRVN Trevena, on the back of news from their drug release in China, 185 high, hanging out at 170s, multiple halter to the upside, once to the downside. The other one halted right now, VCIG, VCI Global, the name of this company. The float on this guy, let's have a look here real quick. I'm seeing 36 million, so not micro, but definitely on the smaller end. 537 is where we're halted at now. First halt up. The liquidity just coming into this one, but still low on the day, 654,000 shares. SMX, this one rejecting off that almost 250, 242. Still hanging out at VWAP though, and at that $2 level. Keep your eye on this one. And then Fubo, where is this one gone here? It was just on my scanner. Yeah, there we go. Fubo, this one takes my money every month, up to $1.83. Looking at that 175, good area of support here, guys, for these guys.
It takes your money every month. Man, if you just bought the stock, it pays for itself.
Right.
Obviously, you bought it if you bought it recently. Because
Those are my strategies, man.
yeah, but that stock, I mean, it's been going down for so long, so I guess it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek there. But I just want to point out, so AAL is pulling back in, which I don't like it, but if you look at the higher time frame, which is what this trade to me is based off of, this is your 50 and 200. The 200 period's at 1430. You're gapping up above that level, so there's the 30 area in terms of a consolidation. So I don't mind being sort of net long here at 1450 and scalp where you can. Like if it gets back up to, as I say that, I should get an offer in the 60s. I don't mind doing that, but overall, as long as we're above this channel, I like the long. So it can dip down into those 30s, and I'm just looking for a place to be able to add. Now, we'll add in this consolidation that we had in the morning, and I'll add when it gets down here. In the middle, I probably won't do so, but this is more about that higher time frame as we talked about in our preparation, and I'm kind of willing to hold that one almost all day long. So just a little bit more patience when it comes to something like that, because I feel like when you have a higher time frame chart that you're basing the trade off bigger levels, then you want to make sure you're not over trading it on your 3-minute or your 5-minute, whatever it might be. Speaking of the higher time frame chart, this is 57.5 on Square. So if it does make the breakdown at 58, that's the obvious next out for me. It looks like the market's trying to bounce here. I think we could get some carry back into 59 even and then re-short this name. Google looks like it's gone. Well, not gone. That's probably too harsh to talk. Yeah, I can't really say it's gone, but it broke that double top. It is through that 106.25 area. Suppose I did miss the opportunity for that break. I went over to AMD, getting back above 90 to work an AMD long. I might try to catch something on this, but if I do, I'll need to see a consolidation instead of chasing the move and then getting it on the way back in. So now that I've missed that little break in the price area here, I'm waiting for a patient dip here on Google. It is a nice trend to the upside. It's definitely in the strong camp. PACW, I did not reverse. We had longs off 7 a couple of times. It was a halt stop out. Sorry, it was a halt band stop breakdown that I got out. And look at the reversal off that 7 area. Gold if you got it, but I was looking long off 7, not short. Has not halted down again, but it just bounced off 610. Wow. Okay, this one probably headed for $6. I'm surprised there hasn't been a halt down the way that this one is faulting. I would assume you're seeing a similar thing happen over in WAL. I like 26 even on that one. Probably going to need to consolidate at that price level. Standing in front of this is a falling knife. Not my cup of tea. I've already done it once with PACW. Let's see it actually bounce off 26 or go sideways or something before I jump in front of this one. But I do like that 26 level as a key price on Friday.
You don't like falling in front of you're standing in front of or underneath falling knives? No.
I mean, if you got the skills, fair enough.
Grab
but
them, yeah, then you'll
sometimes
hurt
you
your
don't have
hands.
to.
Yeah,
let it bounce and then just pick it up, or let it fall, hit the ground, and then just pick it up off the ground.
Chain link gloves. Grab the falling knife.
Well, if you've got that, that elfish stuff from Lord of the Rings that they wear. You can do whatever you want with that
then
magic.
You're good to
nonsense,
go, basically.
Then you're good to go, but I don't. So.
All right. Well, this dumbass finally decided to go back over to a stock that he's been, like I said, why am I going over to Apple if I just keep on losing on it and then only to have this happen again to us where it just comes back into the 50s? But this would have just been profit-taking areas, so we do take the L there on Apple, and it was okay. I'm just looking. Not okay. It was 14 cents that last hit, so that sucked. But there it is right now as we go a little bit better on. I'm going to get one more piece out as we're almost out of half of Microsoft here. I'll put something in the teens to get another piece out because we just went and shorted Microsoft back to the 50 period again. So, this is just a tale of different times right now because we were going long off 308. Now I just feel like the futures I was saying to Neil right before he went to Sharif, because the futures just came right back up here. Like, so, you know, when the futures were right here again, which was the top, that's where we opened, man. I mean, we opened this big candle up here near this 13,300. Then we dipped down. We almost made it all the way back up. Meanwhile, some of these stocks, it's like, why am I chasing some of these top ranges, you know, like an Apple? Like, it's just kind of, okay, there goes Microsoft finally. This is starting to go back up to the upside. So Apple's getting aggressive. And again, I have to stay with some of those multiple day plays and just try to remember that, which is why I bet you Meta's down. I haven't looked at Meta. I'm not trying to sound smart here or anything like that, because that's the furthest. It's like some of these names that have already juiced up. These names are like Barry Bonds. They've been juiced up. They've gotten all the credit, right? They got 60 home runs, 70 home runs,
Allegedly.
105 home runs.
Allegedly.
You know, and then allegedly. And then Microsoft went huge upside. We've seen NVIDIA go, probably, we already talked about it. I already know NVIDIA's red. But some of these names that are now coming back off after a week or so of earnings, maybe they're the ones that we should just be trying to play this way with. And I mean, there goes Microsoft to the downside. I'm just going to check Meta. Watch Meta be up like 3% or something, and then I look like an idiot. Okay,
No,
Meta's
fair.
down 1% as well, so that makes sense to me. And then, of course, look, watch. AMD positive, right? They have news about them. Just happened on Friday, Thursday, Friday, with AMD and Microsoft and some of their chips, plus earnings, right? And then you have a name like NVIDIA that's really gotten going to the upside that is not as aggressive today as AMD, and it's actually red. So, I mean, the theory's not going to work for everything. It's just, let's just try to focus on the right names here. As look at Apple, like right back into a positive area for us, but that's fine because it's Microsoft that we just took some profits on down to 308. I think, Neil, that Microsoft's going to break this little level right there, and I want to wait for it at this point. So let's wait to see if Microsoft could do it. We've got some shares on, and we're going to turn this frown upside down because 307.80 is about to break. We're going to put one bid down here and watch it break through the rest of them. So my bid, 307.90. Before we go over to crypto, what's up, Neil? If you want.
No, just very quickly, Tesla, remember 170? Well, 170 is here. It did break. I said maybe you have to give it to 169.50. It just got to 169.65 and is bouncing higher. So I'm looking for like a reload. I missed the underfills there. You see I'm long 170.07, but I do want some more shares. This dip buy is not the first time. The first bounce was $2, but it never got to 170 even. Now it's really threatening that level. I think 169.50 is going to be my out. It'll be a hard stop at that price. As we go to Sharif, the professor, for the crypto update.
Yeah, guys, we started the day off mixed in crypto. We were red on the day off the decline on the weekend, but then we heard Coin was not looking to leave the United States and take their business elsewhere, and they also caught an upgrade as well. But then it was just lower and lower on the day, and then we heard this piece of news coming in lately about Binance CEO and Binance and their CEO, CZ, could be under investigation by the SEC and the DOJ. And here's what it's looked like for crypto, guys. 27,814 is where we're at now. 27,624 is the low of day, but it's decidedly red on a lot of these names. You got MicroStrategies down 8%, looking to hold 300 right now, knocking on the door of that 300. Coin, wow, it keeps going lower. It's trying to hold the lows, 54.61. The low, we're at 55s at the moment, but some of these mining names, Riot down 10 3/4, Mara faring a bit better at 8 3/4, guys. So a lot of red here on these crypto names.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way around it, right? Like you see the battle sort of happening with the regulators. It's like they're just going down the line right now, and eventually, I mean, all roads lead to the biggest when you do that. So you see Binance under pressure. I don't think it can be considered a bit of a surprise. We kind of saw this one coming, so I don't want to be surprised about it. We saw 170 coming, but I am surprised that it's not really as strong as I would like. You got to 170.50. I'm talking about Tesla, but I'm ringing the register at that price for some because there's I want to say a refresher, but there's sellers at that 170.50. Not a lot of size there, but certainly a lot of shares transacting and sellers stopping the move, as I like to say. I don't like it when it happens. We just got a first leg out on AMD as it curls back to the upside. Note the difference. I know it's a subtle difference, and it'll be hard for you guys to be able to tell this sometimes, so I'll try to explain it here. This is more for how dumb I am. So when it's going up, you want to join the move. When it's coming back down, you want to be patient and not jump in front of a falling sword, which I did. And of course, I got stabbed one time, at least not multiple times. Then it curls back to the upside, and it's a nice little smiley face, and we go long with the trend. And lo and behold, when you go long when it's going back up, it's easier to get the win, which actually happened here so far on AMD. So yes, that's me mocking myself, deservedly so. Now I want to buy the dips, work this trend to the upside. Even though the market isn't strong, AMD looks a little bit better here. Not perfect, because it's still wick high and a rejection of 90.50, but I can look back at VWAP and say, let's add on VWAP. Tupperware continues to be a good short. Square continues to be a good short. Rodrigo Khan, thank you very much for the super chat. Fubo got to Got an $8 to a $12 price target today. Looks ready for 3 to 5. For a second there, I thought you were saying it got to $8, which was about to freak me out, because if Fubo was already at 8, I'd be crying, because that's a missed opportunity. It is strong to the upside, man. Even the rejections here, like this pulls back significantly. Like each time it's pulled back, just immediately finds a consolidation point and continues to trend up, and that's a pretty steep trend. I guess it's VWAP here. Just take VWAP if you can get it. Good little move here on Fubo if you got it. I'd like to see, it's now 10:30, right? So you can calm things down a little bit and maybe not expect it to make a strong run at this next time. I got to worry about Tesla. This is one of the names that I know I had locked in for a key price level. It's there now, and it's trading off that 170. I still believe 169.5 is the out, and I think it's about to challenge this now in a weak market. I'm too long, too short. I guess that makes a little bit of sense there. Well, I guess, okay, fine. Like, AL has been kind of bucking the trend. That's not much of a scalp trend, trying to hold it all day. But in terms of stocks that'll have tighter stops, I got too long and too short. The shorts are in the money, but this long about to get really tested at that 169.5 on Tesla.
Money, 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 money.
There you go, Sharif. It's for you, the professor. Maybe I got to join you in the car club right now. $1.20 in the money on Microsoft. And we just tweeted this out, man. I hope you guys, well, if you don't have Twitter, that's fine. I can understand why. But if you do, man, join a bunch of other Discords that keep retweeting my stuff. But right here, long, short, right? And what I told you guys, well, I didn't tell you, I'm telling myself, is that you have to have the ability to flip up your bias and your position in an instant, right? So we felt the market was weak. We got fed up with Apple, obviously, and I don't even want to tell you where Apple is right now. But look at this, man. Just go back over to a name that we've been reading, Real Super Clean, and there it is right there with a great reversal there on Microsoft, and now we're $1 in the money. This is why I don't want to look at where Apple is. Apple now would be that $1 in the money from our last stop out right there, as I couldn't find my way into. I found my way into it lots of times, but every single time in the last, we were making money early, stopped, and then this happened. So there goes Apple, just absolutely bleeding to the downside. So I feel vindicated at least that Apple tanked there. But unfortunately, we did put our stop at 75. I just didn't know where to go. We could have held 25%, but I did know that I was willing to put on a big position in Microsoft. So we did that. Now that I'm seeing this, maybe we'll take. Now we still have a decent amount of shares. All right, let's take a bid at 74 there. If we can get it, we'll take it. But yeah, Apple. Anyways, what I was saying is at least it did go to the downside, so you have to watch out for that. And just like Neil mentioned on Tesla there as well. Did I get that 74? Yes, I did. Okay, so that's good. Have the ability to flip it up, right? Now it looks like 170 for sure would be a short area because we've already broken it. But at the same time, look, like, there's the high, right? Then we make a lower high. Then we make a lower high as well. Again, so Tesla looks like it wants to get to the downside. Now I'm even more upset about Apple because I realize how far it went to the downside. But look at a name that's been holding up okay, and that's going to be Amazon. We talked about that. We liked it earlier on. It's had some big moves as of late, especially off that earnings call. Now watch out for that tick. We know that it did get up there, but it was not well lasted. It was probably like 5 seconds, honestly. When it went up to 120, it hung around 118 for a little bit until the call. Then we came down and people started looking at those AWS numbers. But since then, Amazon, although there's a couple red days, it's really bounced off this 101 and looks like it wants to go back up to the upside. So it's down the same as the NASDAQ. So we'll hold on to this. We have 5% left of Amazon. So this really is a nothing burger. It's really Microsoft that we're starting to really get excited about here. As we've made our day back on this, I wish we never held Apple, but hey, I wish we did hold it, but what are we gonna do about Apple as that's coming back down to the downside? DD, what about Amazon down? Yeah, you like what name, B. Reggiano? I'm looking for more people to give me some ideas here. What's up? Barcode day so far. Hard to trade. Yeah, I'm just more frustrated because I put so much respect on Apple's name earlier today. I mean, I respected the move thinking it was going to go higher, but it's just faded off every day. I feel like Apple's the barcode day. Microsoft, I've been really reading it fine, so I don't have a problem with that. And then Shopify, that to me doesn't surprise anybody. And then Neil, I know you've been in PACW and as well as Wall.
I haven't traded Wall, just PACW is the only one.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say.
They're going down.
Yeah, and what I was going to say about this was not a barcoding day. If anything, this name just keeps on. There would have never been a reason to get and hold long. I mean, you could have got long at 7. We talked about that, and that could have been okay. But then when it broke, it was pretty obvious that it hadn't got going to the upside. PACW today was up 39% when we started the show, right? So it's really dripping here, and it hasn't been super violent either. No halts on this name, so I feel like this name's been relatively safe. Considering what some of the other days have been. So yes, I do agree, B. Reggiano there, that it has been a little bit of a sideways day today. And we say this, I agree that cash is a position. You don't have to get into something just because you feel like trading. For us, it's a little different. We're trying to give you some ideas and things like that. But ultimately, that's why I've only traded 3 names. And yeah, just be very, very specific. I'm happy with what? Is Disney back to 103? No, that's not true, is it? Wow, Disney. Talk about an awesome bounce back today. Disney, huge move back up to the upside. We're long 98.50 or 97.50. And I was nervous off that Paramount because we did dip back down in. But May 10th, there's a couple days, we got Disney earnings, so that's going to be one to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be big earnings for them. I want to go back over to one name here. A higher low just got put in on AMD, so I got the breakout of the channel, and now you're starting to consolidate here. Again, like the names that have been easier, it's like you sit in it, it's never really any trouble. Since this broke back up, this hasn't been any trouble. I want to get that 90 back in. I have 21s for now. Now, obviously, means I'm not going to talk too much about square and top because they continue to head down. But I do like the notion that if the market keeps making lows and Tesla doesn't ever get back above 170, I think it turns into an eventual short. I had a hard stop at that 169.5, and if it never gets back above 70, there's only one place for it to go. Let's go to Sharif for Sector Watch and see what is relatively weak and strong.
Yeah, guys, we're down on the ES and the NQ, but you wouldn't know it looking at this board. Let's have a look, guys. The main red one's Catalonet. This one down 26% on delayed earnings and weaker guidance, cutting that. And Tyson Foods as well, down 15%. They reported, and it was a miss and weaker guidance. But the majority of these guys here, green, look at the transportation, AAL, UAL, all up on the day on the back of upgrades. Financials, regionals, they're all strong, whether small or big, they're all green on the day. You have consumer discretionary, Etsy lifting up 3.25%. And then, yeah, you heard Sean and Neil talking about this. Disney up 2 3/4. Netflix strong as well. Communication services, more specifically media and entertainment, all strong, guys.
Talking about this, the market's bouncing decently here. Like the ES has bounced well off the bottoms. The NASDAQ is doing this. Like it's a pretty solid bounce off the lows to hold the channel. But Tesla, I stopped out. I said I had a hard stop at 169.50. I'm not messing around. If I say I got to stop there, that's where it is. I'm just a hard stop. I'm out. I'm not going to fight it. This is a weak bounce on Tesla, relatively speaking. You're not back into the support levels. Like you're holding support on the overall market, and it's just not happening for Tesla. Like that's why I like this AMD a little bit better for obvious reasons. Like it's held a low, holding a higher low. It's trying to trend into the upside. You can put Netflix into that camp for all of those of you that are looking at a Netflix over there on the NASDAQ, Neil. A higher lows all the way through. This has never been weak at any point. Do you bother with footprint charts? Why not? I've never used them. Thank you for the super chat, Rich Free. Obviously, I think simplifying things as a trader is usually a good idea. So if you're going to try something new, back test it. I don't think there's anything right or wrong in terms of what you might try out. So I've never used footprint charts. I'm just going to get that out there, so I'm not going to be able to comment on them one way or the other, nor would I want to if it's not something that I've used. So good luck if you're trying them out. There's always something that's out there for everybody. As I mentioned, this AMD, I am on the offer. If it does make a break, get up to like 90, 75, I am on the offer to take some out in front of 91, just given what's happened on AMD the last time we got here. So if you remember on that, when we brought that NVIDIA, we talked about that, Microsoft AMD news, it was insane. It was like a 10% run. It rejected 91 big time. So if it goes to 91 again after the wick high, I'm definitely going to take it out here, guys. And I'm about to do something, because I look at this market, it's giving you opportunities. Here's the thing. I know it's a tricky market when we go somewhat sideways, but identifying what's strong, what's weak, like Netflix is strong, AMD is strong, Tesla I think is turned weak, that's what we're here to do. And all we ask out of you guys is to...
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Go Ola. Hit the like and subscribe. Katrine is not going to be happy unless we get the likes out there and spread the love in the community.
Exactly, she said.
She always has a smile, by the way. That's
if you guys don't,
she's always happy though. She is a.
If we don't get more likes, let's
attitude.
just move her desk. I mean, let's just get her out of there because maybe she's distracting and people aren't, they're focusing too much on her food choices. Hey, where's your iced coffee today?
She's hiding it. It's right there.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't.
Were you hiding it? Yep. Okay.
She doesn't want it stolen.
All right, that's pretty cool there. But yeah, shout out to Miss Katrine. Again, part of the Trader TV Live family, man. Shout out to everybody that's been here, from the jump, and we want to thank everybody for helping us. Bears vs. Bulls, happy 1 week and 1 year anniversary right now to Bears vs. Bulls. So, just quickly there.
I'd already hit it, Simon.
No, yeah, congratulations. That's awesome. How far does this go back? Okay, good. It's not on my face there, so that's good. Right here, I just took another piece out of Microsoft. Honestly, I feel like using a 5-minute chart has allowed me to hold things for a lot longer, which has been good. 3 to 5 isn't that much difference, but Neil made a good point there about footprint charts and volume profile and everything like that. We take notes down, like believe it or not. I know we have Sticky Note Nation is long and strong for sure, but we don't have, I have the ability to also take notes. So that's what we do here with our notebook, and we write this down. It's not like there are a huge amount of notes in there, but we taking notes down all the time. It's gonna be hard to see, there it is, of different ideas that we have. And then I have sticky notes as well on the screen where we're jotting down notes, right? So like I also put down little notes here of things to remind myself of what to look at, 50-period moving averages, 200, and that's where, we do a little bit of research, and I sit here and do tick replays. You can do that on eSignal, which I use. You can also do it on Trader TV Live, hey, what's up, on Trade Ideas as well. So definitely have a look at that. But backtest, and there it is, man. Microsoft just came into 307.40. So if we could take $1.20 on a piece and still hold, we still got 20%. We did really good holding on to this name. So again, long, short into Microsoft. Lucid. So I talked about this as one of the only earnings names that I was super excited about. There's lots to go, man. This is a big week for earnings, by the way. Beyond Meat coming later this week. We've got Disney coming. We got NVIDIA at the end of the month. That should be really spicy. A few decent names today. AAL, we talked a little bit about that. And yeah, we're rocking to the old school. You're right about that. Oh, the one thing, so I'm really excited about all those earnings. I'm excited for Disney as well. And then Lucid broke the bottom already today. So straight downside, man. I guess we just got to wait for 7 now as it appears to be the next stop. Like, look at this 20-minute chart. Straight to the down. I more use this for longer term, not really to trade off of. This is a 20 period. It's good to find some levels when you're looking for a little bit longer, because I can just do this and I get about a week and a half all the way back. So this is what's good, $7. So if you're going to wait for Lucid, why not wait for 7-Eleven? We talked about that. What's up to Reliable Rudy talking there. He liked the fact that you don't have to be in a position, but it's better to be in something if you thought about it. I always like to get in a little small. Today my fees are $6 and I have 100 fills, right? So we're trading a little differently than many of you, but that's Lucid. I like to wait for $7 until that can come through. I'm not really seeing anything at key levels, but I want to do something right now. Last week, and I talked about this with Marissa, I talked about this with you. Last week, I feel like every single day was chicken last week. I'm dead certain every single day was chicken. So I'm going to do this live on the show with everybody right now.
For the guys in the back?
And for us,
Well,
yeah,
we had
for
salad.
just for the main.
Yeah.
I'm not going to blast on. I'm not going
What's
to
wrong with-
blast on who's doing it or anything like that.
I got
But
nothing wrong with chicken.
no, but every day, 5 straight days of lunchtime chicken, right? So let's just see what today is. So I just open it up. I'm happy because it's always tasting.
But that's good,
Tastes
though.
good.
Okay.
But today, Thai sweet chili and sesame fill in the protein. Chicken. So I feel like chicken must be on sale around here right now.
That
But
sounds tasty to me.
It
man.
sounds
I'm
really.
just saying.
They all tasty. They all
That's-
sound tasty.
I'll
But
eat
every
it.
day is chicken. So if chicken's not your jam, you're in trouble. Comes with steamed broccoli and golden basmati rice. So if I just didn't make you hungry, maybe you are now. But that's what's for lunch here. I'm still hoping. We
I'm
always
always
get those
hungry,
nice
so.
salads, and I tweet them out. Sometimes it has egg salad as the protein. Sometimes it has tuna, which is my favorite. Sometimes it has chicken salad, which isn't bad. The worst is when you get Sharif's special and they give you like 3 or 4 eggs,
Yes.
just like that. To me, that's
Whoa,
the worst by far.
Sharif special is like 15 eggs.
Yeah,
not
yeah,
3
yeah.
or
But
4.
anyways, Thai sweet chili and sesame chicken.
See, okay, so just now
I
when
don't know what's
I said
happening now,
15 eggs, and Sharif's like, whoa, 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 slow down on this 15
only
eggs.
13.
It's only 12.
Yeah. Hey man, I mean,
Come on,
don't
son.
run over any chickens
Come on,
in your
son.
new car there,
can't-
because that may add up the price just a little bit more on that. But
This guy is out here single-handedly, like
Crushing the chicken,
You
man.
want to know why there was inflation on eggs? It's because of Sharif.
yeah,
Straight up.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
dude is like, it's out of
no
control.
truer words ever spoken.
He doesn't play around.
or many
not
more
playing
truer
around.
words have been spoken.
Market is now starting to bounce.
Money,
Pretty
money,
decent. Let's go.
Yeah, spin it right now. It's going to be Money
Money,
Talks right now. We got
money,
70
money.
cents in the money right now with Amazon, as this has been the golden trade today. There goes Amazon. Nice little move to the upside, and we're still going, man. So let's go Amazon, taking out some names, and we're getting ready to hit that 106 long, I believe, as well on Amazon. It's still red on the day. Lots of upside to go, man. We're charging to that 13,300, and guess what? Microsoft's still bleeding down here as well, as it didn't make a huge move up. Good out at 40. Let's watch out for 308 coming on Microsoft. But over to the desk with Money Talks and the Eggman himself, it's Sharif.
Yeah, guys, not much in the way happening in the currency world at all. The Dixie is flat at 0.02 to the high side. The euro 0.1% down. Canadian dollar also 0.15. The GBP literally flat at the moment. The Australian dollar is the only thing that's moving at the moment, up almost 2/3 on the greenback. But ETH and Bitcoin taking it on the chin and taking it hard today, down 5.5 for Bitcoin and 6.5 for ETH. All right, the more exciting thing though in this segment, earnings. We got some big hitters after the bell today. We have PayPal, Palantir, Lucid. I'll let you guys look at this. Bit more of a muted morning tomorrow, but I see Fisker and Under Armour on there. They could be interesting. But yeah, more earnings coming this week, guys.
Another one out there, Global Foundries is an interesting play. Sometimes we look at these for the overall, just that's a bellwether, obviously, for sometimes the chip makers out there. That was a successful IPO, I do think. PayPal, obviously, and then Lucid are the two big ones, and we're going to be very glued to those. When you get the kind of volatility that Tesla's having today, what's Lucid going to do tomorrow? I think it'll be wild. Square's been weak, but PayPal's been strong. I just want to, before I head on over, because I got to get ready to head on over to join Sharif on the midday, just a couple things. One, we just finally got that power up close to 91 on AMD. Took that 3/4 out. Now we're looking to buy the dip, as it's been a strong, relatively strong name. I think the long can be good there. Square is doing its job. So the market, the market bounces, Square doesn't bounce. But it's at the low. Like the missed opportunity here is you're not getting enough strength when the market bounces to get shorts to rejoin this. I had one chance and I thought I was going to get above VWAP for the over-under play. Instead, we're just hanging at the bottom, so I'm going to hold on to this short. Could be in this one all day, just given how far. I mean, it's come this far. I don't see why we don't get to last week's bottom at 57.5, but I could be in this one for the long haul. Tupperware, I feel, is exactly the same thing. Trend down. First consolidation in. It has shown no signs of a bounce. This one could just be headed for an absolute flush. But let's be real. Everyone talks about this being a sideways day and the market not moving much. Yeah, I know we're still at that 13.3 benchmark for the NASDAQ. It tries to get there, but you do have a downward trend. So if we don't get back above 13.3 and hold it, you better be, if you're long, make sure it's a strong name. That's the thing, because this is a weak market this morning. Despite that last bounce that we had, the overall move has been initially to reject that 13.3. So that's the big line in the sand that I want to work with. DraftKings is back through the high of the day. Good look on that one, James. Didn't realize we're making a bit of a recovery on DraftKings. Last I checked, this one was one of the weak names out there. So not really. Okay, it's not really high of the day, but I see what you're getting at. It is breaking back to the upside. Remember the wall that 25 was. Like, it really rejected that 25 break on Friday. So when it gets there, that's going to be another key level for DraftKings. Oh my goodness, Tyrion Air. My favorite stock to short is up 8%. Well, I don't know that Virgin Galactic is my favorite stock to short. I think it would be more fair to say that Intel, Coinbase, and even Affirm had probably held that title. But I don't know what Space is doing up 8% nor why. Like, what's the reason? What's the news? But to me, I mean, it got to $4, flushed 10%, and then got back up. So, I mean, $4 is an obvious line in the sand here. If it gets back to 4, maybe a breakout off that level, a short at like 98 can come into play. But I'm not going to trade it without first checking out why it's doing volume and why it's moving today. Because I'm not really sure what's going on with Virgin Galactic. They didn't report or anything today, so I'm not going to trade it blind. I'll take a look, but that $4 does stand out there for a potential opportunity. I got what I like. I got 4 positions on that make sense and haven't really been giving me too much trouble. I don't want to force something without reading into it first.
Yep. All right, so, wow. I was just saying, look at Amazon, man. We just went long again on the day's high breaks. We got out, so this is a brand new position. We got out of our 104. I mean, we already made a dollar. We've got numerous names with dollars here. I mean, this starting to go to the upside, so we like that a lot. But look what's happening to Microsoft downside. So we're going to have to sort of play the tale of two names here, man. As we'll get some more out of Amazon up here into the money now, a dime. Again, it's at 106. We're just trying to scalp this out a little bit here with also, meanwhile, trying to hold some there. Wow, this is getting up to upside really nicely here. All right, let's put something at 97, and then we'll let it go. As here we go, man. Again, the money dance is happening on Amazon. One more time. Break yourself, fool. All the way to the upside. There's some 97s right now. So we'll go bang on that one. Microsoft also $1.50 now in the money. Let's put a bid down there for Microsoft. Can't believe that's as low as it is considering what the market's doing. If Amazon blasts up, man, you know we got that one. And this again, join me. Amazon right here. It's the long, the number one long written here on the sticky note there today, as well as AMD, which I know Neil is on that one as well. So that's going to be a great trade for that. Looks like we might have missed the bottom on my. I could give a damn. I have 10 times, and I'm here to tell you guys the share size. Like, I have 10 times the shares on Amazon right now than we do on Microsoft. Microsoft, we only have 20% right now, so we're loaded up right here on Amazon as that's trying to break above right now, which is why I'm in a little bit of scalp mode. If we can get a 97, we'll take it again right there on Amazon. Let's see if this one blasts to the high side right now. Yes, sir, it's Amazon, and it is rocking and rolling as we just got a brand new position, taking out the day's high. I want to thank Reggiano, everybody else there on the chat that was like, yeah, man, that is going to be a good play on Amazon long. We liked it. We did get stopped out of a piece there, but bought it right back, and this was not a very, very large piece. I remember getting stopped out and even identifying that when it happened. So now let's see where Amazon goes, man. There's that 106 break. So, you know, some Buzz Lightyear action here. Are we going to the moon and beyond? I don't know. That's 106.05. We've already been there. These past levels, maybe I can zoom out just a little bit here for you. These past levels are 106. Yeah, it's only 106.30, 106.40, high wick of 106.80, and then you get back into here the day after earnings where we only got as high as 108. So here we go, man. We're long Amazon. Let's see if it wants to work through 106, but it's having a problem, which is why we're getting a little piece out.
Yeah, exactly. You got to pay yourself, man. If you want to hit the Kincaid spikes, Then you've got to make sure you don't celebrate too early before you get to the end zone, man. Score them points. That's what it's all about. I'm holding AEL, but someone just asked where the targets were. Not terribly complicated. We got the breakout trade. 1440 was a break, but 14.3 was that 200 period. So I'm getting out in front of the high, but that's only for half. The rest I want to hold almost all day long. If we get to 15 even, we like it. I still like dip buys all the way down into 1430 on that name. AMD, different story on AMD. Because if you watch what happened on Thursday on that AMD Microsoft news, it got right to 91.50, which was this level here, and rejected it. So taking that 90 long, or the long off 90, to me, if it gets to that 91.50, I want out. The trade breaking above there is a separate trade or dipping back into it. So now that we're above 91, I'm trailing it underneath, and I have my offer in front of 91.50. Got to get out of that while the getting's good. And this is what I love. Like, the market bounces, the two longs I'm in are trending nicely and working to the upside, and the short I'm in is at the low of the day. And that's going to be on block, so that one just continues to be arrows down. And we talked about this on Friday, identifying that block was literally on the lows the entire afternoon when the market was running. So what's a good short today? Well, block's a good short today. And then Tupperware, thank you in the chat for pointing out, I didn't know Tupperware was breaking $1. Somebody said in the chat that Tupperware was breaking, like, Tupperware is breaking $1. Well, breakdowns like that I like. It came back, gave you a consolidation off that 92 area. I shorted it at 90s. That continues to kind of flush to the downside. So I love it. We got these two names. I'm going to join Sharif in about a minute or so. So I'm going to get myself set up. But I'll be on with Sharif midday, 11 till noon. Sean will be with them from, I think it's, 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, and then we're back at 2. We'll see what happens, man. But this day, even if you see an inside day, there's plenty of opportunities out there. Like, you see what is breaking out. Amazon's breaking out. AMD's starting to break out. Their Shopify is breaking out. And you have names that are breaking down. Square is breaking down. Tesla, well, Tesla's back at 170, so it's not really doing a heck of a lot. But there's names out there that are moving. Just make sure you're chasing them. And my goodness, Shopify to the moon, man. So as I get out of here, how about Shop? You know, it was 2 days in a row. It was a fantastic long opportunity. Don't get away from it until it breaks that trend. I think that's one of the things. I don't know why I wasn't looking for a Shopify breakout after the wait. Like, the breakouts at the open were good for 2 days in a row. I'm not sure why I wasn't looking for it. But guess what just happened? Just in time. AMD, 91.50. I just got out in front of it. It just checked out at 36. So we're out of AMD. I'm not going to short it, but I am looking for a dip buy as it got to that 91.50 area. Big level for AMD here as I exit the trade.
Yeah, good look there on AMD. Another strong name. We talked about playing names that have momentum and making sure that, you know, you're in a name multiple times. Like, if you liked AMD on Friday, look at it today for the long, and that's why it's on the sticky note, but it only drops down to 89.50 as the bottom today, so it didn't quite get to any levels for concern for me. Yeah, it is now 11, so I'm over with right now. It's 307.23 is where I just put the bid. Well, I had the bid down here before. We just missed it again because we did have that little wick bottom bounce there. And so I was looking at that as a bottom for Microsoft, you know, and then we can get out, and if it does wind up taking down 307, then we'll be back into that name a little bit later if it does take down 307. But for right now, if we get something in the 20s, we'll take it. We got it at 10% when it broke back down below where we were filled, but that didn't seem to matter because then there's another 10% out right there again at 87s as we just went back up to the upside for Amazon. And I'm going to throw it to Sharif in 2 seconds, but for right now, this is a reload spot. 105.60. If Amazon can come back into where it was the past high of the day, then we took out these D prints at 80 right there. So I'm going to try to get back long. Not try, I'm bidding. I'm going to get long back here in the 60s, just making sure, if it does come back down. And I'm going to get out if it takes out this area here, 45.50. So I think my trade's pretty well defined here on Amazon. So we understand the risk profile. We've got the bid lower on Microsoft. So far, so good. Ian Respeto, I'll leave that one for Sharif because give a little bit of content there. He'll gonna have lots to talk about. But I do like Airbnb for the long long term, I think it has a good opportunity for success, especially as they get AI and everything moving with that one. So, all right, without any further ado, he's waiting and he's waiting patiently, and it is Sharif over there. Thank you so much for joining us here. Big shout out to everybody that helped today. Fahad, Mahad, everybody in the crew, especially Bears vs. Bulls as well, as we're battling with some Amazon size right now. But we'll get this thing through 106, I think. Let's go over now to the big desk with Sharif.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute, and it's been, let's call a spade, a relatively uneventful day, especially on these futures, as we hover at break-even on the ES, and we're just below break-even on the NQ, just right below that 13.3. We've kind of been dancing with that 13.3 all morning on the NQ. That 41.50, yup, that's the close from Friday. We've been dancing with that level, now acting as a resistance level, former area of support on that 41.50. We'll talk about some of these futures levels coming up. But yeah, let's talk about these big cappers. You know, a lot of them red on the day, below Friday's close, but there's a standout. I would say that standout is Google. Yup, it's only up 0.9% on the day, but the chart here looks a lot better. So for any possible retracements or strength on these futures, I want to be looking specifically for the NASDAQ. I want to be looking for something upwardly bound on Google. With that bias in mind, I still will need confirmation to take that long. But one long that's currently printing, and which is big tech related, is AMD. It's even stronger than Google, 1.93% as it continues to print newer highs. 91.58 now. I'm about to be corrected because it's going to break that high. The high of the day on AMD, like, I mean, there wasn't really much in the way of strength on these chip names today, especially when I sat down and I'm looking at my news blotter here and I'm seeing bupkis. So, you know, we saw a really bad retracement for them on the back of that earnings back on May 2nd. We got bought back up to on Thursday. Wow, we made it quite high on Thursday. Thursday was a big day for AMD. Look at that, 81.25 bottom and then 91. Wow, that was a $10 day range, even though we closed midway range on that day, but we did get back up almost into 92 back on that day. Anyway, we're right back where we were prior to earnings on this one. So that 92 break, that's an interesting level on AMD. That will be a top break. That'll be a flat top break that takes us back well into mid-April. Yeah, obviously the level we're looking for here. Let's bring this daily in because I'm not talking about it, but I'm not showing it. Let's load up the daily. Hurry. That top level, obviously that 102.50, that's what I've been looking at for a top break on AMD for a daily level break. 102.50, that's what I'll be looking for in and around there. That will be a local high, but you know, some ways to make it. But what a move it has been intraday on AMD, definitely bucking the trend, and it was leading early. I mean, I saw this one right at the get-go. Yeah, look at that. It made a big move, it retraced. It was a Christmas tree retracement, whatever you want to call it. Hovered at break even while the market was making newer lows, and then now making newer highs. Yeah, go for it.
What makes that a Christmas tree? I know it's
because it's green and red and in the shape of a Christmas tree.
okay. Because usually, like, a Christmas tree would be, like, all green.
Christmas tree.
I'm just saying, like, most people don't have a Christmas tree that's green on one side and red on the other.
It's just, you know, Randy came up with it. He was actually filling in for either Lucas or Fahad at the time, and I kind of ran with it. I like it.
Okay.
It's a Christmas tree.
It's a weird-ass Christmas tree. That's all I'm saying.
It's a V-shaped retracement in all
that's
reality.
That's what I was going to call them. Like,
that's what it is.
V-shaped retracement. But it is a beast. I just wish I was still in it, quite frankly.
I sell them, says New York Jets. I guess he sells Christmas trees. Good
Seriously?
business there, man.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those. We used to do like real Christmas trees in my household, but then like my mom's like has like reactions to it. So even now, like because I'll have my family over, we just kind of don't bother doing it. And I do miss it, man. I do miss it. But at the same time, like
never done that in my family. Always been fake.
You always do fake?
Yeah.
It is honestly, it's great. It's just one of those. I'm still setting up. You see me over here. I'm
We're
trying to
just chirping.
layout set up, but it's one of those things that if you've never done it, you go get the tree, chop it down, that kind of thing. It's
an event.
Cool. And when I was a kid, when I was in Cub Scouts, I remember we planted like we do, like you do like tree planting when you're doing Cub Scouts, and we did like tree planting, and then
Nice.
it's nice
I
to
like
go to
that.
one of those fields when you're a kid, and then when you're older, you go back, and then was like, man, that was where we planted, and all
Isn't
of a
that
sudden
beauty?
you got these grown
That's
trees,
beauty.
and go pick one up. It's,
Yeah, and if you do that
cool,
every
man.
year, you're contributing back. In fact, if you do like 3 or 4 to 1, I think that's fair.
Hell
You know
yeah.
what I mean? Like you could probably do that. That could be your, you know, your
I'm set up.
philanthropic contribution to Mother
Ooh,
Nature.
now you're dropping philanthropic.
Bombs. Damn. Going bombs.
I'm not sure.
All right.
I can't keep up with you, bro. I can't do
I'm
it.
keeping an eye also on Amazon here. We're retracing right back into Friday's close on Amazon. Let me pull it on another chart here. We don't need K-view. That was the... All right, here's Amazon. We're retracing into Friday's close. So Friday's close was around, 105 and a third. We're right back at that level. We danced with this level earlier as an area of resistance. It was an area that we spent a bit of time at in the pre-market just prior to the bell. So it's an interesting area. Let's see what kind of action we get around here. But you're definitely looking for that continuation through 106, 105, 98 the high. The reason is, this is one of the ones that's green at the moment. But I also like what I'm seeing on Meta. Now, it's holding VWAP. Yes, it is red on the day. I'm talking about Meta. Let's move to Meta here. Now, I'm kind of liking some of these NQ names as the NQ retraces through closer to that 13.3 and possibly into that 13.320, which was Friday's close. We get possible 20-point retracement there to touch that level of resistance. You might get a spike on some of these big capper names, and it's just a matter of taking the stronger one, Neil. And that's what I'm trying to identify. That's a strategy you often employ to find relative strength and play off that.
Like it's one of those things. What I find is like the successful days usually end up in the same regard. Like you have a big plan of action, like this is what I want to do at the open, like this stock long, I like this stock short, yada, yada, yada. And then about 10 to 10, somewhere in 10 to 10:30, usually like the wheat separates from the chaff. It's like, okay, well, this is working, this is strong, this is not, get away from that. Like Tesla, I'm not in Tesla long, I like the 170, but I'm not in it because it just trended to the downside. And I'll show you, let's just go over to Tesla. Like it's obvious, if the long ends up valid off this level, fair enough. Like maybe it can reestablish, but the trend, it's been trend down, tried to work that level for the long, it was never any good, and it was trending down, so I'm not gonna fight it. Meanwhile, AMD, that 90 level, it didn't work early, but then it reestablished itself, started trending back to the upside. Okay, well, this is working off of that level, so you work back into this. And actually, that 91.5, wick above, and now holding beneath it. Oh my goodness, I don't want to be short that name, to be honest with you, because AMD is so strong, but a lot of times, this is why I'm out of it at that level. I just think you can dip back in. I would prefer to play this by getting out of the long and not shorting it, and then looking for the dip back into VWAP. I have a 90 bid, but that's from that previous consolidation. I can probably get rid of that now. When it gets back down into VWAP, I don't think I want to necessarily wait at this time of day for 90 even. I can stick something maybe in front of that quarter mark and be a little bit more aggressive on the way back in. Square is still weak because that's fantastic. That stock was weak on Friday, identified itself. But I wanted to talk NVIDIA here. So it's not just AMD that's making a power move, right? Like NVIDIA, basically the same chart here, Sharif. Double bottom, consolidate lower, now it's breaking back out. AMD's on one, NVIDIA's on one. I keep remembering this is gonna happen in my daily chart. But,
Daily letdown.
so there we go. I'll just pop back over like my 15-minute. You just broke Friday's high on NVIDIA, and 290 is a big level. Trust me, bro.
Trust me,
If you
bro.
look up that daily chart, 290, which we just got to, is a pretty big level there. And TRVN, I see everyone screaming about Trevina.
Halted again.
This stock, it's just like halt after halt after halt. It's all green on the 15-minute. There is not a red candle in sight, but this is what makes it pretty untradeable. Now, if you can catch a long early when this is breaking $1, it never threatens you. Even like dipping back down here, like this move into 125, 120, where maybe you just have $1 stop on it, that's actually not bad risk to reward. But this can't stay open. Like you're floating from halt to halt, and it's way too far that I just don't chase these once they're up here because it's hard to work a risk to reward trade. You can when it's down to the dollar. I think you can when it's early. But once it's this far gone, no one ever went broke taking profit. Good luck to you if you got it. My advice is usually just have an out, have an idea of taking profit. You can play with, we like to call it house money when you're in the money and you take something out, because then it can't turn into a loser. Let's say you get out half and hold the other half for the dream if you're long at one. Just throw a trailing stop on that, back beneath like 150 or something, and you almost can't lose. But that's if you got it early. I'm not chasing it up here. Can't do it.
All right, I'm in Meta, and the reasons are several-fold. The 232 accumulation was obviously attractive to me. A lot of accumulation at 232. A lot of rejections going back to about 1045. So about maybe half an hour of accumulation at that level. Obviously, the best entry here would have been that VWAP retracement. On my chart, that would have been around 231 and a third, maybe 231 and a half. We take it late, we get 90. I front run the size at the whole dollar level, and we're in the money now, but it's still dancing with 232. Now, the second reason I took this, obviously, is the NQ's possible retracement into that Friday close. 13,317 is what I see on my chart. We're dancing with 13,300, and we have been at the moment. We get up to almost 10, but now we're looking, to maybe hold 13.3 here. So I don't think Meta is going to be a secular move. I think it'll have to be supported by a general market move. And I'm also seeing the ES green, but I'm focusing more again on the NQ, especially with these bigger tech names. So the goal for me here and the plan is as follows. The goal is to get the majority of the size out into Friday's close, which is 232.77 or 80-ish, whatever. That from my entry is 90 pennies. I'm going to risk to the low of this area right here, which is 231.40. So I'm risking 50 pennies to make 90. So it's not ideal in terms of risk to reward, and I won't be taking out all the size, by the way, at that 232.80-ish level. Should it make its way up there, I will be looking to hold a piece, probably in a quarter size or so through there. But we'll have to hold those levels as dances with 232, Neil.
Yeah, and just there's someone in the chat here, I want to say, it's me. You didn't zoom out enough on Tesla, so I was about to type a response to that. I would agree. Like a lot of times we'll show you the trades on the 3-minute, or I'll show you the trades on my 3-minute chart, but the reason I liked along on Tesla had to do with the 15-minute and just what we saw here. It's probably still valid to say that you're breaking out as long as we're above like 65, 66. And you have all kinds of room for this still to be breaking out of the channel. I agree with that, but it is still trending to the downside, which just means I'm not rushing back into the long. And if we do end up holding this 170 all lunchtime, then it becomes, and again, my daily, when I move from one to the other, is going to take a while to load back up. I don't know why. It could still be pretty valid. It is, yes, trend down, but you've now held the line at 170. If it does hold above VWAP and the market continues to trend upside, then great. Then we can have longs above VWAP. But if it rejects VWAP now, I don't want to just be long right here at 71, and then it's all the way back at the lows. I can make that decision when it gets back to 170. This is not a price that I want to be challenging it when it's putting in a lower high potentially and still trending early. If it's like lunchtime, you get all kinds of sideways action, and you don't have to really force those trades. Oh my goodness, that Fubo stock.
Man, it's just going, bro.
Fubo. It's just
holding VWAP nicely.
It's holding nicely, and I keep going over to it and saying, okay, well, it's going to get there, and then it's just barely above VWAP every single time by a couple of cents. And I almost want it to challenge, because at this time of day, a lot of times, like, you're looking for the actual challenge of VWAP to decide whether you're going long above it or you're just taking the fills beneath.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you take those fills beneath, like, it's cleaner in the overall, scheme of things. Like, you go like to the 15-minute, and all you're really doing is you take those beneath VWAP and you're getting them to the previous breakout price. Yeah, exactly. Like, your longs off Friday's highs instead of trying to barrel in on the short-term chart. Like, you're going long in here when everyone else is getting out, and your out is off Friday's highs, and you're looking at a higher time frame. That's exactly what I'm doing with AAL. Like, my AAL trade is very similar, where if you zoom out a little bit, and there we go, like, you've got the breakout 14, you've got the consolidation, that's the 200 Again, you'll probably have to trust me here. That's that 200 period on the daily.
Trust
That's
me,
at
bro.
14.3 that it consolidated pre-market. So when it dips beneath VWAP, I'm taking fills underneath, and it's like, well, it's bouncing off VWAP. Nah, but to me, on the higher time frame, like the money fills are in front of 14.3, and then when it breaks VWAP, I'm scalping some out and then holding it for 15 even. So it's a very different look. If you're trading it off the 3-minute or a 5-minute, I get it. Like at this point, you might think about adding at 14.5. I'm adding when it's underneath that 14.5 level. That's just the way I'm forming the trade here. And again, you've got to trade on your own time frame. Like whatever your setup is, if your setup's on the 15, then trade it off the 15 and don't necessarily worry about what's going on the 1, 3, or the 5-minute. The trust me, bros, I'm just kind of joking around because I'm still waiting for this to load up here. Like I don't know, I move from one to the other, and we talk about this over and over again. Like my dailies, I can still see the levels because I know where they are, and I make sure that I do that research before. But AMD
Yeah, I'm
now
just about to talk about this,
92.
man. What is going on? AMD's strong on the day, dude. Here comes
I
92.
just tried
There
to get
goes
that
92.
consolidation. It's gonzo.
There goes 92.
You got to get a little more aggressive with this one, I think. The 92 break I don't love, but I'll take some underfills here and try and get it back to 91.5. Because when you zoom this puppy out, you know where this was on that Microsoft news. This is exactly where it turned around. And now you're breaking out of those prices. Like, this is a pretty key area that AMD's breaking away from here.
Yeah, very strong. I mean, 92.13, looking to test those highs. That size at 92 just got blown out.
wet the beat,
But let's see if we hold this level. Let me have a look at the daily to see where we are price action wise. And yeah, it's just a bunch of different. Like between here, essentially not where we're at right now, till 102, it's just a whole bunch of different levels. So, and you can try to make it into a bit more of a micro analysis by looking at the 4-hour. Let's see if the 4-hour loads on this bad boy over here. Let's see if we get. All right, it's doing some good work. All right, 4-hour wise, where are we at? Okay, 102.5 is the level on the 4-hour. So. That's the obvious top there. In terms of bottom, yeah, you got to go all the way down to 75 for anything. So again, we're in a really tight range where you really can't discern any levels. Your guess is as good as mine how this one moves. I don't see any patterns. I guess you're just riding momentum here today. I'm telling you, I don't see any news item on it unless there was something on Friday that was a carryover that I don't know about. Is there anything? Because I obviously wasn't here Friday.
I think it's more technical than anything else.
Okay.
Because, Thursday we had the Microsoft news, right?
Yes.
And then everything was strong on Friday.
Right.
So if you saw the way that news came out, I did take the 92. I guess I have to have the structure long above 91.50, so I did jump back into it. But if you look at the reaction that we got to that Microsoft news, it jammed up and then just sold off pretty much for the rest of the afternoon. And then come in on Friday, it was like, my goodness, look at how weak this is. It just continued the trend back in, almost all the way back to that 84 where it was breaking out from. And then it held the damn line at 84.
Good.
And the market jammed up. So you just ended up with probably some shorts trapped underneath here into that 84. It's like, okay, well, gapping back underneath.
Yeah.
You're shorting it in here, thinking you're headed back to 81. Probably trapped some. And then suddenly, once you're back,
Is that
you're
a real
breaking
wick?
90. This wick's not real.
No,
wick
this
is.
one here. That's not real.
No, that, which one?
Okay. That bottom
No,
right
this
there?
one's not, this is the 8 o'clock dump.
Oh, okay.
So like this is one of those like 8 a.m. volume dumps in there. So that's not a real wick. You got to throw those out. But the 91.5 just got taken out again. And to me, once you're through there, you have another leg up. So you're breaking Friday's consolidation. That was the early long. Now you're breaking that 91.5, which was twice a wick top. And suddenly it's like, well, where do you stop here? 95?
I saw 102.5.
Exactly.
On the 4-hour, that was what I saw.
On the higher time frame, it's above 100. So you start thinking about those even levels, and to me, that's like 95, and starting to just work those obvious levels up there. So let's see what happens. I mean, it's going to come back in here. I did scalp some out there on that initial wick, but this did the exact same thing. Like, it did the same setup here, where it kind of broke out and then pulled back in and made a consolidation. So I'm looking for that consolidation to be back around 91, 91.5 or so, if indeed it does want to make a bit of a dip. I haven't mentioned block because if you were watching the morning show, if you were watching on Friday, like block was just trending down when the market was strong. And in that entire bounce off the bottom in the futures, block went from 58 to 58.40. This is a dog today, and it was a dog on Friday, and not in a good way. Like sometimes, you got the football player, they got the dog in them. That's a good thing. When I'm saying this is a dog today, it's because it's just weak again.
Pejorative.
Yeah, and then I think the short's in on this name. Did you say pejorative?
Yeah, because like it's not a good thing. It's like you're not saying it's a good thing about them.
There's no keeping up with you.
Hey man,
There
we're throwing words here and hoping they stick, hoping that I actually get it right and I don't make myself look.
Run it up the
like
flagpole and see who salutes.
Yeah, I like that. Neil,
I stole
we're
that from
printing
12,
here.
12 Angry Men. I stole that from that. Just so you know.
It's a print factory here right now, Neil, though, on Meta.
Hit
As
something.
we move to the high side, we're long 90s, guys, and we just took 33s out, so 40 plus pennies in the money, and we're seeing a secular move, quite frankly, here on Meta, guys, because the NQ is not moving to the high side, and neither is the ES, but Meta's pumping here, baby. So we're getting some shareage out in front of that 232.79. That's the HOD. We did reject off that level. That's Friday. Sorry. Yeah, that's a high a day, and it's also Friday's close. So it's both. And we rejected off it between 9:30 to 9:40, and then we retraced back down to make today's lows of 230.27 on Meta. We're in the 40 penny area at the moment, 232.40. So looking to take that $0.50. Didn't quite make it up, but here we go with the mid 40s again. We'll take some shareage out in the mid 40s, Neil, as we knock on the door of the $0.50. Here we go again into 45s. Let's sit on the other side of 50. By that I mean 55. So we'll sit there with a resting order at 55s to take some out again. The majority through the high of day. Worth mentioning again, 232.79. There's the fill, Neil, above 55. We're going to spin the money. Meta is moving to the high side, and this is a print factory.
Yes, sir. And just one thing, when you say secular move, you mean it's moving essentially on its own without the market?
Yeah, like look at how the NQ is acting, which is my main gauge. Is it gauge?
It's gauge. That's fine. No, it's more that I saw someone in the chat that was like a Sun Hands Mrack was like secular move. That's all it means. Like, but that's what you want. Like if you've got the market curling to the downside and you can find a name which is continuing to go up, that's what you want to the upside.
Yeah.
That's how you get arrows up. That's how I hit this one, man. This is the one.
Oh,
look at
baby.
Look at that new bull. Look at that.
Baby. I
Look at
love
that.
that.
Okay, fine. It's really not that good. But that's the reason why I went back into AMD. Market starts curling. AMD just continues to break back to the upside, up almost 3%. Meta, as you were mentioning, continues to move to the upside. When we say the market is curling, what I mean is you're getting to a lower high level, and you're kind of turning around here. So you're at a key price level, and you're curling in. But the market is to the upside if you're in the right names. Meta's the right name. AMD's the right name. I'm sure there's more out there, but that's what you got to go get.
All right, we took a little bit more there, Neil, as we made a new high of day, 232.86. We're going to knock on the door, it looks like, of that 33 level. The whole dollar, you got to assume, will be a little bit of a resistance area, if not the current area we're at now. Again, we are at that Friday close, previous earlier high of day that we made right off the bell. We're hanging out in the 90s. Again, we may knock on the door of 33. Let's see if we get some market support, and by that I mean the NQ curling up, maybe to test its own Friday close at 13.317. Not for the moment. It looks like it's breaking down, Neil, below that 13.3 again. It's finding it hard to stay above that level. It's a level we danced with, too, between about 8:30 and 9:30 this morning before the opening bell. It was an area around 13.3 that we danced with and weren't really able to take it decisively at any point in the pre-market either. It's also worth mentioning, even though, by the way, for this meta trade, I'm just leaving the rest of it here. I'm still in some decent size, but the idea is we need to let it run through 133. I'll be looking for that 232 hold. If it doesn't, then I'll be out. So I'll give myself a 10-cent buffer remaining on the rest. All right, I want to talk about this TRVN trade. Because we're halted again, Neil.
Wow.
We're halted at 272. It's to the high side. Let's go to the 1-minute chart on this one because there's really no point looking at the 5-minute because Well, it just doesn't tell the whole picture. The good news is, you know, if you bought anywhere around here and you held, like, well, you're in the money, right? That's the thing. Ex post facto, after the fact, looking at this, it looks like, yeah, okay, well, you just buy and hold, bro. It went up. I mean, sure, okay. It's a roller coaster of emotions, looking at the top fluctuate, watching it open down, and then anyway, whatever. The whole point is, these are not my cup of tea. I don't trade these halters. I like getting in on the small cappers, no question about that. But, you know, from a prop firm trading perspective, I just don't like being in a halt. So, yeah, it looks fantastic. Knocking on the door at 3. I think it's halt to the downside again. Yeah, the halt to the downside 272.
Which is pretty amazing. Like, it's just that stock doesn't want to stay open. But look, you got to be careful when you're trading those. We always talk about risk to reward. Sometimes they give you those big winners. Yeah. But I don't like chasing those. Chasing that break, and those is really tough. Speaking of chasing breaks, one thing to mention here, with the market rolling over, if AMD gets back underneath, like 92 is a round number. 91.5 is the actual big breakout level from going back in the last week, just to reiterate. So if I look for a dip buy in here, I'd almost trail this out. Oh my, I'm almost considering getting out here if the market wants to continue its roll, and then work back at the 91.5. Amazon is a dog right now.
Yeah, what happened to it?
There's a seller right now at 105.20. Crap, I don't have my level 2 over there. But 105.20 is a bit of a seller. This is breaking back beneath 10 VWAP and could take out 105. So Amazon, very, very weak name after failing that 106. I mean, 106 is the big level. It couldn't get through, and now you're getting a big rejection. So you got to find relative strength and relative weakness. Oh, my goodness, did Square break the low of the day? Square's going through 58 there. I'm going to see if I can't get a little something, wet the beak underneath. We've been short this name since 59, and now you're under. I did not have a stop order when I moved over here because, quite frankly, I didn't want it to trigger, and I did not put it back in. But if I zoom out on my 15, there you go. There's that 58 even level. I think there's room at least to 57.5 for this to continue. There was no pop to get us reshorted or back in at 59. It's just been only stair-stepping to the downside. And if it breaks that 57 low, this gets really ugly for block. I'm still in Tupperware, but it's not really doing a heck of a lot. And I want to go to some other names here. Obviously, we have to respect them. But you get to a level like that and break down, I'm gonna add to that short on Square, and then go back over to AMD because that's still channeling to the upside. I mean, this stock has how many? Like in the 3-minute here, you've got basically 3 red candles. Essentially, well, okay, fine. You've got 5 red candles, but I'm talking about since it really cleared that 90.5 level, it's just been going to the upside. No matter what the market's doing, we're pulling back pretty aggressively, and all I see is green over here on AMD. So this is one I do not want to be getting out of. Like, it could just be 95 today. I gotta agree with you. If the market gets strong again, like, where is this thing going to be headed? Exactly. It's 3% now, and then you look over at like an Nvidia. And NVIDIA's even starting to pull back in. Like, NVIDIA's consolidating, pulling back. AMD's just all green. No. That's the one. And if anything, that 290 short on NVIDIA, I'm not even sure. Like, I don't want to talk myself into it. You know, I'm not talking myself into an NVIDIA short. It's still relatively strong. Let's stay aggressive with things like Square and maybe think about an Amazon short. But I almost just pulled the trigger. Like, why don't I just short NVIDIA right here at 287
yeah,
and a half?
I see that.
I can see the reasons why, but there's weaker names out there. You know what I mean? Like, Square's weaker. I'd say Amazon's obviously weaker. Is it weaker or more weak? I think it's more weak.
I think it's weaker.
I don't know. You can say whatever, but you're the professor. You tell me how I'm supposed to say.
Pretty sure it's weaker. Oh, you're putting me on the spot. I'm pretty sure it's weaker. All right.
It's not putting you on the spot.
Here's the thing, Neil.
You can't put the professor on the spot. The
yeah,
professor
true. I should be
owns the spot.
Whoa. Yes. Neil, we're moving down into that 232 area here on Midday. We've said that, we're going to take it out at the whole dollar. That will be the out. How much shares do I have? Okay, so here comes the whole dollar. So right back down into that area. I kept my eye on the NQ. I thought maybe we'd have a VWAP hold here at 13,287. Was not so, but that 13,280 area, that's an area that we danced with earlier on. Between that, I want to say, we're like 9:30 to 10:30 time slot. We kind of did a double bottom around that area-ish. That was the top end of that area. So we'll see if we hold up here. Don't want to get out of this position on Meta in case it does test high of day again, and I ended up taking bottom wick. That always really does frustrate me, but the level has to be the level, and in this case, it's 232. We're dancing with that $quarter area, kind of giving myself a bit of a buffer. You want to see one, especially for peace of mind purposes. Oh, that was no good. There we go. Got that right back. AMD, yeah. You know when you shake the
Oh yeah.
yeah, I gotta take that feature off, man.
You, like,
yeah.
why in the hell does it even exist? Why,
don't know, man.
why did they even think, hey, if I shake a screen, it'll minimize everything? That's really key.
I think it's done.
No, I know exactly why.
Yeah, exactly.
We all know exactly
exactly
why
yeah.
that exists. All right? We all know what's up with that. And if you don't know, you're lying to yourself.
I've never actually used it for that purpose. I guess I've been dexterous enough to be able to hit the minimize window quick enough. I guess I pride myself in that, Neil. You can't have slow fingers as a trader, bro.
You can't. You gotta
like,
be quick
you gotta
with
be
that.
quick with it.
You don't know what we're looking at. You don't know what you're looking at when you gotta get.
I like how you thought about that, though. That never even came to my mind. But you're right. You're right. You're
It's
absolutely
obvious.
right. Yeah.
You ever seen one of those charts? It's like, okay, well, this got to like
This
a
guy's
thousand,
talking
a million
trash.
viewers in this amount of time, and YouTube got to whatever, and then you look at like Pornhub, and it's like whatever, the fastest to like 100
Blows it
million
through,
by an
yeah.
order of magnitude. Y'all know exactly what I was talking about, so it's not even.
St.
What?
Louis Dave,
'Cause
Neil's a gem. Yeah, he
I'm
is,
just
bro.
saying,
He
like-
spits it real. There you go.
You can't. Two things. You can't take yourself too seriously,
Yeah.
and just always try to keep it real.
I appreciate that.
Because
man.
we all know, if we all know exactly what we're talking about, let's just say it, right? Like that's why they came up with it, because Microsoft has your back when it comes to that, very clearly.
Our
The
friend
markets
Microsoft.
try to have our back here. I would like to hope so. Let's see what happens. But man, AMD just got to 93 even as it continues to go to the upside. My goodness. Like, so let's see what happens with the over-under. My dip buy, I don't need to have a dip buy just sitting out there $1.50 lower, because if that comes in and fills me, I probably have to think twice about it at this point. So 93 is an obvious area here. I just want to take scalp trades because we're still at resistance on the
Unreal.
NASDAQ. Like, this is insane.
Unreal.
Like we're still at resistance on an inside day. I feel like there is going to be a dip at some point. And my trail now is going to be, if we get to 93 and a quarter, my trail is going to be at 93, almost for sure on this name. I do still look over at that Amazon and say, well, like this should be a short, but I'd like to see it maybe break down that 105 or get into VWAP before I force the trade. Netflix, oh, good look there, EJ. Every time I see EJ, the first thing that pops into my mind is EJ Manuel. But that 32 level pullback there, okay, my daily chart's doing that thing where it doesn't want to work for me. As you guys know, that happens when I move over here. But that 32, trust me, bro, was a big level. So wicked above 32, and now you're getting that rejection. So that is a perfect rejection. We'll spin it for you. I don't have that one anymore. You got it? There you go.
Oh, baby.
We'll spin it for you because that's a perfect 30 and 32 entry, and now you're channeling down. So you take, I mean, my usual approach there is decision point, obviously, at the 30 level at VWAP. So you're in the short here, you take a couple of outs into VWAP, understanding it's trending up, but a breakdown of that level, and you're trying to fill the gap back in. Overall, the short-term chart is still relatively bullish. Is NVIDIA making its run now? Okay, here we go. See, I didn't short NVIDIA, and NVIDIA's back at the high, so I'm happy with this.
I like that decision
Stick
because you're
long
just
with
standing
them.
in front of strength. Even though, well, dude, AMD doesn't really have its own really reason here unless there's something I'm missing. And so even if NVIDIA is running off, it neither has a catalyst. So both technically are
290.
irrational. Don't stand in front of them. 290.
That's what I'm waiting for on NVIDIA, 290.
Okay.
It rejected there before. My daily chart doesn't want to fill in, but do you have your daily up?
Of course. 1 second.
Here, pull up. We'll let Sharif get a daily chart up there
we
for
don't need
NVIDIA.
Amazon.
Varsha, sorry.
Come to my chart.
Asking if Shop is a short up here. I'd be careful shorting Shopify. That's been, I'm not saying it's not, but what is it, at 65?
Oh, it crashed,
It's
Neil.
been a
It
beast.
doesn't usually crash, actually.
Is
We're gonna load
this
that
a
bad
short
boy
just
back
because
up.
65 is 65? I'm not sure that's true. I'm not running to the hills to short stop Shopify. If I see 70, that's a much different story. But this is very strong into a market which is kind of going sideways, if anything, but was weak and is still red. This is just too strong of a name. And the 65 level, maybe you scalp it, but I'm staying away from that one. Even if it does set up. Like if it wicks the top here, that's a better setup. And what I mean by that is, it kind of did it. Yeah. Oh shoot! It kind of did that, didn't it? Like it wicked up to 65 even. I prefer it when it breaks 65 even, gets to like the quarter, and then rejects it and comes back down. Traps some longs above. That's generally my preferred entry if it's that strong. Like, let it break the level and run some stops. I understand this is really setting up now because it broke the high, wicked to 65.
Running,
like,
eh?
you could be shorted with a 20-cent stop here back into VWAP. I just feel shop's been too much of a beast.
Nice continuation after earnings there. Is it
Very good continuation.
Did it have a good day Friday? Probably just have to look at my own.
Did
Did
Shop
it
have
ever?
did Shop have a good day Friday?
Oh, baby.
Well, let's see. If we
I feel
zoom
like I'm in
out,
for something
let's
here.
see. Oh, yes, it had a very good day on Friday. Breakout
Beautiful
at 58
continuation.
even. Great continuation move.
Yeah.
This is 3 days in a row now for Shopify where it's just
What a
it's given
swinger's
its
dream.
It's perfect. I mean, it's absolutely perfect. It's been strong
Look at that
every
move.
single day. Like, you've got the same continuation. Like, it's moving up in the pre-market, trying to dip, and then just going, gone. Third day. So, I mean,
What a
this is
move.
why. Like, you could short 65, and you got 20 cents worth of risk. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna,
you're gonna have both ways. I just think the shorts are too risky in this case. Wait till it,
Look at that
gives
trend,
up the
man.
ghost, has a first red day.
Carvana? If
CVNA.
Carvana breaks 11, if this is over $11, I'm gonna. Oh, you weren't
baby.
here. You weren't here on Friday.
What happened?
See this wick? So
They had better earnings. I read that
So
on
you
the
can
train.
you can kind of see 11 on the daily here because that's
Okay.
not working. But anyways, 11 was a big level
Okay.
for a breakout.
All right.
This is it breaking 11. It goes into the halt at 11:19.
Halted?
No, it didn't halt.
Oh, okay.
It was about 5 or 6 seconds into the halt band where it's either going to
Okay.
halt up or it's going to pull back.
Right.
So I went long thinking it's about to halt up and it's above $11. I'm thinking $15 at that point.
Yeah.
It doesn't halt. I got my stop triggered though. I got my stop in, so I stopped out at 11. And then that was pretty much, like, that was it. Like, I was long here,
Yeah.
I was out here, and then it was just down for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Like, that could have been a day ruiner without a stop.
Eesh.
So I still like that potential breakout of the high. This is strong. If this takes out 11, it's still 50-something bajillion % short interest. So above 11, that 11.20 or whatever, I'm still looking for a breakout from that price, but that's mostly off the daily chart.
All right, Meta's right at our stop. So we're right back into 232 for the remaining portion here. It's just a matter of whether it triggers or whether whatever happens here. I mean, we got a retracement off that 13,281 on the NQ. We bounced back above 13.3, but not able to quite stay up there as we consolidate sideways again, but above VWAP. And my stop should be coming any moment now on Meta. Let's see. Did it get accepted? Is my stop accepted? Yeah, my stop is sitting there. Okay, so we should be good on our friend Meta. We're dancing at 232 here, so if the buyers step up and we don't make it down, I'll keep my eye on the tape here, make sure that we're not getting any prints nearer my stop. But yeah, we're still holding a decent position on this, and there's the out. So we retrace back through that level, and that will be all she wrote on Meta. So we get a good little move up, but comes back below my stop, so not happy about that. We got in at 90s. We gave ourselves 10 cents of a buffer from our stop, so we wouldn't take any part of the red on this, and that ends up being the case, but you just end up wishing that you took more out at the top here. I kept hoping I kept
That's always the case,
expecting the level to hold, off support. Doesn't hold. Well, it could hold. I mean, we just break 232 for a second, then it retraces, shakes me out. Wouldn't be the first or the last time, especially as the NQ now again retraces above 13.3, looking to possibly touch that 13.317. That was Friday's close. The high day, though, in the pre-market, I think we made that earlier on much lesser volume, that 13.335. But yeah, the better level, I would say, is going to be the Friday close, and we are still below that. We went below Friday's close as well on the ES. We were above that for a little bit, above that 41.50. Now we're just a little bit below at 41.46. But the most important thing that I take away from this ES little move here is that we didn't make a newer low through 41.41. We're still hanging out in the mid-40s. Looks like we got into the 41, 42-ish area on that ish area. Yeah, Jason, AMD and
Look at
Microsoft rumor resurfacing. Yeah, possibly. I guess continuation. What? Nvidia. Wow. Good thing you didn't stand in front of that short.
I mean, that's the thing. Like it seemed
Jeez,
like
go to his chart.
It seemed like for a split second, like Nvidia looked like it could be a short, but it's like no, these two names are going too strong. Like AMD's now at 93.50. So I keep moving my trail manually. We'll see what happens. It's at 93. I'm actually probably going to move it again. But
Yeah.
I like 290 on NVIDIA for the short. Like I'm long one, I'm looking for the short on the other. Yeah, Shop was a good
Bet.
It was, man. Shop was it was a decent setup, and I was thinking about it. I didn't put the trade on, so whatever. Like we can sit here, hindsight's 20/20, but yeah, that you was about 20 cents worth of risk, and you got the dip that you're looking for. I'd look for a similar move at 290 on NVIDIA. That does make some sense, and that's what it's all about. Again, Shopify's just been so strong. It's just super, super strong the last couple of days. But yeah, that's not a bad scalp trade. Was it just Maurice I was talking to in the chat? I want to say that's who it was about AAL. Come on back. There we go. It's on the NASDAQ. Hit enter twice, and then it comes back in. So I was long on the over, kind of working it to the upside. But this is about that 1430 consolidation level. Now, if this is gonna, okay, this
Can I
isn't
say
gonna work.
something about this too once you're done?
So AAL, my daily, which you saw this morning, I was talking about it. That 1430 level, and that the gap above 14, that 1430 is where you have the convergence of the moving averages, that 50 and the 200 that it's buying support off of. So as it gets into this zone, that's another level I'm looking for accumulation. So as it gets from 40 to 1430, I'm just looking for the dip buy and then hold the trend. It was above that price early. Now the market was weak. I think I want to be buying out in front of it. Have I been taking profit? Sure. As long as it's above 1450, I've been taking some profit, but the longs have been underneath it for me. And if it holds that consolidation, that 30 area all day, then I'm in it all day. It's off the higher time frame, so I'm willing to work that a little more aggressively.
Yeah, and I completely agree. 1435, that's a level for me. And if I had to put a stop, I'd give it 10 pennies to the low of day. 1426 break, I'd give it to below the 14 quarter dollar. And I think that's a great risk-to-reward ratio because you're looking for a 65 retest through high of days. Not saying it's going to get up there, but that's your risk-to-reward assessment. So that's a micro look. But the macro look, the one that I want to point out, it's funny how you got an upgrade, simultaneous downgrade, AAL up, Love, Southwest down.
Yeah.
And here's the pitch. Here's my explanation on that. It's just a theory, of course, an opinion. But you have a lot of industry commentators talking about these airlines only making money margins on business class, frilly type upgrades. You know what I'm talking about. They're not making money. The margins are not there in economy.
Yep.
And what's Southwest business model? Economy and no frills type thing. Where AAL, they're all about that business and the luxury upgrades, and that's where the money is. And I think that's what the thinking here behind that is. Despite the fact that I wasn't read with that, yeah. So that's my little 2 cents in on that. But it should be interesting to see if we get other upgrades as well, like Delta, which is also frilly as well.
The professor dropping knowledge because that's what he does. I mean, I don't have a new mic drop one, so that's all I can give you. We'll mic drop that one for you, Shrif. I can't agree more with that. Like that's one of those things that if it gives you more confidence in a play, then all the more to it, right? But to me, it's above that 14 even. I love that. I love the long above that 14. I don't think that's a reasonable day trade level, as you said. That accumulation area is the 1430. But what in the actual hell, AMD? It just did another leg up to 94.
Unreal, bro.
So I just continue to trail it. We'll see. We're long at 90. We're long at 92. Now we're just like, how far is this going to actually go? I moved my trail up again. Now that it's well above that 93.5 area, but NVIDIA is slowing down a little bit. So let's go back to the 3 here. NVIDIA still strong, can't seem to get too far past that 289 level. Not nearly as strong as AMD here, while the futures are at resistance. Like that, we keep getting to 13.3, and then funkiness ensues when you get to 13.3 on the NASDAQ. You go like a few handles up, and by a few, I mean less than 10. And then you reject it. So that's exactly what happened at the open, 13.310, and we just touched it again. If we don't get through this, I'm still going to be valid for the short on NVIDIA. The question is whether it actually gets to 290 before that happens. I'm not sure I have to wait for that for an Amazon, because what could happen here is if we start really rejecting and get back beneath 13.3, then the Amazon short's available off VWAP.
What is Amazon doing, bro?
It's just...
Double bottom?
106. Look, it's
105.
105 and 106, and you can see the double bottom at 105 here, the higher low, and a rejection at 106.
Yes.
So
exactly.
those are the only two levels. Outside of that, I'm watching the futures. So I only short this if we break down below 13.3 and we're beneath VWAP. Otherwise, you just wait around for 106. I don't think that one's a long. I think these chip names have been the long for a while
NQ's
now.
moving here, Neil. The NQ's moving.
Well,
We're about
yeah,
to
now we're
touch
breaking.
Friday.
We just broke.
broke through
We just broke.
the level that Neil was talking about, the 13,310. That was the level we touched right off the open. But here is proudly celebrating back there. Is it? Oh, yeah. Is it Euro?
What?
I don't know what's going on over there.
I don't know.
That's very exciting. Oh, people were clapping.
Everyone was clapping. I don't know
Wow.
what's going on there.
That was
but,
very exciting.
We'll
back
take it.
there. Yeah,
We'll
all
take
right,
it.
317. That's Friday's close, and we're hovering right around there as we dance with 13,310 at the moment. We're looking to also go green here on the ES as we get back into 41.50. I'm keeping my eye on that Amazon 105 bounce. That was an obvious little bounce there. I missed that. That should have been on that.
Where's your
my-
meta? Where's your meta?
My meta is still hanging out, ironically enough, at my out level, which is basically 232. So I'm watching how it trades around here, especially, but what I don't like is the fact that the futures are curling up and Meta's consolidating, right? That's not the look you want. If you're looking for a stock to the high side, if you're looking bullish, then you definitely want to see it curl up with the market move. In this case, you're not seeing it. Yeah, more bearish on this stock at the moment, but not really to jump short either. I want to talk about Fubo.
I don't know. I think you want to be close. So I'm not saying jump short, but this is the point at which I think you got to at least start considering it. Like you're getting a little bit overextended
it
on
is
many
double
names.
toppy too. Like
You're
did you
double
look at
top.
it? Yeah.
You look at the future.
The double top.
If you look at the
whatever,
Nasdaq
yeah.
here, to me, like you're still at a resistance point. You're not really
You are.
screaming away from
Yeah.
that level. Like you're still within the band of a rejection of this breakout. So
Yeah.
I think you want to be close to looking for a turn. Like I just keep getting tighter and tighter on the trailing stop in AMD and then keep looking over at that NVIDIA and wanting it more and more. And I'll shout you out, Ponzi Fonzie. You wanted the shout out. There you go. You got it. Amazon,
Bang.
106 has been good. 105 from earlier, you had a bit of a bounce level. I'm still looking for that quick little turn. Like you just got back beneath on VWAP on Amazon. I look back over at NVIDIA. Now you're starting to make a little bit of a turn. This could be, maybe it's a trap. I get it. But as they say, sometimes you got to spring the trap. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Oh, there it is. I did get trailed out on AMD. So I kept tightening it up. There's the wick at 94. I'm out. We're long it the entire way. We added one time at 92 off of the 90 long, but we're long the entire way upside. Got to be able to ring the register.
Bang.
Do I just short this one instead of NVIDIA?
Don't stand in front of that short.
No,
Neil.
NVIDIA looks much better. NVIDIA looks much, much better. If we're at a high here, NVIDIA looks much, much better and a safer short. I mean, AMD is so much stronger. It's more like find a place to re-enter. And as
I don't know.
Jean-Luc
It's just
Picard
that's not my
says,
thing, yeah.
I'm engaging in NVIDIA. If it ends up being wrong, it just looks a little better to me than AMD. So we're going to go for NVIDIA here. Probably Amazon makes some sense. Yeah, back beneath VWAP. Yeah, it's starting to curl a little bit too much there. I don't want to chase that one on Amazon. But I just got in NVIDIA. It'll be the first trade of the day for me on this particular name. And we'll give it to the high. This is not a bad level. It's more about the fact that it didn't participate in that last push to the upside. So it gives me some cover up top. That if we break out, I know exactly where I'm wrong. Whereas AMD, man, that could be at 95 for all I know in the next few minutes.
Yeah, Meta is in a full Huadunk mode as it rejects or fails through that whole $232 level, looking to touch maybe VWAP here at the $half level, 231.5. Meta going down, the market going up. So yeah, I think maybe you were right on that point, Neil. You got to, if you're not looking one way, maybe you should be trying to scope the other, or at least seeing if the groundwork is there for that. So,
Ooh, the groundwork.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on that. I just got a text message from Alfred. He is back from Europe with multiple business ideas, not businesses that he's going to open up, more like as investment ideas of what sectors to invest in equities, more specifically. And yeah, I asked him today because I saw one of his holdings, Scott's Miracle Grow, got an upgrade from our friend JP Morgan. And I wanted to see what he thought about that. And I had a look here, Neil, just to kind of scope out the fundamentals on the company. Not that I'm qualified to give such advice, but the PE, Neil, minus 5.92 The PE on SMG versus an industry standard of 11.16, not what you want to see.
But, hold on a second. But how many, was it just a loss this quarter? Did they lose last quarter?
Yeah,
too?
so we can look at the what's it called? The pattern of the P&L. I can have a look at that in a second. I don't think I can bring it down, but what I want to look at is the actual daily chart. That's what I haven't looked at. So let's start with the technicals first here, and let's see what the daily is like. All right away you can see here it's a downward pattern, but something seems to be afoot because we did retake that 200 on the daily, and narrower the 200 and the 50 could not be from one another than at the moment, giving you an idea that we are possibly in a consolidation range, and something may break out, especially I would say if that new high was made above 90. We rejected off 90 going back into August, and that was the bit of a head and shoulders pattern that developed here around that topped out near that 90 level. So 90 would be interesting. What's the weekly look like on this bad boy?
All I hear is Alfred says, buy Scott Miracle.
No. He's only got, he says he only has 100 shares left, which I don't know what his original holdings were, Neil. But bit of a double bottom here with a higher right V. That's always interesting. A bullish pattern, again, is that 90 level coming into play on the weekly as well as an area that you want to break. You get back August, July over here, and then again, like we said, in Feb at that high. So interesting on Scott's Miracle Grow, but look at that. Look where it came down from 225.
That is a big move.
Louise, man, that is not what you want to see. And these are the COVID lows too. So we were below COVID lows on SMG here. That's not a good look. Anyway, just a little divergence there. Neil, let's get back into intraday trading.
Holla.
And Meta. Looking like it's going to hold maybe that 232. You know, you get that deep wick into the heart of the 231.70s area, but then you get a big boy move, especially with that curl up on the NQ to test that level. Oh, guess what? 13,317, Friday's close. Here we come to that level again. We were there in the pre-market. We didn't quite make it to there after the bell, but here we are, and Meta is curling. But what's benefiting the most from this curl? Is there anything at higher days right now? And on my chart, to be honest with you, it's going to be Google or AMD.
AMD, NVIDIA, Alphabet. Oddly enough, I mean, there's a few names out there. Fubo, well, it's not a, doesn't
close,
really follow the market.
3 pennies off.
But Fubo is also at the high of the
It
game.
is.
We haven't really acknowledged that one too well. But Alphabet's another strong one up here. Fubo was a bit of a beast, man. It's crazy because I don't know how many times I've said VWAP, dip buy, and then I'm still looking at bigger tech names. But this has been gold off VWAP. So what's going to happen is I'm going to bid VWAP now, and that just means that the curse is in. So I'm apologizing ahead of time, but I'm going to get bids out in front of this sucker at VWAP. And if it comes down, I'm taking the fills this time. I've been not doing it despite talking about it over and over again. It just keeps barcoding back and forth. But that's on a $1.80 stock. That's a 10-cent move. That's 5%. So that's really not
here
that
we
bad.
go on the
Amazon's
NQ.
breaking out, by the way.
The NQ is breaking out.
Well.
Oh.
The game is afoot at this particular point. What? You know where that's from?
No.
I don't know either.
No, I have no idea.
I want to say like Sherlock Holmes or something, but I'm actually not even sure.
What was it? The game is afoot?
The game is afoot.
Huh.
I think that's something Moriarty said to Sherlock, but maybe like, I don't know, maybe he said it, maybe Sherlock said it to Watson. I don't know. You guys tell me what's up with that. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, I haven't watched Sherlock Holmes.
I'm not
for a
cursed
while.
join the party in Fubu Fills. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
You like Robert Downey Jr. as Sherlock Holmes?
I like Robert Downey Jr. and whatever the hell he wants to act in.
Yeah, he's just insane.
Insanely
good.
Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic. I say this every time he comes up. Tropic Thunder was the funniest movie that I've seen in a damn long time, and most of it is because of him. Like Tom Cruise is hilarious in that damn movie. They don't make comedies like that anymore, where they just literally don't give two shits. We're just gonna push every single.
You couldn't do that
boundary.
anymore.
I'd like to hope that you can make that movie today. I really would, but man, that guy is absolutely he's so funny. He's so
it's a
talented.
wild one, man. It's a wild one. Like they're in the jungle together.
What do you mean, you
drug addicts and like people with peculiar habits, and Yeah, hilarious movie. It's been a minute since I've seen it. Yeah, people with peculiar habits.
I'm running the lines in my head like Jack Black coked out the whole time. Come on, man.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Jack
good.
Black.
It's
Jack
too
Black is
good.
another one.
Because they're basically just mocking themselves. Like,
Yeah,
they're just
exactly.
mocking big Hollywood. Like, come on. Like that's what I love.
Well, exactly. And I
that's
mean,
why I love
Robert
Tom
Downey
Cruise.
Jr. lived that life, so he can talk about it.
he can
And
definitely talk
he's a
about it.
recovering addict, obviously. Like, yeah,
But you have to be able to find comedy in everything.
for sure.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
the whole point. You've got to. Like that's what makes life worth living. That's what makes it the hard times easier. Like you've got to find a way to smile.
There you go.
Push through it. Like take something, find a silver lining.
Yes.
Like make a joke about it. Like laugh at yourself. Take Apple long. No, actually, Apple. You see what's going on in Apple right now? A lot of people, like a few people have been talking about this. Like Apple. What in the heck is the market's breaking out that 13.3? Apple is just. Let's do all of the nothing in the world right now.
It's
And let's do
literally
it
at
now.
Friday's close.
Like this is, like a lot of times this would be tempting to just be sitting in the short off the high because it's just going sideways while the market's going up. It might be a trap. I don't know. I'm already in NVIDIA, which is, NVIDIA just made another run at the high and then came right back in. Okay. That's just kind of telling me I can be scalping in this range, which we'll see if that's a death keel, but I'll go for the, if it wants to give some overfills, a over 89, then I'll take some overfills and start scalping this 50-cent range. Because working the I'm in it, I'm holding it till halfway to VWAP, that doesn't seem to be the jam right now with the market still going up. So I'm going to go with the overfills here and see what happens. Shakespeare, Andrew Ditter says, Shakespeare, I see you stand like greyhounds in the slips, straining upon the start, the game's afoot. Follow your spirit, yada, yada, yada. So does that mean that it's a Shakespeare? No, it's Shakespeare. I don't know. So where's that from? Is it from Shakespeare or is that like somebody saying it to Shakespeare? You let me know. I'm still not sure where that does come from, but it doesn't really matter. We are, so you're asking where Ponzi Fonzie's from. I'm actually curious as well, but I want to get back to one other name that we have not been talking enough about. I'm lying. We've talked enough about AMD. So AMD, lower high on AMD here. On the 15-minute, it's still all green, but this is what happened at 94, and you have overextension, the last press up, and you got this wick at 94. It kind of feels strange to want to be short AMD at this point.
It's a hell of a trade for you,
But
though,
the
dude.
longer it holds here, I'm always thinking, what's next? Always thinking, what's next?
It's
And
a hell
what to
of a
me,
trade.
like, what's the next move? 90 level was good, but that's a horrible. This is the worst entry possible. I don't know how many times.
I don't know. That's a top break.
No, it's not. That's
It's
the
not, but
15 minute.
no,
Go to the
isn't
3 minute.
I see.
The 5 or
Yeah, but you usually trade off the 15, though, no?
No, but I got it on the way back.
Oh,
so
okay,
I
I
missed
see.
the breakout, and I was like,
Got
oh
it.
crap, I missed a 90 break. Let me just bid in front of 90 even. It goes all the way back into 89. Now
Right.
you can just be like long, but I don't like that trade. Wait until it comes back above, and then break it out as it's going to the upside.
Right.
Again, like every trade is about risk to reward. At the end of the day, you make a decision at a decision point, and is it a good decision or not? That's what it all comes down to, right? Like you can have a trade which is positive, but if you actually look at the decisions are bad. And if you make bad decisions, eventually it's not going to lead to positive trades. That's what I always like to get at. So the market is now screaming that Amazon is going. Is Apple finally breaking that consolidation? Barely. Apple could double top break this out at 173.80. You still have
It's
overhead
at the high of
resistance
day.
on
I mean,
this
the
bad boy.
fact that we were at Friday's close, Neil, which was also near high of day, I mean, that's just product of circumstance. We could still take that. Exactly.
You still have overhead
You're looking
resistance.
right at the level that I'm thinking.
You still have That's the problem with Apple and that
Yeah.
consolidation. You've got overhead resistance, which makes it tricky. And quite frankly, the futures are still in the pocket. Of
Right
not,
at Friday's close.
Yeah, like if you really think about these levels on the futures, okay, yes, we're breaking out the top, but it's not really extending.
No.
Like, to me, there's still some shorts available up above that price because you're not really breaking away from here just yet. So I like NVIDIA. AMD's not crazy either. It's not crazy either. Henry IV, apparently it was. That's where the game is afoot is from.
Jay Lee says, I'm an hour from Toronto. Keep meaning to visit these guys for a beer. Yeah, man. If you're going to be in the area, you get a hold of us marketing at Day Trade the World, or is it Trader TV?
It's Trader TV.
Yeah, marketing at
tradertv.live.
Yeah, get a hold of us, and then we'll organize for that. But you're overtime,
so
it's time for you to go
just
have
saw it.
lunch.
I actually just saw that now.
Yeah, you're overtime.
I'm going to make sure my stops are in, and then I'm gonna let Maximilian, who's like lingering there. He's like,
Mr.
what
Beast
the hell?
is here.
He's not even
Mr.
paying
Beast
attention
is
to me.
giving away prizes. I saw this morning, so maybe we'll
always
ask him
is.
about that once he's on the program in a couple of minutes. So. All right, guys, let's talk a little
Oh,
bit.
did you say? Oh, I see what you're saying. Never mind.
Yeah,
You
it's
meant
just
Mr. Beast for
the
real
actual,
is, but yeah, okay.
It's because Ian posted it on his Instagram this morning. That's how I saw it. So I was like, oh, yeah, definitely gonna mention this on the show. All right, Meta bamboozled me. I mean, I got out because it broke the $232, but it did hold the general area of support, especially the fact that it did hold VWAP on that little retracement. It didn't quite make it down to 231.50, broke the 70, 75-ish by a few pennies, but there it goes right back up as these NQs make newer local highs, not days highs, by the way. Again, we talked about this. Days high on the NQ 13325 made earlier on lighter volume, but definitely breaking through after the bell highs. The ES, though, kind of slow, and you're not seeing newer highs on the ES, though, at least not at the moment. We're looking to take that 41.53 level out. That was kind of the peak we made around, I want to say 11 o'clock or so. But bit of a double bottom forming here on the ES, 41.50, the low on that 41.61, the high, again, made, though, earlier on lower volume on the ES. But yeah, Meta now curling back up, and I'm keeping my eye on this one because we do have an area of resistance, again, that we rejected off last time. That would be the area where I top wicked here, 232, 79, 80, whatever, 90, the level I think we got up to last time. Friday's close is at 80. The high of day today is at 90. So more of an inside day we could not have on these stocks, but we can play these ranges. If we can eke out, you know, $1, 50, 60 pennies, why not, right? We're here. Let's do the work on these stocks. Now, Neil was also talking about Apple. That just printed off a new high day, 173.82. I mean, do we see a double top here, or do we see continuation? The Apple chart, kind of looks good, and the reason is because you have a series of lower highs. Like, look at that bottom wick there that we made right at the bell at 9:30. You have another lower high. Higher low. Get it together, bro. Higher low at 172 3/4, and then another higher low at 173.15. You know, so it looks bullish here, where all the dips are being bought up, and you're accumulating here at that 173.85 area. I mean, we're talking peanuts here, especially on Apple. And you saw Neil talking about that level above. I mean, we still have that resistance level here at 174.25, 174 area to contend with. This is the 15, by the way, on Apple. So definitely accumulation happening here. I was talking to one of the traders on the floor this morning, Raj. I'm like, man, we're going to probably see Apple at like 180-ish area next week. Would you say that's beyond the realm of possibility? Apple 180-ish next week? Yeah, there you go. Max is good with that. Yeah, no, yeah, CPI. Yeah, good call. We both look like we're wearing the same color, but there's a bit of a different color, though. Yeah. Yeah. This is more like mauve. Violet? What did they call it? I don't know. Salmon? Neil, what color is this called? I don't know. He said you had the name. You said the color. I said mauve. It was definitely you. You said it's fuchsia? Neil's denying accusations here. Lavender, magenta. Mike. Yeah.
Whoops.
All right, there we go. All right, Max is, he's good to go. Sorry with the mic issues with regard to that. But Meta's accumulating here at that 232.25, 232 1/3. Here we go. Again, do we get that test? Meta is also part of that higher low club that we were talking about with respect to Apple. Meta's involved in that too with that 230, let's say 230.25 low, and then you get another trough over here at 231.40, and then you get another higher trough here at 231.60-ish area, but it's really at the 80-ish. That's where the close is. And now we're accumulating again, but 232.90 anyway. You know, I don't know if I'm trading the wrong name here because all I see is up and to the right for AMD and up and to the right for Google. So at some point, you know, why don't I just take the obvious trade here?
Yeah, if I just took the obvious trade, life would be good, man.
Tell us a little bit about how the day went.
You know, Mondays I typically kind of don't do particularly well. Today I am basically flat after taking a bunch of fills, so I guess that's, you know, somewhat of a positive. I got some of the bad out, I got some of the good out, so, you know, wow, AMD. I really liked the Apple long this morning. So I tried the Apple long and held it all the way up and all the way back down, and then tried one more time, and then tried a stupid short, which didn't really matter, but like, I had it, and punched the bottom basically on Apple here, and then it goes up. I figure we get that 174.30 was it, the top on Friday? I figure we get that break today on Apple.
You like that top break, right? Look.
Yeah.
That 15-minute accumulation, can you look at the 15 real quick?
Yeah, we can take a look at the 15.
Yeah, like I mean.
Chart's just so much faster now on this new update.
Oh, I like that. No, zoom out a bit so you can see all the accumulation at that, like, look at that top.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday or Friday, I was long at right here, actually, 173.30. I was long all afternoon, just waiting for this break, waiting for this break, waiting for this break. Finally, the break happens. I get like 10% out above 174.20, and then just get the rest out as it broke down. It just, like, I think the long was crowded on Friday. I think that's what it was. There's a lot of people trying to get out on this breakout. Didn't follow through, so then it just dumped after that. But yeah, I mean, now like everybody's kind of taking their profit, Monday profit taking.
Yeah.
We sell into 172, can't even get to 172, and now we're looking at that 174 level again. So I would expect possibly a breakout today.
All right, guys, some data coming in here, or news coming in here with respect to AMD. Come to my screen. Speculation is that AMD shares are trading higher. Come to my screen, guys. Trading higher, strength in stock, maybe due to AI optimism in semi-stocks. Surprise there. But then right above that, an even more recently dated news item, Microsoft rebuts allegations of AI chip collaboration with AMD.
What?
Microsoft has either teamed up with, where is this denial here? AMD is a great partner. However, they are not involved in Athena. Athena, I guess, is the Microsoft, the ultimately Microsoft product code named Athena. They're not involved in it. Microsoft spokesperson Frank Shaw said in a statement. So, I mean, AMD stock, I don't know.
So what is this?
I don't know what's being read into this. I haven't read this article. It's quite long, as you can see here. So I have to read this while Max is talking. But this came in, it should be noted, on my blotter. Let me see if it came in earlier. 11:45 is when it came in on my blotter. Now I'm looking to see if that was from an earlier news item that was repeated. Fact check me on that, chat. If that was maybe a Friday headline or a weekend headline, I don't see it here. I'm looking for that, and I'm not seeing it. So Microsoft helping finance AMD's expansion, that goes to May 4th. No, okay, so yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. This comes to us via Benzinga, and then here's the link, Hot Hardware. Who is this Paul Lilly character?
Hardware.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Paul Lilly. Who is this individual, Paul Lilly? This is Paul Lilly right here. He's a tech journalist. All right, Paul. We're going to have to read about you after, but there's the source of that information should you want to do your own homework. Max.
I mean, it would make no sense that AMD is cruising up like this if that Microsoft news is not true, right? Like, why else is AMD flying today?
There's a fair point being brought here by Paulo. The rumor is Microsoft is investing in AMD, not AMD is working in Athena, to be fair.
So Microsoft is still investing in them?
Well, there's an ambiguity here. I guess that's what's fueling the stock surge. I mean, I don't know.
Interesting. Very interesting. And yeah, I mean, AMD coming into some serious levels on the daily chart. 96 was crazy.
All right.
back when we were trading after earnings on AMD,
Oh, okay.
that 96 level. So if we get there today, I'll be looking for a short. Anything else, I'm not touching. It's way too high to go long. It is not high enough to go short. So I will let AMD cruise past that plus 5% level and see what happens at 96.
Yeah, definitely. That 96 good call. I'm looking at my 4-hour chart on the side screen here to see what's up. But yeah, man, once we get to that 96, dude, I mean, it's just like one level after another all the way up to that 102.5 that we made back, I think, like end of March, 102.5. And then we retraced off there.
Yeah.
But yeah, a whole bunch of levels to flirt with there. Yeah, 96, I say, is the best level. And then maybe the most obvious one after that is probably that 100.
Exactly.
All right.
Just got to shout out Renata, who brought the shirt color. It is shirt number or color number C68BCC. So there you go. There's
I love
no
how
names.
she sends you like
Forget
the
names.
hexadecimal code. Shout
got
out
the-
to Renata the coder.
She's got the real colors. The real colors there.
Yeah, Renata, obviously awesome friend of the shows. And she sent me a shout out this weekend for my new wheels. Thank you, Renata.
Oh yeah,
for
did you
the,
announce the car purchase?
Yeah, I put it on my Instagram. I put it all on there. There was like the reveal and like they had it like covered like in this silk red tarp.
So what is it, like the Ferrari
Yeah.
Furo, whatever it is?
Yeah, no, but it's not a Ferrari. All right, where are we on our move here on AMD? All right, man, that 94.50. Here we go. Bit of a top. Bit of a retracement though, into 94 max.
Yeah.
Not staying in front of this one though.
Yeah, I just don't I don't see the short. I want it to come to one of my levels before I short it, or else how do I have any conviction in the short? You know, it did wick off the top, but what, I'm going to chase it into 94 now and try to get where? I just don't know how to short this as it's just holding the teal all day. It hasn't even touched it. It's touching it now for the first time. Touching that teal. Let me pull up the teal on AMD.
Max, you see that whiteboard? I'm sure you obviously see that whiteboard.
Yes.
That's the ideas board.
Yeah.
We need a trust the teal idea for an emotive, whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah, but breaking the teal finally. So maybe we touch the 50 now on AMD?
Flirting with the teal.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
there
know.
you
I just
go.
don't trust any down move right now. This has been crazy action. Maybe stairs up, window down kind of situation. I don't know.
Yeah, I love that.
I'm very confused.
Use the elevator escalator analogy.
Yeah,
usually,
exactly,
right?
exactly. You take the escalator up, the elevator down.
Until we trust this mini Zaid. I love that.
I mean, maybe I
Until we
punched long
trust.
right now because it just held the teal, but probably not.
Well, we're flirting with that 13,317 level, which is Friday's close on the NQ.
Yeah.
We're right back into that level. We've been flirting.
Does AMD even care though?
I don't think so, but it helps when it pumps.
It definitely
right?
helps. Yeah, it definitely helps. And we got to clear that 13,360.
13, yeah. Let's bring in the
13,360,
NQ
right?
chart
Yes.
and have a little chat about
Yes.
that here over here. Come to my screen, guys. Oh, yeah. All right, this is the 5-minute. Let's go to the 15 on our friend the NQ. Yeah, look at that. 13,350. That's the top right there, Max. You got to say we got to clear that. Going back, let's go a little bit more. Let's go to the hourly. Talk a little bit about the hourly levels. Yeah, 13,3. You want to say 13,350? Yeah, that's definitely the level, man. You get wicks above it, right? But look at all the closes on the hourly. They're all at that 13,350. That's a level, man. Topping out. How far do we have to go to touch that level? Let's go to the 4-hour. All right, so then we don't touch that level for a ways away. Okay, so now we are at, sorry. I saw this on the NDX, the index name, that we are actually at above March highs now. March and January highs, we are above on the NDX. So we have made newer highs. So if you're looking for that continuation, that continues.
Yes.
So all newer highs here, recent highs. I mean, you can probably go back, I think August or July. I have to look at the index name itself, but yeah, it's been, we're continuing that trend on the NDX, and by extension of that, obviously the futures. All right, where are we at? I want to mention INSG. Yeah. Go. There's no way that's NCGO.
It is.
It is NCGO. Wow. This one used to be like a big 5G play going back to 2020. How is this sub $1? Anyway, it's having a decent day, Max. Up 32%, started its day sub $1, and it's been popping up. Here's the 5-minute chart on Inseego. We start at that 89 penny range. You know, the volume in the pre-market is almost non-existent, and then 9:30 comes in, and all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of buying. I'm looking at Inseego shares are trading higher on continued strength after the company last week reported better than expected Q1 earnings per share and sales results. Okay, so this one was an earnings winner from last week. We can probably see that if we look at the half an hour. Yeah, and there is the spike after market there. That's 4 o'clock, hence the spike, and then you get the continuation the next morning at 9:30 a.m. and we continue. We have a bit of an inside day Friday, actually. But we reclaim $1. I remember this was on Kramer's picks of like best 2021 stocks. I wrote it down. I was such a good boy, you know. I was going to research all these stocks, and I was gonna make it big, Max. You know what I mean? This was one of the names I had on my eye for 5G. But 5G dying out now. Now it's all about Starlink and expanding that way. I think that's a new money, baby.
You think so?
I think so. You know how much those Starship is going to be able to deploy in terms of number of satellites versus what they were able to deploy prior to that? Prior to Starship?
Yeah, but isn't
Starship like spits them out like a Pez dispenser, bro.
Yeah.
You got to see this animation. When Elon wants it done, it's going to happen, Max.
I know, but like the quality, like isn't the latency way worse on the satellite
We're just
stuff?
scratching the surface, aren't we?
But like the distance that you got to go up to the satellite, I don't know.
Speed of light,
I'm no scientist.
350,000 kilometers per second, or 300,000 kilometers per second. That's the speed of light. We're going to get good.
That's fair. That is fair. Maybe, yeah, maybe you're right on that one. I just stole an idea from Ponzi Fonzie. He said short NVIDIA, and I said, what a smart idea. I don't want to short AMD.
That's exactly
but I
what
do
Neil
want to
said.
short this strength.
Yeah.
So I'm short NVIDIA. It broke down 288.50. I got short 288.47. Whatever reason, not showing up on the position board, but I am short and looking for like 287.50 probably.
Oh, baby.
Just like a bit of a scalp, a little bit of a pullback thing, not looking to like hold this all the way back to VWAP. I don't think the chips are necessarily done. But yeah, looking for like $1. I think $1 is reasonable on this. That's where it broke out from before. So I should be able to get down there, and we'll stop out if it takes back this 50 period above 288.80 kind of. So 30 cents of risk, $1 reward. That's how I like to play things. We will see if this can continue in the face of NVIDIA's strength. What else is going on in the market right now? We have Tesla kind of breaking out. Where is Apple at? I wanted the long on Apple today, couldn't find it. Apple pulling back, so if Apple gets back down to like VWAP kind of area, I like the long in here, like 173.25 kind of, but we will see where that goes. I don't know if Apple gets all the way down there for me to get long, and yeah, I mean, I'm not willing to pay up to here when I was getting long down here before. Shopify also crazy strong today. I've taken way too many fills on Shopify today, looking for the short initially off this 64 area, and then the long down around the 50 period, which took me a long time to actually get that long, and ended up stopping out right at the bottom before the move through 65. I was trying to hold it for like this move through 65, and it just would not go, and end up trying to take the breakout too. That didn't work, but lost like 2 cents there. No big deal. And now we are pulling back again. So 64.50 was kind of an area. So if we get down there again and it starts reserving maybe, or I see something on the tape that I like, then I will try to get long Shopify down there as NVIDIA starts to maybe work for me. Still nothing too strong to the downside there, but I do like that AMD is breaking out and NVIDIA is not. So that could be a good trade here. What else are you guys trading right now? SoFi? What's SoFi doing today? I haven't even looked at it. Up 4%, all right. Still like crushed off earnings. I think earnings day was at what, like 650 or something? $7 was like the earnings high, and then just flushes. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like SoFi is a short until it gets, I don't know, past 7 probably. So I don't really see much in the SoFi realm right now, but interesting for sure as it takes off. But like, what, it's up 15 cents from this consolidation bottom. I mean, you can definitely take a ton of size on SoFi. I mean, this book is nuts. You could probably take 100,000 shares on this. Like, I mean, look at this. That's like, what is that? That's about 100K shares on each level. So, yeah, I mean, you could take a crazy amount of size on SoFi right now. But yeah, maybe that's what people are doing on it, just looking for a little like 1% move or whatever. I don't know.
Buyout style trade where you're taking ridiculous shareage
like,
and you're
getting paid to get in, paid to get out.
Exactly.
I mean, that's fair. If you're like kind of just joining the trend on it and getting paid to get in, you get paid to get out a couple cents, and you're taking like 20,000 shares or something crazy, I guess that makes sense. That's not really how I like to play things, and then you do open yourself up to some risk doing that, but I don't know. Interesting for sure. Shopify never got to my level there. 64.60 it bounced off. Man, this one is crazy. Have you been, I guess you weren't. No, you were here on Thursday for Shopify
Thursday,
earnings.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was a monster.
It was crazy,
And
and it hasn't
had a
stopped.
decent day Friday
It's
too,
up
right?
5% today,
Yeah,
and
this
it was
is the
up
kind
on
of name
Friday too.
I can get behind.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Because a lot of people complain about Amazon and them like raking in way too much profit off the top for third-party sellers just by having their product listed on Amazon.
Yeah.
You know, you just get, so they're looking for something where they can keep a bit more off the top. Obviously, the obvious one is Shopify. Kind of makes that e-commerce platform more straightforward for a lot of online sellers. But yeah, we'll see. You know, they had a bit of an interesting story. They overshot with respect to COVID and how people would continue to spend subsequent to that. And then they made adjustments by laying people off way earlier than most people started. They laid people off back in July last year as they made huge cost restructuring, cost-cutting, whatever, bro. You know what I mean. It's a long day. And then, yeah, so it's been a decent name. They've been able to shore up the books. Jay Lee, get some shorts on Carvana, Max. I'm calling the top around here. There you go. All right, so Jay making the call. Vana is a no-go. Let's have a look at the chart on Vana. TRVN, let's see, VNA. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Ooh, baby, look at that weekly chart, Max. That's what you want to see right there, baby. That's what I want to look for. No, I'm kidding. Of course, guys, that is a horrible-looking chart. Let's look more 15-minute-ish than weekly-ish here. All right, so there is the pop off earnings. Comes in the after hours, 4 o'clock subsequent. You get a move up from that 7. Where were we? Yeah, we were around $7 midday. You get a decided move through that 8, 8.5. The next day at 4 a.m., you open up. You get some good buying initially. That buying continues into the open, but then the big sell-off comes in. We're right back at those highs. It looks like we wicked up to 11.20 there. Is that a real wick or is that institutional wick? No, that's a 9.30 wick, so that's probably a bell. We can look at more micro at that. But anyway, $11, probably the level to be looking at here. What's the 4-hour tell us? When's the last time we were at these levels? Okay, so last time we were at 11. You gotta go back. Okay, so we almost came back to 11 back in March. Not quite. Got up to about 10.89. So that level got tested. And then right back up again April 11th, right at that 11. So that 11 level, that's an obvious level. Last time we actually broke it, though, obviously on the open on Friday, but subsequent prior to that was back end of February. The obvious level above 11, you got to say is this peak over here, looking at 13, I would say, would be an interesting area on Vana. So looking for that 13, 11 breaks. But according to Jay Lee, that's the top, baby.
I would be cautious calling the top on a name like this, especially with a move like this. You would want to see some kind of blow-off scenario to call it top on Carvana. I haven't seen anything like that. It is just straight up on Carvana today. So
My goodness.
Yeah, I'm going to doubt that top. I'm not shorting this until we do some kind of false breakout or something. To update on NVIDIA, I did stop out above 288.80, so took the 30-cent loss. Too bad. So sad.
Did you see that, Neil? Did you see that comment? Oh, you see that comment? Were you laughing about the comment? Oh, what were you laughing about? Write it to me in the group chat, or not, or in the PM. Yo, Terry, keep it clean, bro. Terry, I know you're not a bro, but like, yeah. Interesting comments coming vis-a-vis Terry, but yeah, I got. It's funny. I don't know what to say to that, but yeah. All right, guys. Google just took 107s max. Now we're hanging out at 107.14 as a high. The thing is, though, we're holding 107 on Google. It's been relatively strong all day. We're up 1.5 percentage points when we're basically flat on the market in general. So Google, the lone standout name, obviously with AMD. I'm talking about my big tech names.
Yeah.
The big six that I watch. We're also seeing a bit of an interesting move on Netflix, kind of a top now, though, consolidating above VWAP, but it did make that 332.5 top. I'm talking about Netflix. But since then, just a bit of a range. But Google still strong, slow mover, though. You know how Google is. It's not a Tesla, that's for sure. But yeah, the pattern looks bullish. The volume, I guess, is there if you want to consider that volume. It's like 10 million shares for Google at 12:30. That's definitely not what we were used to.
I would
Max.
say that that's like not really in play.
Yeah, because of the shares, the
Just
volume.
like the volume. Why would you trade a Google when you got like a Shopify or Apple or Tesla or AMD today to play with? I just don't see it necessarily,
Google?
Unless you got like some key level that you're playing off of today.
It's up 1.5%. It's a counter trend move.
Yeah.
Bucking the trend.
That's fair.
That should alert you in itself. Like, it's not AMD. It's not up 5%.
Yeah. Just the volume so light.
It
when
is
they
light.
cruise up on light volume, it tends to be very hard to structure unless you're doing like those like kind of swing trades, like you buy a level and you're looking for like a $2 move, which I guess is something that I do. But like, I always want to see the volume to confirm moves because when you're just gliding up on light volume, when the volume comes in, where do you go? You know, when the volume comes in, it's not necessarily to your side.
No,
and you
it could
get
be the
those
SL
like
side.
stairs up, window down kind of scenario. But I mean, I'm not betting against Google today. I'm watching this
a lot of action here in the studio with new faces.
Oh yeah,
We're not going to say anything about what's going on, but there's new faces auditioning right now.
Auditioning?
A little secret between you, me, and the lamppost, as my dad used to say. I'm like, Dad, what lamppost? Like, we're inside the house. My dad had these crazy sayings at his, like, I don't know, don't worry, he heard them. But yeah, they always make me laugh. All right, is it Kramer, says Darwin? No, it's not Kramer.
Sharif, I don't know if you heard.
What?
Brankel's back there.
Uh-huh.
Engaged.
No.
Is he there? Oh, he left.
I'm not going to say I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say I'm surprised. But yeah, good for him. I'm going to shake his hand after when I'm off the show, obviously. Got to give him props for that.
Shout out to
Good
Brankles.
for him.
Congrats to him.
They've been living together a little bit now.
Yeah, quite some time, I think.
So that's good. That's good. Like that from Brankles. I've met her before. She's cool. She's got good conversation.
I think I met her for like 30 seconds one time.
Yeah. No, I met her
I was
at
on my way out.
like a work appreciation party that Peter put together.
Okay.
And there was obviously free booze.
Nice.
So everybody showed up, of course.
Nice.
That's how it works. Yeah, I know. Crowd up 7%. Any thoughts? Says Michelle Meir. Let's have a look at crowd. Stop talking about free booze here, Max. It's Monday. Keep it together. Crowd.
Monday, we
Crowd's
got
on
the
New
shakes
York.
here. We got the shakes
No,
here.
I know, right? It's Monday, baby. All right, crowd. Let's look at crowd. Ooh, baby, look at that.
Wow.
Up and to the right. Looks fantastic. Let's maximize here. And all right, here's the opening bell print. Higher high, higher high. Been stair stepping up with higher lows as well. Let's go to the 15. See anything we can discern real quick here from the 15. All right, we broke through the level that we posed up on Friday, 123. We break that decidedly, no problem. All right, let's go to the daily on this bad boy here. CRWD. Oops, I typed that in wrong. CRWD. All right, Max, let's look at the 4-hour on CrowdStrike. All right, so let's zoom out here. Bit of a top brewing there at 140. You got to say bit of a sell zone between 137.50 and 140. That level existing, since early March to about late April. We get touches off there, so that's an obvious level we're looking at. But when you're looking at the wider 4-hour here, you're seeing a series of higher lows. Let's zoom out even more. Let's go to the daily. All right, yeah, so like with a lot of these stocks, it looks like it found its bottom towards the, end of last year, early this year. Obviously, January was good to a lot of stocks. It was also good to CrowdStrike, getting off that 90 bottom. And retracing still below the 200 moving average, though, EMA on the daily. No question about that, below 140. And the last time we touched the 200, you got a rejection. It was a false breakout of the 200 here. You get a retracement into it and a rejection. So interesting. Yeah, not really ready to make any pronouncements on this one. It really takes that. You want to think 140, 145 decisively.
Yeah.
Right, makes an obvious newer high here. I'd like to see that anyway. So
always tough to trade names like that too.
Yeah.
Liquidity kind of at a premium on those ones.
No question.
I did see that we had a super chat.
Yeah, morning boys. Looking banks today. Thoughts on TFC, Max?
TFC, yeah. This
Toronto
is,
Football
I guess, this is not the Toronto Football Club. Truist Financial Corporation, another one of these regional-ish banks or whatever. Down pretty much nothing today. I guess it gapped up and then went down with, what's the one that I was trading? PACW. So they all kind of gapped up and then faded the whole gap. This looks pretty gross off that 30. That would have been a nice short if you were just front running that 30. That's pre-market though. So good luck there. Or no, that's not pre-market. That's 932. So after the market opens, shoots up to 30. Sweet short all the way down to 28.75. Now not doing a whole lot of volume, but cruising towards the low of day. Maybe that 27.50 breakdown. If I look at my trade ideas chart, where are we? Yeah, we are below 28.50. Sorry, 28.50. Yeah, it looks like a bit of a break level.
Oh baby.
Kind of supported on Friday at 28.50. So you could probably break down off of that 28.50 and start looking lower to those like 27.50, 27 areas. Definitely weak on these ones. I did have a short on PACW today, and I let it go. I was kind of scared of this name. I started to scale out, and then I'm like, is this worth the mental capital to keep watching this for like half the size? And I decided no, but that was obviously a bad decision, and it keeps going down. But I took like a 50-cent kind of scalp off that 7 level.
It's at a really interesting level here, wouldn't you say? This is Friday's close, that 575 area.
Yeah, definitely interesting. We had 550 was pretty supportive on Friday afternoon.
Okay.
Sean and Neil and I were all kind of trading it on Friday afternoon around that 550.
Yeah.
So that would be an interesting spot. I don't know how to read this anymore. I mean, you kind of buy up the whole dip down to $2 or whatever it was at. What was that? $3 the other day? Where is that? Yeah, 260. Buys it all up. Then we're just fading this gap. I kind of figured, shorts might be a little bit underwater here, but apparently not until we get to these like $9, $10 kind of levels. And I guess just like instead of shorts getting squeezed out, an opportunity for shorts to add more to their positions today. And it just gets kind of smoked. So we'll see what happens around yesterday's close. Low of today is 580. Just kind of grinding down all day. If you're looking to the long side, maybe a failed breakdown at low of day kind of thing. But I feel like PACW kind of, and all these banks kind of just confirming that they don't want to go up anymore.
All right. Yeah, guys, it's a bit of an inside day. You could say that. I mean, we are down on the NASDAQ 0.05 and down on the ES 0.07. So we are very much near Friday's close right about now on both index names or both futures names. Some secular names running here. We talked about them. AMD, chief among them, as it is up 5.11%. But you know what else is up, but not nearly on nearly as much volume, is our friend Pi. Yes, this was an earnings winner, I believe, last week, or a loser, I believe, actually. Hold on. It was an earnings loser. Yes, Max. Look at that move down. This is kind of like the gap fill type play here if you're looking for a swing. So Pi has a huge move down. This is a semi-name, Impinj Incorporated. They are development of Internet of Things solutions, and they also have, chips for wireless connectivity and business and consumer applications. Anyway, big move down on earnings miss, holds 80, and now we're retracing up quite nicely today, 7% on low volume. But I'm talking about more of a swing if you're looking for a gap fill, maybe back into that at least 100. Maybe you encounter some resistance here on this trough at 105. So interesting move on Pi. That's been a couple of good days actually since that big move down. Interesting here on Pi. Anyway, that is more of a swing than intraday, but AMD is definitely the intraday trade, as we've seen. Neil was all over this one this morning. A long 92 and change. Solid trade, 94.75. Just when you think it's kind of giving you that hint that it wants to reverse, it bamboozles you, and now it looks like we are printing closer to high of day again, Max. 94.75. We're up in the 94, low 70s. Oh, baby.
Yeah.
It's
Wild,
been printing high side. Ian Rispetto, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Ian. Could you look at Airbnb? Been long since Friday at 117 for a swing in earnings tomorrow after the bell. Okay, let's have a look at Airbnb. ABNB. I was listening to the CEO talk a little bit last week with some of the CNBC people, and he was, talking a little bit about how he'd never really thought it would end up being anything this big. And anyway, it's an interesting interview if you want to have a listen to it. All right, where are we here on the hourly? We're right back up to the levels we were at the end of March. So that area that we got into about that 126, I want to say 120, 126 area. We've broken through. 126.82 is today's high. So we're right up to those end of March highs. What does the 4 hour tell us? Let's zoom out to the 4 hour here. All right, so that 125 area looks like it's a repeatable area going back into early March. We had a bit of a double top off there. So that's and then even going back into Feb as well, that 125 was an area before we took it out, going into 130. So that 130 ultimately is where you're looking to get a newer high. You want to see a 131 print because that's the peak there, looking to make obviously a 145 test. Looks good though. Series of higher lows following the April trend that we've been having with strong equities, holding 107.50. Then you have a 112 low. Then you have a 117 low. So decent. What does the daily show us on this one? I know I'm kind of going backwards. I should be going daily, 4 hour, 1 hour. But yeah, same thing. You see like this bottomed out at the end of the year, and it's been having a good year since. 145 top.
Yeah, and they have earnings tonight.
Is it tonight?
I believe so.
He was saying next week. I think he said tomorrow after the bell, he said.
Tomorrow after the bell,
Yeah.
yeah. So we've seen these kind of tech names grind up into earnings recently quite a bit. Possibly because earnings season has been relatively strong, I would say. So people are kind of playing into the earnings move before it even happens.
CrowdStrike, guys. 7 1/3% at daily highs, 131.50. I mean, you want to know the truth, Max? It's a 3-penny spread.
Really?
I wouldn't have thought that.
It's only done like 3 million shares today.
I know. Like, you're not punching in big boy shareage with this one, though.
No, and I mean, you look at the book there, you can't, even if you want to.
It's just not there. It's just not there. You'll take out several levels.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know that it's necessarily like a tradable stock for a day trade per se.
A hell of a pattern there.
But I mean,
there goes the
it's just
50
going
level.
up. Yeah. If you wanted to trade options on this, like maybe this is a name where you trade intraday options.
Oh, Max.
Yeah. You trade some options intraday instead of getting into big shares on the actual equity where you're more exposed. I don't know. I don't know. I just have ideas. I don't know if they're actually true or not. One of my ideas, Shopify getting long at this 64.50 level, did come to fruition. So I saw exactly what I wanted to see on the tape. It gets into 64.50, starts messing around with the level, doesn't really want to print it, and then wicks down by a cent or two and back right above. So I'm long now at 64.54, looking for the move back into 65. It was a somewhat clean top here at that 65, so maybe we bounce off there again, but I mean, I'll take the 40-cent scalp into there. Does look like it's kind of rounding off a bit, so the question is, do we get back above this teal line and continue the trend, or is this the spot where we go back down to VWAP? It has not wanted to print VWAP all day, so if it wants to print it now, that would be new.
That'd be dynamite.
That would be new. That wouldn't be dynamite for me.
No,
but,
no.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm not holding this to VWAP. I am holding it basically to this consolidation unless we get like something that I don't like on the tape. But if we do get to VWAP, that's got to be a banger long. I mean, Shopify just up and to the right all day, as you like to say.
Baby.
And now, like, looking to make the decision whether it wants to continue or do a real pullback for like the first time all day. But we'll see. Get back over that 64.70 kind of area. That's where we broke out from last time. And blast off is what I would like to see. See what happens here on Shopify. And that Carvana got back up to 82. So
You guys
didn't make a new high.
No, they were on my screen. But yeah, they flipped it back. I want to talk about Fubo real quick, Max, because we've been knocking on the door of that high a day about like 3 times now. 183, we're trading at 179, but the volume is drying up on Fubo, though, it has to be said. Yeah, especially for a $1 stock. But the book is stacked, though. You can get in with size basically at any level here. That's the beauty of this stock, despite the fact that the price movement is slowing down. Looking at this one from a 5-minute, probably a bit better. There you go. You're getting the accumulation at the top, and you're seeing higher lows, right? And that's what you want to see for that eventual break. Maybe you get a 2 test if you're lucky, if that big buyer steps in, and then shorts get squeezed through that high of day break. 183, the high. You know, I didn't see how this one was trading to see what the book was like there, but maybe when it gets back into that area next time, I'll set up an alert maybe so I can have a look. Anyway, accumulation around there, but if you're looking long, you definitely, and you're holding, I would say your out should be the break of that 172. That's the trough here on the 5-minute, and that's a newer low, and that to me would signal the end of the trade. But looking on my other chart here, looks like VWAP is at 173. So if you were even more, or you were less inclined to take risk, you maybe want to get out on a decided break of VWAP. Or you can just wait and wait for that 170 break. To me, that's probably the better level. Depends on how much share you have, how many shares you have, and what your risk is. All right, guys, let's get back into AMD because it just knocked on the door of $95. And, you know, it's not a big, huge deal that AMD's up 5%, but it is when the market's done absolutely nothing, flat, baby, and AMD deciding to have itself a day for, well, we still don't know why. We're speculating. I mean, we're looking, we're seeing different things. Microsoft rebuts allegations. AMD shares trading higher in general with AI strength. Your guess is as good as mine. It's trending. It's up 5.5 points. There's no arguing with that. But my name isn't Neil Roberts, and I wasn't in at 92.25.
Yeah, like, what do you do with it at this point? I don't think you're taking the 95 breakout.
I'm good at this point.
I don't know that it's necessarily a short at 95 yet, especially considering like we consolidated for a while there, and now we're headed back up. Like, do you think it's just going to stop a few? What is that, $0.50 higher, like 40 cents higher? I don't think so. I think it's got to do another move before it's a short.
Would you like anything to drink?
I'm good, thank you. But yeah, I'm still just looking at this Shopify right now. Kind of did another little wick down and then rebid, so I added some. Still not feeling 100% confident in this one right now. I will give it to basically like the break of 29. If it breaks it cleanly, I will get out there. But we shall see on that one. Still thinking kind of bullish on Shopify, but we've made a big move over the past couple of weeks, or a couple of days, honestly. 3 trading days, up probably 30+%. So, you know, we do need a pullback at some point, and I'm not going to stand in front of that pullback for much longer than this. Going for that 95 on AMD. So do we have size on the level? Not a whole lot. Not as much as you would think. There's only like 600 lots up there. So interesting on AMD, the way that is going up. Let's see if this breaks it right now and where it goes. I mean, maybe a failure of 95 is a short, but I feel that you got to get up to 96 before this is truly a short. As like the market's not even screaming and AMD is flying to the upside. There it is. There's the break. So 10 cents. Where does it go from here? I don't know. Kind of reserving that 10. Reserving that 10. Does it fall? No, not even close. Blast through. AMD, super, super strong. I am not shorting this until we get to 96. What's going on with Shopify here? Can we just pump back up on Shopify? I feel Shopify today on the way up has felt like shorts are just getting squeezed the whole way and they can't really find a spot to cover. Now I feel like the tape has changed and maybe I should flip my bias on this one because, you know, it's just kind of cruising down slowly and it doesn't feel like shorts are in a bad spot on this anymore. So I think I should probably stop out of this if we make another low. Maybe not the best trade on Shopify to be getting long this far above VWAP. But we'll see. Like if we bid back above 50 right now, that would be pretty bullish on this name that's up. What are we up? Like what were we at before earnings? Like 45 or something on Shopify? Yeah. Go to the day chart. We were trading at 46.25 the day before earnings. We're at 64.30 right now. I should probably not be long this high on this name. See what happens here.
You're in the direction of the trend. Well, it's curling down.
It is curling down. I'm going to give it like 10 seconds to get back up. And if we don't, yeah, that's it. So out on Shopify, take the L on that one, 30 cents. Away she goes. We'll see if we get back down to this 64 level and try to hold in there for the next long. These 63.80s had a massive bid reserve on it. That's where I was short, and I ended up covering because 63.80s had this crazy reserve on the bid. So maybe we get back down to there, and that's the next long. If we break through there, that would be pretty bearish on Shopify. But yeah, I will keep this on the chart. Wait for that 64 level, and AMD kind of failing 95, but nothing substantial. Nothing substantial yet.
Kevin Stanford, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Kevin. AMD put in a confirmed weekly higher low at 102.43 is the break above for the next high on weekly uptrend. Okay. Wow. Yes, the weekly uptrend, I would, yes, have to agree with that. 102, right there it is right there. This is what he's talking about. This candle of indecision, which has an equally high and low candle wick with like a body right in the middle. All right, so the high on this bad boy, 102.43, as Kevin said. You break above that, and you close above that. You wait for the weekly candle to close above that. And some people use different forms of confirmation. So some people will want a certain percentage away from the breakout area. They'll say 3%. Some people say 1 to 3. Some other people will want 2 maybe confirmation candles to close above the breakout area. So they'll want to see 2 weekly candles close above that 102.5. So it depends on what you're using and what technical analysis, theory you subscribe to. There's a whole bunch. Some people use ATR for that particular assessment as well. So there's really no right and wrong way, but there's a lot of ways. So that's what I'm just trying to throw that out there. But no question about it, 102 102.5, that's the break. And that goes to here too, Kevin. Like, I mean, look, yeah, you get up to 105 just about. Where did this candle go up to? 104.73. That was back, what is this? This is August. Yeah, this is August of last year, August 2022. So this will be, you know, you got to assume it's at 104.5, sorry, 102.5, 105 area. Right, that's going to be the area. That's a better area, I would say. And the sad thing about this is you're going to encounter so many different resistance levels along the way, right? Like, look, you get that 105 here because that's the peak, and then all along this descent, you're going to have to deal with these higher peaks at 110, for example, right here. You're going to have 105 resistance, 110 resistance. You're going to have resistance all along the line. That's the nature of the 2022 retracement that we had. You're going to deal with this for the next year, year and a half, whatever.
Hopefully not that long.
Yeah, hopefully not that long. I agree with that. But yeah, so there's the AMD, but I do agree with that. That's a good assessment for that weekly high, and I like how you're trading off the weekly. If you're, you know, I mean, swing trading's technically 3 weeks to 3 or 6 months. You can even say, right? Like,
and if you're looking for like longer term trends, like I never really looked at the weekly chart, and then Obi started showing me some weekly.
Obi's
Just
an OG.
that he like looks at the weekly on his Amazon trades,
Right.
and it's interesting. It's very interesting
Yeah,
to
yeah.
look at the weekly and look at the weekly levels versus just daily, where you know these breakouts are like truly confirmed on the weekly
Oh
chart.
yeah, you got to assume there's a more weight behind that.
Yeah, the longer the time frame, the more confirmation on these moves. And I'm gonna have to. I have Neil's stream deck now, so I can hit buttons.
Oh baby,
Gonna have to hit the fail, man.
I got that one. Hit something I don't have.
I punched the bottom on Shopify here. I believe I was the bottom.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
64.20, and now we're back up to my price. So, yeah, wasn't patient enough waiting for the bottom to add here. Kind of just got too excited about the trade and didn't wait for it to kind of break a moving average, come back, pull back, and then go. So, congrats if anybody stayed in their longs on Shopify. I, got bamboozled, but that's all right. That's all right. And AMD's still making highs, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, AMD
Like, I don't know what
doesn't
to
care
do
about
with this.
anybody's feelings or anybody's expectations or understanding of what is rational or irrational because it decided it's going to absolutely buck the trend and pump up 6% on a Monday on no news. So, hey, I'm down, man. I love these. Okay, dude, well, let me tell you, I was a little disappointed in AMD last week coming in with weak earnings in the GPU category.
Yeah.
What the hell was that about? All we've been hearing is everybody and their mother's cousin wanting to jump on the AI bandwagon. You see NVIDIA finding new sources of revenue, renting out their AI computers to companies that want to train their models, this and that. And you have AMD reporting negative year-over-year quarterly growth for GPUs. Hello.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't get it.
I got really excited.
I don't. I just don't get like why is it up so much today if Microsoft isn't confirming this news and they're getting kind of.
We have a new class.
We do have a new class starting right this second, guys. What time? Yeah, 12,
behind us.
12:30, new class.
And that could be you guys too.
Fresh meats.
Could we put that, Mahat? Could we put that up, the campus? Yeah, let's put that up there because it's very apropos that the new class is starting behind us. And Neil usually
This is
does
not the
the
campus
promo.
program, though.
No,
This is
is
floor.
not the campus program.
Yeah.
There it is, guys. Kickstart your career in capital markets. Use that barcode on the bottom right there. Shout out to Daytrade the World. We're using their software and we're using their money. Their money.
Yeah.
I guess that's the most important thing here in this. But another important thing is the 95.45 high that AMD just printed, Max.
Yeah, I'm gonna be watching intently
still holding that?
on that 96 level.
Neil's not holding that anymore, guys. He got out of that. No, we didn't see Boeing. Okay, so I got to look at the chat here because apparently Boeing is making moves. Ryanair order for more 737 MAX jets could be announced as early as Tuesday, sources with respect to our friend Boeing. Let's go and look at our friend Boeing, which is a New York stock, which is not up 21%. That's Fubo. Boeing, but it did pop up there, a bit of an algo spike from that 190. This is the 5 minute. Let's go into the one.
That sounds like a fade to me.
Yeah, there you go, Max, the ever cynic.
Well, it's, just
no,
it's an order for a
the
massive
ever
company.
pragmatist, I should say.
I mean, Boeing, they always come out with this order news midday, and then you fade it, and you can get a couple dollars on the way down. Obviously, you can't be stubborn on this name because of the spread and the liquidity.
Yep.
But like, you know, Boeing's supposed to get orders for planes. That's their whole business. I know. So getting a new order should not be like that great of news for this company.
And even when they get orders, dude, their suppliers screw up. They screw up.
Yeah, exactly.
They get grounded. The what's it called? No, not the FTC. What's it called? The flight. What is it called? The NTSB? No, there's another one as well. Yeah. Anyway, you guys know what we're talking about.
Oh yeah,
the
yeah.
FTA?
What is it?
Is it the FTA?
FDA is
Federal
food.
Transportation Authority.
Oh, maybe? I don't know, man.
Jeez, FAA.
But,
Thank you,
FAA,
guys. We're
there you
losing it
go.
over here. FAA.
Federal Aviation Authority.
Oh, well, they just got a
Right?
nice little pump up there, so they did retrace like you
Let's
said.
see if they fail 200 here. If it fails 200, I would like the short, I believe. But it will have to get up there first. Not going to just short 50 cents in front of that number. Yeah, Boeing, like, very spready. Like, sometimes you end up punching a position on Boeing and you're instantly 50 cents out of the money and wondering what you are doing. So we'll see on this one. I want to get my price and no other price on Boeing. Yeah, not looking to step in front of a level like that. But I think this is a fade, and I will be looking for such a thing. Only up 0.5% today, though. I guess the market's flat. Yeah, market really doing nothing. Hey, and Apple, I wanted to bring everybody's attention to this Apple, just totally consolidating. Like, consolidating up, but consolidating nonetheless.
Oh my goodness.
Higher lows all day, but still has not broken the high. So potentially gearing up for like that flat top breakout in the afternoon.
Oh, baby.
Or maybe just profit taking. I'm not sure what's going on Apple, but watching that 174 level for sure this afternoon.
I want to
and
see if it makes a
potentially
new
just
high.
like a VWAP dip.
You're still short what?
On Apple?
173.70. Short, Sean, he's going to be on in a couple of minutes, but 173.70, Sean is short on our friend Apple as it dances with break even. It's technically down 0.06% on the day. My goodness. Okay, so this is frustrating. This meta trade was rock solid. It was before you came on. This was the meta trade, but here it is, Max. I'm disappointed in myself because I should have been getting back into it. It's a series of higher lows. Okay, it was rocket science. All the dips got bought back up. And you could tell that. Okay, so this is where I got out initially, this one right here.
I mean, that's a good trade regardless.
It's a good trade, but like what I saw was higher lows,
Yeah.
and I didn't soldier down and
Didn't
get
act
back
on
in.
it.
No.
It's all right, man. It's all right. It's Monday. You got the rest of the week to be better.
Yeah, I hope so, because you know, this meta trade, it presented itself. It was obvious. It was a series of higher lows accumulating at an obvious top, Max. It was Friday's close, the area where we were rejecting. So nothing was a surprising level, and you have higher lows accumulation at the top. But it is now 1 o'clock.
It is. It is.
And you're overtime, so we will let you go. And
right.
oh yeah, well, okay, all right. Sean's
Yeah, we have
not ready
20
to come on
seconds
yet.
left.
Sean, yeah, 20 seconds, okay. All right, let's go, baby. I'm keeping my eye on this meta trade, just the same way that I'm oh, yeah, I know. Sean wants to have a couple of sips of his coffee, and that's fair, I think. So we'll let Sean get all set up in there. All right, Google back up at highs as well, Max. Max was bad-mouthing Google earlier. No, I'm kidding, of course. I didn't actually mean it.
Hey, I said I'm not betting against Google. I said I'm not betting against it, but I'm not trading it. That's what I said.
It's printing highs,
No
baby.
bad-mouthing.
107.21, a bit anemic in its ascent. It's not a meta at the moment. Meta is just all sorts of strong right now, breaking through 233 like absolutely nobody's business. High day 233.40, but you feel like high day is going to be very dynamic at this point, and then that may change shortly as we knock on the door of the $50. We're also eking up here on these futures, and by futures I mean NQ, because we're doing bupkis on the ES. Do I have it on the 5-minute? Yes, I do. The ES is absolutely dead. The NQ printing newer highs. We're looking to touch that 13,355, sorry, 335 on the NQ. We're right there at that 325. So 10 points away from high day. That high day was made on much lesser volume, but again, you know, we're really only above Friday's close by not even 10 points, 13,317. That's where Friday's close is, but we were much lower, and I guess that's what's good about this NQ move is that we were much lower relative to Friday's close on the NQ than we were on the ES. The ES was much more range bound. The NQ dipped a little bit right after the bell there, getting down into 13,254, and now we're 100 points, almost 100 points off those bottoms, looking to test that high of day max.
Do you think after like a relatively strong earnings season, now we finally get to break out on that NQ? Now that Apple's had the strong earnings to close earnings season, basically. I mean, we still got some names to report, but like relatively strong earnings season. Now is it time to just cruise up slowly on the NASDAQ, get into those like levels that we want to see?
I'd like that. Here's the NDX chart, Max. Let's go to the chart real quick here. This is the actual index, not the futures. So here is the January high that we made, and we broke that January high. So we're
consolidating above.
Look at this: higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high, higher high. Then you're testing. Now we're talking about August highs here. Now we're talking about August highs at 13.7, and we're talking about the index guys, not the futures. All right, you are now officially overtime because Sean has declared his state of readiness.
All right.
So we're going to let you go, Max. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks,
we'll give Sean an opportunity to set up, and let's take it over here. All right, guys, come to my screen, and let's start talking about this meta trade that bamboozled me. Oh, did it bamboozle me? 233.40 is where we got up to that last little ascent. I was all out of the trade at around 233. I got some into the 90s right up here, but like I was telling Max before that, I should have been buying these dips, especially when I saw that it made a higher low on this little trough over here. A lot easier to see on the 5-minute, or maybe not on this 5-minute. There we go. Yeah, look at that, 231.64. You don't even make it down below 232 at that point. You should be buying this up, especially on the break of the high. And that was a mistake anyway. Paper handed the meta trade, but that's going to happen. But it looks like an absolute beast today. And by that, I'm joking, of course, because it is up only 0.2% on our friend Meta. So not much, guys. Oh, wow. TRVN halted to the upside again. Let's have a look at TRVN. This one was all the rave this morning in small cap world, as this one couldn't stay open. It was following a bit of a trend to the high side, even though it was halting the majority of the time. It held VWAP quite nicely. In fact, it held the whole dollar level. Retraces right back into 2, and if you bought anything in and around 2 pennies from $2, you were rewarded, as it now is halted 254 to the high side, with a 288 top. Not quite that $3, Sean, but 288 top on our friend TRVN. Trevana, they had a drug approved in China. I believe it is a painkiller. Yeah. What is the name of it? Olinvic. How did you say it earlier, Neil? Olinvic? Olinvic approved as a painkiller in China, so it's moving on that news. So that's the pitch here on TRVN, up 317% on the day, 220% since the open at 9:30. Volume, 70 million shares, minus 500,000, so 69.5 million. I don't know why I labored that. 7.6 million share float, so definitely a tiny float there. Not sure what the short interest on this. Let's check real quick here. TRVN. Short float, negligible, 1.46%, so nothing to report there on the short float. So we shall see what this one brings. Doing nothing though, Mr. Katina, on
what's
these
going on?
futures. Why are we so range bound?
You asking me that question? Or?
I guess I'm looking for some sort of a explanation. I mean, I don't know. We're really tight here, both on the
remember,
ES
like
and the
we're
AQ.
done. We're done the earnings season now.
Yeah.
We're sort of just cruising around, and we talked about the Nasdaq being at that 13,350 level, haven't been yet to break it. So, you know, that's going to be something that we're going to have to keep on watching out for. I'm just trying to set up the last of my layout right here as I don't want to log out and back in, so a lot of that is a problem. As I say, you come to my layout right now, I got to bring over some of the different levels that we have here, just some of the, like where's my time and sales? Here it is right here, so we'll bring that over. And then I just got to find my 3-minute chart. And I'm remote desktopping in.
Are you?
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah,
so you're
so
setting
that
that
I'm
up
not-
today.
And I think the only thing, I think P-Pro 8 is okay. It's just, so this is my layout from over there. This is my actual
cool,
layout.
bro.
So it shows all my trades. I don't have to worry about all these wicks that are happening back and forth and everything like that. So,
I like it.
Yeah,
And
that's what we're trying to do.
Is it quick enough or is it choppy? Is it quick
no, it's
enough?
perfect.
It's like
I mean,
not.
we're literally, we're like 2 feet
That's
away, the
amazing,
same
man.
line.
Yeah.
Just remote desktop connection. So,
beauty.
have you taken that thing on any major highways yet?
I did. I had to
car?
drive back from Ottawa.
Oh, that's right. How was?
It was great. I put the speed limiter. So there's a speed limiter on the
Yeah,
car.
you don't
like,
want to
you
go too
just,
crazy with that car.
I didn't even know
that
that
has
existed.
550 horsepower.
550 horses.
Jeez, that's gonna be a couple tickets coming your way.
No, Sean. No, I don't
you
want
drive
any tickets,
safely,
bro. No,
drive
yeah.
carefully.
So the thing
You
is,
know,
I
you know I
got.
talk about knock on wood.
Yeah, I
I've
did.
never
knock on wood.
ever gotten a speeding ticket.
No.
No.
How?
Exactly.
Well, now I can't get a speeding ticket because I have that app on my phone.
Oh, the insurance one?
Yes. They bamboozled me into that. 10% off, they said. And then you
They
get up
analyze it.
to,
Up to.
another
Exactly.
15.
Exactly.
So up to
It's a
25%.
joke.
I
Yeah.
talked to Neil about that. He's like, yo, anytime I accelerate onto a highway, the on-ramp, you have to accelerate. You can't just grandma your way onto the highway. No disrespect
I
to
have
grandmas.
it installed.
But are you losing points every time you accelerate onto the
Losing
on-ramp?
points. I
Because
don't
Neil
check it.
says he looks at it and he sees
Neil
deductions.
is-
This guy throwing shade on the best of them.
the best of them. No,
Neil,
no.
Sean, you might want to have a look at our friend Meta here because our
I
friend
looked at
Meta.
that and I was shorted at one point and then I
But
got
have a
out.
look. Have a look now because we just broke out through that top and we're
let's do
knocking
that.
on the door of 234 pretty soon
So
here.
first of all, I will look at Meta. Let's just welcome everybody. Let me go over some of my positions real quick. My thing's not set up there. Okay, let me get out of something here. If I actually get out of some Apple, which it's not at a horrible level, my prices will adjust right there. Let me get. Yeah, I'm bidding 44s. Can we get it? Yes, we can. Now you should see my position show up right there. Okay, so. Just briefly talking here, we are red on Apple today. We talked about having that as a negative name in our account from the morning. We just tried to short everything early on Apple. That didn't work out at all. So you can see here on the 5-minute chart, a nice little aggressive move up there on earnings. And then we stopped around 174. So I'm here thinking like, hey, we want to short around this area. Apple was worse than the market and still actually is. But the market was red, turned green. So we just were very, very patient with our last fill. We took one fill. Again, same amount of shares, good size up, but we're in the short now and trying to hold this in case it does fall in off that 174. So I heard you and Max talking a lot about that trade, so I like it and I'm in it. And then the other trade I'm in, I'm still in Microsoft short. That's $1.10 in the money, but that's been in the money for a bit, so we'll wait to see where that one goes. And the other trade that I like, man, is this Amazon long. So we were long Amazon all day here. We had some missteps when it took down 105.50. We were able to get out. Then we waited for it. It took down 105 at one point. But then I was like, wait a second, we actually like that 105 long. So we got out and got back in. And then since then, our best outs have been here in around the 40s. So we're still long down there on Amazon. But unfortunately, we do have a blemish on our account right there by getting out. Once it did break 105. And then, of course, this is still the trade from the open. And this one I'm really happy about because we flipped up our game here on Microsoft. We were going long off 308 in the morning. Eventually, 308 broke right there. And I was like, you know what? It's weak. We can clearly see that, down 1%, was much weaker than the market. So we waited for it to pop up to the 50 period of 308.50 and shorted it, and the rest has been history with my best outs at 307.40, so about $1.10. So that's what we're in right now. You said you wanted to look at Meta, so I only had one Meta long earlier. I said I went short, I didn't. I actually went long right here on this break.
You and I went long the exact same area there, it looks like.
Sorry about that. But again, this is the problem
Yeah.
with me, and I'm not, like I said, I don't know how many shares you're holding or what the
I
situation
don't have
is.
anything left.
But I probably trading more shares than what you're doing.
Probably, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we try not to talk too much about share size here because it's not that what's important. But what I'm trying to say is that
234 door knock here, Sean.
well, so if you come over to the chart here, this is what we did. We took that day high break, and it really ran up to 233, but then it stopped. So we got out of half right there, but then we bought the half back when it came back to 233.34, and then when it broke below that little bottom right there of basically 232.25, I got out, which was a good move because this is why I ask about share size. It has nothing to do with who trades more size or whatever. It has nothing to do with that. It's like when I reload there at 30s, honestly, I don't even want to wait for it to break 32s because it's too many shares.
Exactly
to
where I
hold
got
this
out.
all the way
Exactly,
down.
yeah.
So I actually got out earlier. I got out at 20 break. To the
I got out
downside.
right at 30s.
You got right out 32.
So I got in 90s, 231.90s.
Then you got back in on this break, or where?
I didn't get back in at all.
So you're not in?
No,
I thought
no,
you were
I'm
still
not in. No, I'm lamenting not being in. Right? I mean, what I was telling Max is this was a mistake. It made a series of higher lows after I got out, which should have been a signal to me. I like that animation that you have to slap yourself in the face, right? Wake up to the trading opportunity.
I don't think this works if I hit it over here.
Give it a shoot.
Let me see. Sean slap. Oh, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah,
The
just
logo
imagine
on
my
your shirt
face there,
changes.
waking up like to the trade, bro. Wake up to the trade, bro. 234.05 is where we're at. We broke 234, Sean.
Why did you get that blue color? Did you have another choice there?
I love blue.
I really like it. I'm not.
Yeah. I'm getting to the reasons, right? Number one, I love blue. Like that's always
Have you shown everybody or no?
No, I haven't. I have videos on my phone, but I had it on my Instagram, but then it expired 24 hours. Sorry, right?
Get it?
No. How can you get it?
It's on Instagram.
It's done.
Oh, it expires.
Yeah, expired.
Stories
24 hours.
expire? I don't
Yeah,
even know
24
that.
hours. Yeah, of course. I'll get it on my phone. Maybe I can email it to myself, and then we can show it on here.
So you got blue. I really like that blue. That was something that I was looking for as
so
well.
it's blue on red on black. So the inside is red leather on black suede. Sweet. Alcantara, they call it, Sean.
Is that what they call it?
That's what they say.
I like that.
I mean, Alcantara is what it is. People are asking what it is.
Why-
All right, guys.
Oh, you haven't told everybody
No,
yet?
I haven't. No.
I thought we talked about it early on in the morning show.
No. We
want
talked
to?
about
We'll
the
skip it. We'll
color.
go on something
We
else.
talked about the horsepower. We talked about the
Right.
interior. We
Plus, you
ironically
posted it
though
on
haven't
Twitter,
said the
on-
name. I put it on my Instagram, but so those
I
who
saw
followed
people
me on
talking
Instagram
right,
knew
okay,
about it.
that's why.
The ones that didn't don't know about it.
So maybe they have to go follow you if they're going to find out, and we can leave it at that. I mean, I'm down with
Yeah,
that.
it's off now.
I just did want to come back here real quickly here because Amazon right now is popping. Yes, give me that bang right there because that's a nice little move upside right now for Amazon. Again, just extending itself right now to the
Market's
high
moving
side
up.
right here as the market is moving up. So on that note, Apple is doing absolutely jack. So we will punch out another piece right now at 44. And I mean, it's the thing, if the market's going to sort of blast upside here, I mean, is it blasting or is it just going up? We're taking out days high. We're already well past that. I went for a little bit of a walk, went to go phone the wife, and then my kid phoned me too. My 11-year-old is at a track and field meet.
Oh, baby.
Whereby his 4x100 team came in fourth place. So they qualified for the next round.
Got it.
So they're there. They're
Very
really
cool.
excited. And now he has a random event that I have no idea. And he told me that he only qualified because I think he was the only one in his school that went for this event. So smart on him as well.
Yeah.
Standing long jump.
Oh, baby, that brings back memories. Track and field day?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, so he's
We
killing
all
the
did
track
that.
and field day right now.
Running long jump,
And
standing
phoning
hop, skip, and jump. What was that called? Hop, skip, jump? Yeah, that was hop, skip, jump as well.
You know what?
Triple jump. It was called
triple
jump.
jump.
It was hop, skip, and jump. It was
I
called
didn't-
triple jump.
Right.
There was that. Hurdles were awesome.
The hurdles are always dangerous because if you have no idea what you're doing, then you're really screwed up on hurdles.
Yeah, there
so
you
that's not for the weak at heart, but yeah, you did track or no? Not
Oh,
really?
yeah, I did. I
think we
did
all
relay in
probably-
grade 6 and
Nice,
hurdles in
nice,
grade
nice,
7. Not
feel-
like Neil level track, but I did track. Yeah.
I feel like you would be good at shot put.
I wasn't.
What's this guy doing now?
Feifei is dealing. He's working.
It's hard to make me look But now I'm way bright, man. Like I feel like I got look at my damn forehead, bro.
I'm already
What is
shiny
that?
as it is, man. I know.
What is that?
Feifei's doing us dirty here, man.
Come on, Fahad. Come on, Fahad.
Ah.
Don't worry. Don't.
All right.
yourself
See.
right now.
All right.
I'm just looking here. I mean, I'm trying to find some names that are potentially at some
Well,
support
while
and
you
some
do that, I'll
resistance
talk a little
levels.
bit about this AMD new information coming out.
What
Again,
is this new information?
not much in the way of different. Come to my screen. AMD advanced micro devices shares gained Monday as reports claim Microsoft denied a partnership with the chip maker for its Athena artificial intelligence chip. Reportedly, Frank Shaw, a Microsoft spokesman, denied that AMD is part of Athena, saying AMD is a great partner. However, they are not involved in Athena. Also, separate reports suggested that U.S. sanctions compelled the Chinese firms, including Alibaba, from AMD and NVIDIA Corp chips. But the move entails very high costs, with experts reserving their doubts over the success of such action. Last week, AMD reported its upbeat first quarter earnings, followed by weaker guidance. All right, so that's the news. I mean, usually we get tidbits of the full story and then we get the full picture after. So a couple of possible explanations here. There is the Microsoft angle, there is the Chinese regulation angle, and yeah, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that as to what's happening. Meta is absolutely pumping to the high side, guys, and so is the NQ. The NQ is printing newer high of days as we speak. It's now taking out the pre-market high. 13,340.5 is the HOD on the NQ June contract, and we are at HOD at the moment on Meta. 234.58 is the HOD on that bad boy. And yeah, we have a nice possible HOD coming up here too on Google. 107.69. What's our friend AMD up to at this moment? Yeah, back into 95. Nice dip off 94.5. Is this a short here, or what are we doing here with AMD? I don't even know.
I always think it's dangerous when you're playing into a name like that when we're not really 100% certain of, the impact of that news story and why AMD is up so much. I mean, we indicated it on our sticky note earlier that was the number one play that we had written down for a long, not the number one, but we did have AMD written down as a long. So let's just have a look at the stock now that you've discussed this. I mean, up 6% is absolutely huge. I mean, where was their number on Thursday when they came out? I mean, it was an absolute disaster. I mean, you can see where we fell from. We fell from $90 all the way down and bounced off 81. So now when we put this into a minute chart, we see that here's the news there from AMD and Microsoft joining there on, well, you just talked about it, so it's not a joint partnership or any stretch of imagination, but that only went up to 91.50. And then Neil and I talked about those levels earlier, and we bounced off 91.50 there this morning, it looks like. Straight off that level, came back in, and then I guess once you took it, it was game over, and now nothing but upside. So that means we have to look at the, even a 5 minutes not really going to give us much. Now we have to look at the 20 minutes, so let's do that real quick. I mean, we're going to go back to pre-earnings levels, obviously, because there's $90. So if you're all the way back up here right now, I'm just really shocked that we're up right here, $15 on 81. So you're up, what's 15 on 81? You're up almost 20% there from that bottom. That's a monstrous move in just 3 days after an earnings report that we didn't really think was that great. But I'm noticing that we have a high wick here at 95.65 right now, 95.65. That's like well in my ballpark here to go short even right now on this. There's that high, 95.65. Do we want to go short? I mean, the thing is, if these futures ever turned back and gave us a reason to hit the short, then this is probably a decent name. We pulled back pretty strong there, almost $1, 95.65, almost more than $1 back in. But the problem is we took the 50 period again. I'd rather be under this to give us some sort of a clearance on where to go. But you want to take the risk on the short?
I'm not going to. No, absolutely not. I would not stand in front of that. I'm not a mean reversion trader intraday. That's not my strength. I don't do well.
Intraday.
Yeah, I know Luca would love to take those into a lot of strength and look for a big pullback, and he was good at timing them. I'm not, and I don't take those.
So
did you see Meta, Sean? While you were talking there, it just blew through 235, 235.62. I mean, it's just
we were both long. Where's Luca, by the
frustrating.
way? We talked about where Luca is. He gone.
Yeah. He's moved on.
Fortunately, whatever, you guys can make of it whatever you want. It was his choice. He wanted to get out of here, and then unfortunately, there was not a spot for him behind us. So you guys can make of that whatever you want, but that's where Luca is right now. It has nothing to do with Trader TV Live.
Yeah.
that
No,
make sense?
we've talked about that ad nauseam. All right, guys, 2:35
Happy
here.
birthday, Luca, by the way.
No, don't start that again.
Remember when, that was
oh
that
my
was one of the best.
God,
Man. We love Luca, that's for sure.
Yeah, of course.
So we are actually hiring right now to have a little bit more talent to come through here. So
We're having
that should be,
done in front of us
yes,
as we
yes,
speak. We have
exactly.
auditions. We're not telling you.
Did you know that I did not have to audition?
Well, I don't think that kind of charisma requires auditioning.
Oh, I thank you, my friend. But I also noticed that you didn't really audition either.
No, I didn't. I just kind of like sat here beside Proudly and started talking.
Yes.
And it's, I've been, we already went through this. It's been a while. Since
Okay,
I've been
good. Look, I mean, I think we all want Luca to be back here as well. So there's nothing we can do about that, unless it's something that he wants. So, all right, Meta. I just don't want to be on the same names all the time. So let's just look over here.
What can we do?
So I have a
What's
scanner
moving?
here on. This is from Trade Ideas, of course. And then, so what this is a relative volume. So I actually put in, it's not an ETF watch list. It is just a watch list, that's called. I don't know why it says ETF up there. But I've imported about 30 or so names into here, and it's all names that I like to watch, and then sort it by relative volume. So you can click on relative volume, or double click it. There it is. So you can see today, wow, that was another name that we could always talk about. Shopify today up 2.74 times its relative volume. The only problem with that with Trade Ideas, and it's not a problem, it's great for everybody out there, is you can link it to your software. Unfortunately, we can't link it to ours. So you could just click on this no matter what your trading platform is. And I think Michael Noss pretty much confirmed this. I can link it with eSignal. You can click on a Trade Ideas scanner and it will pop up here so you don't have to go back and forth and find the stock. So let's just look at Shopify really quickly. Wow, Palantir near $8. Okay, I wasn't sure that would be so strong today, up 5.8%. So that's a name that I'm going to be looking at for sure as well. But Shopify, see, this is one where I know you don't want to play like, going against the grain. We'll show that in a second if you want to.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'll show it.
I don't want you to show it if you don't want it.
I just
but
think
right there,
I
I just want to say 65. I mean, there's one thing about stocks making highs and then coming back in, but look at this. Once, twice,
baby.
Obi thrice. I know, it's Obi trice, but I already used that on nothing, so I had to waste it. But, when you have 3 times the charm there, for the upside, that's probably a decent short through 65. And the most you had to hold this. So what I would do is, maybe you don't go short any of these times, but when it makes it back through 65 the second time or the third time, then you can start to use some of these highs as your tops and your outs, right?
Absolutely.
So like if you, after it makes that and then starts coming back down, I mean, it's honestly, dude, it's the same. And of course, AMD is going to be NASDAQ. It's the same idea. And we're gonna see Sharif's car here in a second. It's the same idea with this, is that it's already given us the high. There's one thing shorting it as it's coming up and you have no outs. So maybe if you shorted here at 94, it came down to 93.64, but then you have that top right there as your out if it breaks it, and it does that, so you're out. So I feel like AMD, Shopify, they're all kind of the same right there as we look for some relative strength versus weakness. Amazon pulled back a little bit, Apple's still fine, and Microsoft is trying to get lower here, down to the day's low. I still think we can break this on Microsoft, but for what everybody's been waiting for, my friend, it is unveil of your vehicle. And
all right, let's
come
to my screen here. So this is the actual, we're in the dealership, kind of like unveiled it for me, and they had it hidden under the thing, so we'll click that. This is the whole process here. You won't be able to hear the volume, but they had it written under this red tarp.
It's a bit mysterious. What's it gonna be?
Yeah, so there you go. So it's the F-Pace SVR. So if you don't know what the SVR is, it's kind of like their special vehicle operations team. They make like the big boy engines for racing. So it's a big boy engine, 5-liter V8, 550 horsepower. It's a quick one, even though I don't drive fast, guys, to be honest with you. Here's the picture of the interior here. So it's blue on red on black, and that's like black Alcantara. That's what I was talking about. Roof liner also is Alcantara, the entire thing there. And then it's got the updated interior, Sean. So that's a big like iPad kind of thing in the middle there. right? And it's quite spacious, to be honest with you. I didn't think it was going to be spacious,
Maybe
but it is.
maybe we're paying you too much. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's a great
I know,
car,
right?
though, but congratulations.
I have one more. I want to shoot
Okay,
at the
yeah,
back. There you
just
go.
keep balling, my
Yeah,
friend.
no, there's just one more. And
There
then
we
this
go, I
one,
like the lights.
obviously the whole point of this one is the sound. Sorry, you guys can't hear the sound there, but that was the whole idea, is to show the sound there. But yeah, pumped. Hopefully I take care of, good care of it,
More
Sean.
importantly, who's Bethany that was on that guy's hand there?
Bethany?
No, there was some Instagram.
Oh,
thing.
yeah?
No, well, congratulations, man.
Thanks.
Give it up right now. That's a great car.
Thank
great
you.
looking
Appreciate
vehicle
you, man.
there.
Appreciate you, Sean.
Yeah, have fun putting some gas. Hopefully the price keeps coming down.
Yeah.
Oil today up 3% almost. So that's a beautiful car. Congratulations, Sharif.
Thanks, guys.
Of course, as we go. And that's part of the love, man. You know, that's what we got.
man. Yeah.
You know, we're celebrating. I mean, I always talk about my kids. You can talk about your whip now.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
really do like that. And you have some of those, you know, for all the ladies, your workout videos.
Hey, yeah, I should put more of those. I don't
You
know
should
why.
put more. You see, I see
don't.
what you're getting at right there with that. But it's sick vehicle. And again, congratulations. And I like
Thanks,
how you played the market. You talked about that
did.
story. How you're disappointed with sort of
Very.
the GTA dealerships, but
Yeah.
you were able to find, you know, a more aggressively priced.
Yes.
And great service. And
Way better.
you even told the story about the winter tires.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Oh, my
fantastic.
goodness.
Because aren't those 22s? I saw them when
22s,
when
yeah.
I came in downstairs. I was like, oh shit. I saw this guy's Instagram and I was like, wow. I gave a little clap and everything on Instagram, and I knew I wanted to thank you in person. But as I'm rolling down, I was like, because my Atlas has 22s on it.
Yeah.
You know what else I liked about what you had there? That extended moonroof. It goes all
Yes,
the way to the
all the way to
passenger
the back. Yeah,
in
yeah.
the back. So that's my
Nice.
car has that as well. I just think that's an awesome feature. Although it doesn't
Nice
open
to let
all
that
the way
light
back.
in. No, of course not. Yeah,
That'll
neither
be
is
sick.
mine.
Then you
Neither
have
is
like a
mine, yeah.
convertible there.
At least it opens. The Tesla's doesn't open.
And now that you got, what I was going to bring up is the winters, because
Yep.
you want to make sure you
That's
switch
huge.
those over.
Yeah. I mean,
on
anybody
that
who
car
drives
for
in
sure.
Toronto knows, man. I mean, it gets hectic here. Despite the fact that I don't drive that much to work, I always like take the subway, and that's just kind of my thing. I like to walk.
My car, I put on like 10,000. I put on about 8,000 kilometers a year, which is like, if you're talking about kilometers to miles, it's like 1.6 kilometers. So that's like 6,000 miles.
Yeah,
a
that's
year,
nothing.
so it's like nothing.
Nothing, dude.
Or
Yeah.
even less than that, actually.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, congratulations again. Give me tonight. We have Lucid, by the way.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
we
not,
got a
you did not
bunch.
buy a Lucid Dream or anything like
Did
that.
we look at the earnings?
You want to look at the earnings calendar?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
there's a
why
bunch of
not?
good.
I
Yeah, let's
thought,
do it. You
yeah.
load that up. There's a bunch
Sure.
of good names. The thing about Lucid is that if you come over here on its daily chart, I don't know, man. They do have a 20% or so short interest on Lucid. At least that's what I thought it was. I'm going to have to find my trade ideas scanner here. But Lucid today broke through. Well, it didn't break through, but it's having a hard time getting back above that $8 mark, which is that 50-period moving average, which I like to look at there on the. I mean, I'd like to talk more about some of these stocks that we're in, but right now, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon are all just cruising. I'm going to find a trade in a minute. But you know, Lucid right now, nice little movement. It's down here. So for me, when I look at a chart like this, I only want to be one way. And if you get short, you're right, because below the 50-period, higher, you know. That's a high, lower high. Try to make another lower high right now, and bouncing off and near this $7 mark. I believe this stock could be in for a world of hurt, especially if they don't guide properly. I don't think they should guide at all, but if they come out and say that they're nowhere near producing the cars, or they extend the deadline that they had, I don't even know what it is, but we're going to hear about it later on. We should do some more research, but I'd watch out for that $6 mark coming into play for Lucid. But as we know, man, some of these companies, the watermark, the benchmark has been so low on what they need to accomplish that there's a possibility that just a little bit of good news sparks a rally in the name. So, yeah, we'll look at Lucid tonight, but let's go over to the board right now on Sharif's screen.
Here's what we're looking at today, guys. PayPal, obviously, that's the big boy name. Palantir, one of Sean's faves, or was. Lucid, that's big. Devon Energy, Suncor, you got a couple of names there. Sean McKesson, that was big. For my pops, we do business with them. They are a distributor, so they can sell you stuff for the pharmacies and stuff like that. So McKesson, big boy name there. Yeah, then we got some players tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Suncor, if you're in the energy space, we like that. I mean, I still think Palantir, we talked about the move that they were having today. I feel like they're a name that could really go just because of the AI. And then last time, I don't know what he was doing, CEO Alex Karp, talking last time about possibly having buyout interest, or I forget the exact terms he used, something like they were possibly a target for an acquisition or something. I didn't really, when you hear that kind of stuff, CEOs don't really talk like you shouldn't, you know what I mean? So I wonder if that threw a little bit of a red flag.
Very interesting
Like, why
point.
are you bringing that up?
Yeah.
You know, and then since that last quarter, we've heard nothing about that. So that leads me to believe that there's a little bit some shady stuff going on there. Maybe there is more news to this.
But they're gap profitable, apparently. They were last quarter. It was
Yeah,
the
but
first time they were ever gap profitable.
You are, I know, in 25 years.
That's which
They're
is
not
crazy.
a brand new company.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe that.
Yeah, so we'll wait to see what happens with Palantir. But just looking at the daily chart here, I still think you need to get above that $8. I mean, we might do it today. It's just this was last earnings that I was talking about. A huge gap up, broke through 10. We all thought hallelujah, and then it was see you later. Because I'm actually in this with new money down here around 8.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, with 8 and change. But I was in it before this report. And it went all the way to 10, I didn't get out. So that's why I'm like, let's see what happens right now. We're probably out of the money at this price currently. But what's ripping up to the upside right now, which is really fun because it's Amazon, which is starting to go. We're back into the 80s.
Yeah.
Someone asked, is this a new position? Not really. I mean, it's the same kind of position here off of 105, but it is new for the show because we didn't put this one on until about 11:30. Now you're starting to go back up to the upside. I feel silly not taking a piece out right now. I really like that 106 break. There we go. We'll take an 80 as it rips through. Look, this is 80 cents in the money. So we're going to print an 80-cent winner.
That's it?
That's it, yeah. Yeah, whatever, it's fine.
On a completely inside day, it's obviously being facetious here when I say that because we're barely above Friday's close on the ES, Sean. We're 1 point above the Friday's close on the ES.
We're still not at a level that, yeah, that's fine.
The NQ's faring a bit better, to be fair, and obviously Amazon is more of an NQ name. There's no question about that. But
I like Amazon. I like that 106 break. I mean, that's really what I'm waiting for here. But I'm more concerned about Apple coming back into my price here right now. And by concerned, I mean I'm taking more shares right now with Apple. This has been sort of not a great name, needless to say, for me. But we're coming up to a level right now near the high of the day for Apple. So look, we've seen this name rip, basically rip faces off. I feel like it did that to me earlier on when we started to go to the downside. We were short here and we were really loving life because we got short. First of all, we weren't loving it in this short, but that was just an early break. We said we didn't want to put too many shares on when stocks start to break, especially in the first 10 or 15 minutes. Then we averaged it back into that little resistance level of 172.50. You can't see because my face is in the way there again. Let me see if I can just move this over a little bit. There you go. So 172.50. Then it started to rip up and we started to defend that 173 area. And this was great because we have a bunch of fills up here near 173. And then we started to get them out, right, with our best out being 50. And then all of a sudden, it just in one candle, it took down basically the whole range of the morning. And it's this candle right here that extended from 172.50 all the way up to 173.50 cents. And I was like, no, you know what? That can't be real. That 50-cent candle, that's unbelievable. But then it followed up with another 50-cent candle and took it all the way to 172.50, where we finally got out because we got out on that 20 break, which again, we saw that little wick right there. So we got out. Then I was like, nah, it's not really going any higher than this, is it? Because the market wasn't going. So then unfortunately, we got out at 50 before it absolutely collapsed down in. But at that time, we were hitting the Microsoft short and we had some great trades. So it was all good. And we were like, man, I really, really hate Apple. But then I got back into it for some strange reason. And it did the same thing again. We took some profit, but then it took out the high at 173.80 again. Okay, so whatever. Left it alone for an hour, but I can't be myself and not get right back into some names that I've done work on Apple. And I just thought that it was relatively weak there off of 174 on the close on Friday. So I wanted to short it again. So here we go. We get back into the name right here short. And that was a good one. So we shorted 70s. And then you guys saw we're getting out 40s. We talked about that. 40 again. Then we get out when it breaks the 50 period. Then we let the rest ride. And now we're waiting for an 86 break to the top side. We just put on more shares. So now my biggest position on board is going to be Apple as we wait to see what's happening with these shares. You only have 25 more minutes left, so don't worry about that.
No, I was getting vibrating. That's what I was, I was getting notifications.
People are loving your car. Yeah, it's probably all the ladies now
it's just
trying to check out what your situation is. 133,350 right there. Yeah, don't let my girlfriends know. I mean, my wife know. 133,350. You're right, man. We're starting to take that out right now. And the reason why that's so important, and again, I know you've talked about this all day, as we all have, again, is that, where is that? Is that April, what is it, April 4th? Or what was that date right here? Yes, it is. It's April 4th. So it goes right back into the beginning of the month. So about a month ago, where we had that high before dropping down. We opened up near 13.3 that one day, fell down. So we're using 13.3s as highs. And now we've hung above this for now a little while.
Accumulating.
Exactly, accumulating now, looking to break it out. And that level, just to be exact, I thought it was 68. Yeah, it's 64, something like that. So right into there, you're looking at that May 1st high of about 13,364. So that's the level that's coming into play right now. We're 20 handles away on the NASDAQ. So I'll short Apple with a 10-cent. Well, now it's about a 13-cent stop. But that's what I'm going to do. Watch out for Apple up here at the top.
Yeah, guys. Wow, what a day it has been on these index names. I mean, they do not look like each other today. The NQ is completely diverging, I would say, from the ES. Very little similarities between them. I see a double bottom on the NQ. I see a bit of a double top on the ES. So more different. I haven't seen them this different. And the difference is increasing more often, I feel like. We started noticing the divergence, I would say like a few weeks ago when you started getting the tech names really, I would say no, like into early March, we started seeing the divergence where the tech names really were going and the bank names were pulling down the ES. You didn't have that same, dead weight on the NQ with the banks. And so the NQ outperformed and to some extent still is. I mean, fewer days have been where the ES has outperformed the NQ. It's usually been the other way around. Dan was alerting me to the fact, Dan Emmons, to the fact the NQ is printing higher highs here. I mean, this was earlier, the high is 13,349, so we're right at that 13,350 level. We took out earlier levels made in the pre-market. I think it was that 13,333 or something like that. Yeah,
I really think we want to go long Amazon on the break.
Amazon, what is this doing, dude? I mean, today it showed strength and then it showed relative weakness. Now it's showing relative strength again.
Dude, it didn't
I mean,
even
what
break
is
yet
this?
today.
I mean, I don't see a catalyst going on here. They're all old catalysts. What's going on with Microsoft stock today? Has nothing to do with Amazon. I mean, yeah, anyway. The small cappers, they're still there. Can you believe TRVN is still sticking around, Sean? Up 410%, 300% since the open. Yeah, you guessed it. It has been halting all day. But that 330, a bit of a top right now on TRVN, 328, that's the high. But Fubo also at the highs. Couldn't talk enough about that all day. A lot of people were alerting me to Fubo in the chat. Yes, it printed new highs, 185, rejecting off there. Actually, 184 right now. Held VWAP like a glove all day. Look at that 171 dip. Obviously, you're getting in here, you're getting big boy shareage, but I don't even know what the book looks like on this, to be honest with you, Steve. I'm assuming that it's really thick because usually these $1 stocks are shot.
I actually got filled on some Google about 107 in my own account.
Baby.
Yeah, I want to take some out, man. I mean, that was one of the largest holdings again on my account, so we were able to take some out. And I'm actually debating taking out some Amazon again. Like, I looked, it's not huge, like I'm long $50 or something on Amazon, split adjusted and things like that. And I remember first buying this name when it was like huge. I don't know, it was breaking 900. The story is that there was a friend in the back that Amazon was breaking $900. I don't think I was, I think I was starting a position or something. And I'm like, you know what, it's breaking out. And the guy goes to me, he's like, why would you ever buy a stock that's $900? And I had to explain to him the price of the stock doesn't make any difference whatsoever to anything because you're looking at market cap and then, of course, whether or not you like the name or not. Okay, just real quickly here. Amazon, as I talk about selling some in my own account, which I have not done yet, we just went long on a 106 break. So, again, you know, Sticky Donation stand up. We had 106 written down on there. Amazon's been a good stock for us. Now, let's just see if it wants to work to the upside. This has been a long all day for me. We got out. Sure, it broke the bottom there at 948. What am I going to do? We got back in. Like when we're averaging in here, that's 105.01. We're out there set. That's 30 cents worth of a hit, right? We're getting back in right there at 104.90. Just to get out there is 20 cents. Just to get out here is 60 cents. And then we go to the upside, and we just got a 10 print right there on Amazon as we break through 106. And then that's an out. Like we covered our long. We were just long at 105 flat there. So we'll take 95 cents on the last piece. The reason why I covered on the way up is, what if we have this situation again, where we break, but we don't go? So we broke the high there at 80. This is the only trouble print that we've had all day on Amazon, and we're able to get out of it. So that was fine. Now, I don't want to be caught with our hands in the cookie jar here because it's now gone to the high side. It's doing exactly what we thought it would do today because I was looking at this from...
Look at that chart.
What?
You peppered that with outs. Oh, babe.
Yeah, because
that's a lot even for your standards. No?
Yeah. Oh shit, I have more shares than I thought. Okay, so I must have gotten twice in here on Apple. Oh no, it's Apple short. Right. Okay, so sorry. I looked at my
I didn't mean
shares.
to break your train of thought there.
No, it's okay. I can tell people I have 500 shares of Apple. So I was just looking at it right here because we just got to fill in right now on Apple. So I don't have 500 shares of Amazon. I wish I did from the bottom there, but we're out. And we don't take that many shares on the break higher of that. Not at 141.
Good call.
We're not doing that. Yeah. So we could still get squashed on Apple. I mean, that's squashed on Apple. What is Apple on Apple? It's, more explodes, like if you squash an apple.
You could squash an apple, yeah. It
might
just
be hard to
squashes.
do. Well, I guess maybe not.
It
that
squashes.
hard, to do right there.
But
But anyways,
mash an apple.
that's why my average price right now is 75 because we put on a big amount of shares. Big, whatever. Big is relative to everybody's size, of course. But 173.86 right there is where we're going to get out. So if we break a little bit higher, right, we could take, like I said, if you're going to trade with 500 shares, something like that, you got to be close enough to your stop so that if it runs it, you could give it higher. We may get stopped out of this, and it looks like this is probably what's going to happen. So let's be very, very patient with this. See if it can come back in, and then we'll see if we can print something into the 60s. Again, would be really nice, or even like 66, 67. This is a lunchtime trade. Let's see if we can get this to move back down to the downside right now. Applesauce, that's a good one.
Yeah, exactly.
Right there. Did Palantir just take 8? Is that what's happening right now? No, Palantir's not doing anything. Okay, I saw some people talking about Palantir.
Yeah, I saw some people. Mega Beep was talking about it. All right, let's have a look at the ES here because we're at an interesting level on the ES. How many times are we going to reject off this 41.52? Guys, we have had a 41.41 bottom, and for all intents and purposes, we've had a 41.52.5 top since the bell. Yeah, sure, 41.61, that's a high day made earlier on lesser volume. Look at the range on the ES. This is very unusual. Especially with the fact that we're in earnings season for the ES to be this range bound, for me anyway. The NQ, not so much, guys. The NQ's definitely got more of an upward pattern. We just printed new highs on the NQ, 13.354. The point of the ES, little rant there, was to tell you we're at a critical level, 41.52. We've been rejecting off that level. Let's see if we break it this time around. The NQ, it's got new levels here to deal with, 13.354, the high of day. Sean was talking about this on the 4-hour here. Let's have a look. This is the level that we've been talking about over and over lately, that 13.375, bit of a top. You got a lot of accumulation at this level with a lot of higher lows. So good look for the trend on the NQ. Not so much, though, on the ES, at least for the moment. Where are we with high of days on these big tech names? We have very close high of day on Google, 107.69 high of day. We're at 59, so 10 pennies off the highs. Amazon just printed a new 106.90.09 high and then retraced right back into 105.80 at the moment. The chart you see on my screen, though, Meta holding that 234.5-ish. I'm seeing how it's going to act at the whole dollar. I'm not pulling the trigger. I'm seeing if we get a big retracement possibly into that breakout area, which was 233. That's Friday's close. If it retraces into there at any point in the day, I'll be looking to buy that particular dip, former area of resistance, current area of support. Probably won't make it down there, but it's been tough for me to find trades today. I've had one trade. It's Meta. It's profitable, and that's the only trade I've had. Really, to be honest with you, I haven't had a good read on this market. I haven't been in the small caps. I feel like things, made the move prior to my sitting down, but I was able to bamboozle a trade or two on our friend Meta.
Good. It doesn't take a lot of trades to make some money there. So we wind up taking 10 cents on a little bit of Apple. Again, just trying to scalp it out. I really, like I said, we're out of 15%. I think that we can get back into here, man, for sure. 60s. And then 50s down here. But the one thing that I did notice, and we had to start getting out, was Amazon failed. I'm going to get another 88, right there, because we made that high well, we didn't make it, someone else did, at 9 or 10s there. So we were able to take 10 cents worth of profit. So now that it's falling back down, we'll go a little light on this position because I'm noticing that and now we're back into the 60s again. Okay, I'll put another bid here, I don't know. Hopefully that's me holding that up at 66. That's okay, well, at least it went down. Making money on Apple, but then losing money on Amazon. So let's just get some more out of Apple right here. And yeah, I know we don't discuss our share sizes, but that's 500 shares of Apple. We don't.
It's a lot, man. What do you mean? Yeah,
it's a lot for some, but
yeah,
like you said, it's about being comfortable. I just want to talk about that because there's some people in the chat saying that. But again, I might be the only one
your
that takes that
BP
kind of
starts
size.
with M, and it's usually multiple M's. So
yeah.
In terms of
But
buying power,
again,
500
it's
shares
more
is not
it's
the
more
max.
about your stop. It's not even about your buying power.
Of course,
Because
the shutdown,
if you put, for example, greater than a 5 in front of that M, then you can wind up taking a lot of shares.
Oh yeah.
So I just feel like it's more. The reason why I discuss that is because it's more time of day, right? We'll have more than that, and then some of us will have nowhere near that, and some of us will have more than that, like I just explained to you. So,
Sean,
yep.
GFAI. Do you remember this one? In small capper world,
Right.
Notice I haven't been saying crappers, by the way.
I don't mind that though.
Yeah. 880, Sean, high day today. This one was doing bupkis until this 125 time slot when it really got going here. I'm looking at my news blotter. I'm not seeing anything new for this one. It's obviously a multi-day runner. We've seen this one go a lot. It's up 20% today. It's been going since maybe, the whole AI craze started. Early Feb, yeah, there's a daily on it. Look at it. It's as ugly as it gets on these bad boys. But the fact of the matter is, we're above the 200. Or we were, sorry. Now we're below the 200. We got above the 200 on that pop there. This one is, a lot of bamboozlement. 5 is a level. It's been holding 5. That big Christmas-shaped retracement. You've had a couple of them initially here and then there. Been tough. $5 has been the level, though, on this. If you've been buying off 5, you've been rewarded every time around. Even going back into January, that 5 level's been holding. But GFAI moving. Careful this one because the volume's a little suspect on it, and it is notoriously spready. Whether it's $40 or $5, notoriously spready on our friend GFAI.
Whenever you say notorious, my mind goes somewhere else.
No,
yeah, exactly.
Notorious.
I was just literally just saying that in my head. All right. We talking about time of day, right? It's 1:48.
Yep.
People are talking about the NASDAQ kind of barcoding. You're only at 0.2, although it's right at those highs again from yesterday or from Friday again. And then we even brought it back even to the first months of April, their first days of April. But, AMD's been moving around there. I like your AI talk there. There was another name. People always talking to me. You could talk about 290 NVIDIA. There's lots of big levels. I don't know, man. I mean, I told people that I know you got out of your meta. I mean, that was a fantastic trade in your longer term, in your swing account there. But I feel like the NASDAQ, like even if we break some of these levels, I don't know. Like once we're done through earnings season, I still feel like we have the debt ceiling, which is still a major problem, right? That seems to, I mean, it's never really been. They've always gotten over it and been able to figure out.
Heard about what they want to do, Sean? About the debt ceiling?
I thought they wanted to fill a bunch of shit in the bill so that it can get passed. The Democrats are trying to put a bunch of shit in there so that, anyways, no.
Sean could throw that kind of stuff in there. I will. They want to use the 14th Amendment, which is basically to say that the not increasing the debt ceiling would be unconstitutional, and therefore the government has the power to continue to pay pensions, and it's supposed to be for some militia. So it actually talks about funding the militia because the Americans, no disrespect, but that's your culture. They were so obsessed with protecting themselves against British and the redcoats, they called them. You know what I mean? They want
we got to protect against the British for sure.
So there was always a militia aspect figured in their constitution somewhere, and so
I understand.
They want to use the 14th Amendment, but Janet Yellen said that would cause a constitutional crisis. So anyways,
it's not about. I'm not trying to. Both you and I are not trying to play either side of the aisle here. I'm just saying.
No, we're
that's
speaking
what happens
facts.
with every bill. It doesn't matter who the president is. It's when you're trying to get something passed, they're always trying to slip these. We'll agree if, and it happens here in Canada. I mean,
Yeah, the trade-off, the quid pro quo.
yeah, they did. What was it? The New Democrats sort of joined up
With
to
the
get
liberals.
sort of that dental
Yep,
stuff
and
passed.
pharmacare.
Yeah, so
Both,
you're all about pharma, so you know about that. So yeah, anyways, it happens in every country, I would think, anyways, especially a democratic one, whereby we elect. You know, that's the thing. If you're in China or Russia, you know, you don't have to worry about what's being passed or not.
Is that Mr. Beast in the chat? It says Mr. Beast. Sup, guys?
This live stream is mid. Yeah, it is kind of mid.
How come his
we're
name
trying to-
has like a gray check mark beside it and it's all gray? What does that mean,
you can
Sean?
actually go in and go to his profile.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna find
and go
out who
to
this
channel.
is.
So if you go to this Mr. Beast dude's
Oh,
channel
he's got
right now,
119K
you can see.
subscribers.
So
Not the
this is
real
the person
Mr.
that
Beast.
just came
Yeah.
in right now. So he's fooled a lot of kids to get some subscribers here. Hi, I'm Minecraft Beast. This could be my son, by the way. He's probably better than this person anyways. But shout out, thank you for joining the stream, man, Mr. Beast.
Bruh.
We love, we're just playing around.
Yeah.
You know, but just, we got to be careful because we don't want
Yeah,
to
it's
say,
not the real
yeah,
Mr.
like
Beast.
we're, you know,
No.
we are going to have the real Mr. Beast on eventually.
Whoa.
I haven't negotiated that. I have no idea, but eventually.
Yeah.
We will, because
Well, I was
we're going to
telling Brendel
probably, we might get announced as maybe the second most viewed channel next to the Mr. Beast. No, you looking like I'm serious. Yeah, I wish, man.
Foreshadowing, baby.
We got to get a little bit more of these.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Uh-oh, we're reloaded.
What do we got? What
So
do we
got
got?
some more. Yeah, we got some spiciness here because here goes Apple right back up to the day's high one more time. So we wound up getting out a little bit more. We actually got a 65 print there. And again, all I'm trying to do is not set the world on fire, not do anything too fancy here or anything. What I'm just trying to do is just scalp this out. And honestly, if the high of the day right here for Apple is going to be 86, that's where I'm going to get out. So when we went short here at 78 and my best fills are 65, we should have just taken them all out there. That was 1-to-1. So, you know, I'm trying to get better at understanding that I don't want to be holding something short thinking that it's going to retrace like crazy when the market is literally at highs a day and the market keeps on making lower highs into here, so, or higher lows, sorry, back in. So you got to be very careful. And you're above the 50 period right now, so Apple looks like it will, not be the apple of my eye as it's pulling back in just a little bit. We almost took down the day's high right there on Apple. So we're, like I said, we have those 500 shares again. We'll see what we can do with it. 10 cents worth of risk, $50 will hurt some accounts, but not mine.
D-Loaf saying that Mr. Beast profile is non-GAAP compliant.
See?
There you go. I love when our chat always
chat
has
is
to
literally the best.
Yeah. Super clever. So many minds.
Non-GAAP.
There, yeah. Shout out D-Loaf, baby. All right. We are at day's high at Google. On Google, I mean. 107.82 is the high. It's been a slow mover, but it's been very consistent and profitable. I guess that's the most important thing, guys. 105.60, that was Friday's close. We find ourselves at 107.82. What's the 4-hour show us on our friend Google here? Let's get to the 4-hour real quick. Bit of a consolidation top here. Let's go to the daily. Yeah, so you think, you know, that 110 comes into play a lot. But the thing is about this, you were touching that 110, but then you were getting immediate retracements on these last attempts. Now, we're accumulating at 110 and we're not huadunking. We're not even breaking 100. So I love this accumulation here on the door of 110 on Google to possibly test that 122 high. You got to assume that's the level we'll be looking to. It's the top end of this range. I mean, you're probably looking at resistance coming in 120 because you do have the tops in and around there between June and August, but there's the August peak that touched the 200, and then it's been sayonara, see you later to the downside since that time. 200 retracements have been met with rejections. Now we hold the 200 to our downside. We use it as support. This is a bullish accumulation setup with higher lows, albeit the higher lows are nominal. They're not big, right? They're not like a 45-degree angle. They're just angle. I said ankle. They're just nominally above, but they are. This is a great pattern here. Did you say you were going to sell some of your Google?
I did already.
You did. This is a great accumulation. I don't know how you feel about this. Do you like this accumulation pattern on the door of 110? Look how many touches we have, and then look, we don't huadunk off this level like we did last time.
I love it.
The technical
I'm
level
tired of
was
selling
good.
names down. You know, it's like I sold some Microsoft on, well, Apple reported Thursday. So I sold some Microsoft Wednesday, and it was 305 or something, 306 and change. So I sold it when the market was kind of fading off a little bit. We had bad Qualcomm earnings. It's okay. Meta, what would you say Meta was? Like I sold Meta 235, something like that.
Me?
No, I did.
Oh, you did, yeah.
Just on Wednesday. Yeah. Turned out to be okay. But the problem is that I'm finding, especially for my longer term account, it's ultimately not going to matter too much in the long run. But the idea is that I got to sell some on the way up.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, because if you don't do that, you could be wrong. And I was eating my words for a bit. I sold Tesla around 221, 220 or something. Then it went a little bit higher. No, it wasn't in that last. Went a little bit higher. But then now you're down to 160 again, and that allows you to get some powder. You know what I'm saying, Randy?
Randy and I are going to hang out. After the rundown on the 2:30 close, we're going to see the car. We haven't. Randy's a huge car guy, by the way. I had to run it by Randy before
it's funny, I saw Randy in
funding secured.
He and I arrived at the same time today, and that's when we, yes, funding secured. That's where we were looking at your car.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
So we noticed it. We're like, oh, that must be the ride.
Yeah.
And then I got out my keys and. No, we didn't do that. Your car is gorgeous, man. That was one question I wanted to ask you was, now, are you obsessed with like always keeping it clean?
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
my dad got
nice. Yeah.
My dad got into it, and then he had these like crackers. I'm like,
oh God,
Dad, I'm gonna have to ask you not to eat that in the car.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, well, and then he I'm like, unless you have a big ass, bib, for under your chest that's gonna catch all the crumbs.
You ain't allowed in your car?
No, man.
Well, that's the honeymoon
It's gonna
phase.
be exactly. Yeah. Let me live the honeymoon phase a little bit, and then we can talk about eating in the car, right? Like
that's. I used to be the same way with my car, and then my kids got in the back, and then I was like,
oh my God.
Okay.
My sister and her car. Yeah, I haven't experienced because I don't have kids, but I used to clean my sister's car for her after her kids got in there. Now they're older now; they don't make a mess anymore. But when they were young,
it's that greasy hands, like they eat the French fries or the chips, or like we just said about your pops. What did he have?
He had crackers.
Yeah, and they're oily.
No,
I
told him
and the
he
salt
can't do
on
that.
the leather or whatever. It's oh great! Now you're going to be all paranoid about that. I don't mean to throw some shade to your pops. Shout out to Sharif's pops, of course. You raised a fine man.
Oh, that's nice of you,
right there. So yeah, okay. That's all right. So yeah, we're almost out of time here. I just wanted to talk about the NASDAQ real quick because I'm getting out of some of my Apple, but at the same time, we're here to trade, and that's why, like, you know, here's the last time we were up here. We're just up here on the 5th. That's Friday, okay? We retraced back. Was the 5th Friday? May the 4th was Wednesday?
Thursday, yeah. 5th.
Thursday. So sorry, Thursday.
Yeah.
We were up here at 3 o'clock. Then we faded out. Right. Okay. So you know where we landed was down at 13,320. Let's just say. You know, bounced around. We had Qualcomm. We had some misses there. We talked about that. But anyways, that little level. Could we not retrace? I mean, could we not, to get through VWAP right here, it would be 13,337. So I think that makes sense to come back in just a little bit down to that downside as well. And then I would say that if I'm going to try to be a little bit aggressive, this was today at, today's the 8th, right? So we are just right here at 1 o'clock. It's not even that far of a pullback down. It's 20 handles. So I feel like you could definitely wind up back into here at some point. Then you're going to look at the 50 period, which is 13 O's. And then I always like the 200 period. I mean, we can zoom this out and see where it was in the past. There's this way, and it'll start to build itself. But you could see there, smiley face came in. We're not going to get anywhere down here today, I wouldn't think. But again, back to the 200. No, I mean, not I wouldn't think. If we drop down 300 points, then something's hit the wires, obviously. So I would say right here, 13.3 would be great if we got anything. We really haven't, I mean, we respected the 200 period back a couple days ago, but I'd say that down and around here could be eventually where we settle if this move does pull back. But for an intraday move, I'd be pretty happy with 13.3 flat. So if that comes in, that's sort of a level that I'm looking at. And here comes Appleman right back in. So now we're in the money a dime when our out was only a dime. So we'll punch a little bit more out right now to make sure that I'm only getting out. This is the thing. If I get out of 10 to 15% every time, Sharif, how many times do I have to do that?
But you
right?
have, yeah.
No, but if I keep reloading and keep getting out, then eventually when it does break to the upside, then it's going to be virtually a flat trade.
Well, yeah.
So we're already out of 30% plus reloaded, so it's good. Hopefully this can come down and we'll be able to make a winner out of this trade yet. Can you believe it's been an hour?
We are, yeah, technically overtime. But it's always quick with you guys, man. Especially, yeah, like having 3 different people, for me, it makes it go by...
Yeah, a little different content.
Yeah, I got to tell you the truth.
Come on, Apple, you're the next contestant
on
what's going to Quadunk next.
There we go, 173.85 high. But it is now time to start the closing show. Brendo, he's at the big desk, and he's going to take us into the rundown.
Good job. Congratulations
See you guys
again.
Thank you, Sean.
Ciao, ciao.
Welcome back in. A couple hours left on a Monday afternoon. That's turning into a bit of a chop fest here. We are dealing with a ton of opportunities if you're looking at individual names. Overall, the market, though, kind of flat. Here's how things are shaping up right now. 0.07 for the S&P. Negative, meanwhile, 0.18 there for the Dow. About 0.25% for the NASDAQ. Still holding on to gains. Same story for crude.